právě teď mě nasral TikTok, tak jedeme aj na YouTube. Ještě jednou mi tam pošlou omezení, tak se na ně vyseru koukat. A jdem na to. Čtvrtá hra. Game 4.
Clix got himself a victory in game number 3. He's actually streaming as well with a delay, so if you missed it, go check out his perspective from that last game because it was crazy. Other things did transpire in that game though, like Muzz, Yapko, and Rise making it to second place, really trying to push that consistency factor to its very limits. I love seeing the fact that they did make it there, because like I would love to see this trio make it to globals.
Oh, 100%. I think a lot of us would feel the same way. And you know, finally we see height being stolen after Zone 9 there by Rise, Muzz, and Yapko, and just having such a good job controlling height from there, going all the way to the final moments in that 3v3. It easily could have gone to the way of Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, but obviously Clix was just on something. And I feel like Rise, Muzz, and Yapko, they're just getting started.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you kind of mentioned that right at the end there, right? They're just getting started because their first two games are kind of, as Levin would say, they're a bit of stinkers, you know, like 17th, 23rd. But a highlight for me there, you know, and Kelly kind of mentioned it right there, is that this was kind of the first end game that they've kind of made, right? Taking into account how those first two games went. And they were the first trio to actually take high ground. So in my opinion, right, if they've been the only trio to kind of do it, and that was the first game that they've actually made it to the end game, then maybe this is a little bit of a pattern, right? Maybe it'll be easy for them in these following games where they do make it to end game. Hopefully they've sorted something out to kind of continuously make the end game, take that height away. And yeah, I mean, we've seen how height's kind of going today. You're kind of getting it for free once you do have it. So I think this is good news for this trio.
I will say that there was a moment there where we saw Muzz's, Peterbots, and Acorn's trio all in the same little edge of zone together, and we actually saw Muzz's trio make the fastest rotate I've ever seen. And so I'm wondering if maybe that's the reason why we're not seeing them in endgame, and they've kind of learned their lesson a little bit, and so now we're going to be seeing kind of some different rotates from them. But speaking, Zeke, these zones, what did we say about North zones?
Gosh.
My apologies, guys. I'll check the supercomputer. I don't know what's going on myself. I'll go check it over there. Speaking of checking things, let's check the standings right now. At the top, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Guys, we have not had a game that we've dropped out of 5th place. Game 1, 5th place, 6th elims. Game 2 was in BR with 13 eliminations, and now once again 5th place with 7 eliminations. I mean, this is starting to get really, really scary. And the fact, Kelly, now they're at 249 points. They are starting to pull away. Someone needs to stop them.
It's so surreal because in my mind, I'm like, wow, they're really doing bad at the start of Major 1, but they've already won a game and they're in 1st place. It's such a weird conditioning of our brains that if they aren't just winning every single game, we're wondering, oh, what's wrong with them? But they're doing so well. They understand that if they're not able to go for high ground, which we've seen them do over the last few weeks, that they need to stick to the low ground, they need to go for those eliminations. And Ritual, once again, sticking it out as a solo in the final moments right there. And I really just want to give Ritual all the flowers that he deserves.
Yeah, doing very, very well. Of course, being, you know, if not a part of the last duo that's kind of alive, being the last player that is, of course, alive right there. So they're still holding on to the lead right there. A trio that's kind of sticking towards the top right now, still being very, very competitive. Reek, Coop, and Curly, they start performing pretty well. 201 points. That game for them, 9th place, 1 elimination. So I mean, the two before that being a 2nd and a 3rd makes this one, you know, hurt probably a little bit, but regardless, still sticking towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think
že některé komentáře v tomto vysílání live byly v rámci ochrany zážitků komunity filtrovány.
Potentially would have missed for them to go back and farm back for Flood Frogs, and I think that's just part of the reason why their loadout wasn't exactly where they wanted to in the end game. But regardless of the situation that they're in, they're still sitting pretty up in our leaderboard right now, Zeke. So I'm excited to see what they do in the remaining half of the games we have today.
I know, it's scary, right? Because you kind of want to keep putting the pedal to the metal. With 3 games left to go today, that sets us up for day number 2, right? And then without that 1.5x multiplier, we need to be more consistent after day number 1, right? We need to make sure we are primed for day number 2. So I'm curious to see, can we keep this momentum going, not from just them, but from all of these top performing trios, especially in the back half? Let's find out. Monster D Phase, Jacob PR, take it away.
Momentum is a real thing in these tournaments, but one thing you really have to take note of, even though they're in first place by 29 points, Monster, it's not through sheer force like they did in that last major, like they do in the divisional cups. So realistically, it's anybody's game still.
Yeah, and we're watching it kind of play out in real time. We're seeing how much of a different, slower approach, a little bit more of a methodic approach right to their early game. But let's just keep this in mind. It's all North zones. We're game number 4 around the corner. Let's see how it plays out. And like we just wanted to emphasize, Major 2 Finals has the most amount of qualification spots. This is the most important finals of the year. Some might say you want to get your ticket to the globals here and now. But again, the standings, I think, are just a story of magic. Mosses, every one of these trios have had that little bit of favoritism. So once they start getting more of a difficult, let's just call it decision making put in front of them, right? Things might start to turn, but for now, if it's going to continue to play out this way, I mean, the story seems to be written in stone here.
Yeah, and this is a fight that, you know, when you look at that stone, this is written all over it, contested. They go for Fleur loot almost right out of the gates and immediately start teeing off on one another. But it does look like Craze from underneath is trying to sneak around. You mentioned yourself the closeness of the entirety of the bridge, especially underneath, and now he's getting free shield. So if anybody's going to be the one to make a play, it is going to be him up against Yusuf. He gets the elimination, and I do believe that was the wipe.
Oh, a little turn of events here for Joji, Donnie, and Prime. Okay, so a little life coming out for them here at the Shining Spire. We'll see what they can make with this game here. You know, the cool part about a 2-day performance is that anything can happen, right? You have a lot of time to start making some micro adjustments and, you know, really play this tournament out to the best of your capabilities. Team that's been doing just that as well is Noah W Plays Chaos Gaming and Kazis for the 2nd time now. We've seen them at least survive the initial touch of their drop here. It's not all teams, you know, that land kind of in this northern area that are walking away with, you know, free placements to the top of the standings. At the end of the day, you have to prove that you can stand amongst the best here and win some of these engagements. Kazis goes in, face check here, but the tick was ready and answers with a monster shot here, slowing down all momentum that this trio was looking to build.
Yeah, all 3 of them saw he was here as a solo. They beelined it over, but the scanner's out. Noah plays. All of their positions going to be revealed, but no more builds onto the tick, so he's going to be an easy target and the first one to get dropped. Quick cleanup there. They're going to get the siphon mats, and you can see he absolutely needed because Noah Plays was almost fresh out of materials as well. And now they're forced to try to disengage. Maniac trying to go ahead and move on over to help his teammates, but that same distance that he closes is going to be the same thorn in the side because now he has nowhere to run.
Yeah, but Noah's barely got anything to work with here. Just a couple shots, tags from behind, no mats to really work with either. But it is going to be a nice quick elimination. Do note with every tag they get, more confidence starts to increase. What? 2 quick elims. Kind of get to reset here. Gonna be happy with that.
Seeing more and more action going down just the north side of Flooded Frogs. Visual Braids and a Minish. Foxy Floodgates, excuse me there. They land at this spot. We have seen them contest the server room, but Visuals out of Braids and just gets taken down. I do believe that was Peterbot landing at the train, the top side of the mountain, got that loot from the server room. And there's so much distance between Braids and the rest of his teammate. I'm not sure how much help he's gonna be up close.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I had to look at the standings for a second. Visual Braids and a Minish are in 5th place. Do not let this early game fight fool you. This is definitely a team that is trailing very far ahead of 6 and in the conversation right now. Little setback there, minor setback, but not completely taking them out of the running just yet. And do note, again, old Peterbot probably keys that. Jumps down, does what he does carelessly. New Peterbot takes his time, takes his damage, calls it a little win.
This fight just north, I believe, of Kappa Factory. Just following each other, not trying to let them escape. You hear the bat being charged. Joji takes the first couple damage. Both his teammates go down. That's Craze and Donnie who get lost, and they break his way in. Eva hiding behind barrels. There's no chance. He's a hide and seek master as Seek, Veer, and Dash take him out. And with 54 points here, a couple of them coming from this game alone, at least they start to build that confidence up going into the second half of the day.
Definitely. That's going to jump them up towards 19th right now if the standings were locked in stone. Putting them just behind Bucky, Okus, Cam, Bryce, G-Money, and Osid. Take a look at the highlight here from Seek's perspective. Oh, yeah. Getting to work with the bat. And, of course, closing out with the shotgun.
He knew his teammates were there. Almost no worry, even if he does go down. But you see a triangle being formed right now with Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx just trying to catch somebody off guard. And as of now, it looked like it might be Dash, but as soon as those shots fire off, this is giving Bolts an opportunity to land some big damage on somebody not really paying attention. It could be Seek. But nope, that opportunity comes and goes just like that.
Both Kanata and Sphinx just a couple of pieces away from really breaking through the glass ceiling here. Their problem has just been the mid game. Once they get past that and kind of start approaching that end game, things just haven't seemed to have lined up for them so far. Do keep in mind they are one of the few teams kind of playing this deep zone from the southern areas on up. So they've had a lot more to worry about, right? As opposed to some of the northern trios.
And fun fact about that, they actually have the most distance traveled out of everybody in this lobby, Monster, because of those zones.
And they're still in 13th, right? So again, all the more just impressive how they've at least managed to kind of stay in the conversation. But oh, here's a fight I didn't expect to go down this soon. Boyo, Agers, and Acorn have a little bit of a contestation happening here at the Mass Meadows.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder what's that going to do to the game plan, because G-Money, Osid, and Bryce, they're kind of used to not getting a lot of surge, not fighting teams up on top of the mountain, having to rotate north. But Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, the whole strategy relies getting extra heals, going just towards that black market, building your surge bases, and taking advantage of teams just like this. And now they've been sidetracked off of that game plan. And so it starts to put things in your mind. Obviously, we're all looking at Acorn. Do you start to rotate the zone? Is this a team that now you must try and fight because now you're below the Storm Surge threshold of games past? It's a lot of questions that I know are going to be answered shortly, but it just goes to show the impact of one team's decision and how it affects everything else around them.
Yeah, this is like the shoe put on the other foot. Bryce is the one with that ultimate high ground here. The cards kind of in his hands here to be dealt. But okay, Agers, Spoyo here, opting to not play the Storm. They want to make a little bit more of a favorable positioning for themselves. I don't blame them. Osid not taking advantage of those fresh builds though while they're rotating there. It's going to be missed damage, missed opportunities. That could be reflective of the fact that, again, this is like a newer trio, right? Kind of being introduced to this extreme high-level competitive play. One of the reasons why Kanata wanted to kind of mix it up. But back on over to the action here. Polar, Cynics, Decay, keeping us entertained here. Fight for the top 10 position here remaining against Naps right now. Polar doing a great job here. All at the Demon's Dojo. Things unfolding pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Cyrus kind of watching this unfold from the distance. Decay not even wanting to let this team get too comfortable either.
Yeah, he spotted out the builds, kind of finished building. He knows Zyr's there. And it does look like Zyr's just going to be a big distraction. He doesn't have a shield. He has half HP. He's just trying to buy his teammate time so that way he can make that rotation off the side of Demon's Dojo, potentially try to get the reboot card for his teammate, or if they potentially have it already, get his teammate back into the game. But for now, they're going to be looking at the long game. Instead of little short wins throughout the course of the game, they're going to be looking for a revive and some big moments to try to finish this one off.
Yeah, no information on where the trio went either, so they're just going to play the rest of this out blind here. Still big eliminations for them. Yamzo Higgs and Clicks right now, coming off that momentum. Ridiculous win, 14 eliminations. Got to watch it back from Clicks' perspective in the speed at which he was able to react and pick up those 2 elims in the end was just absolutely incredible. But the setup from Iamzo, you have to give him so much credit. Iamzo and Higgs playing crazy angles there in the end game, opening up so much opportunity for them. Even turn that into Victory Royale. This is the strat right here, right? High ground, surge bases, base for tags. I know we haven't seen the zone yet, but it does look to be very reminiscent of the games prior. I don't want to talk too soon about it, though. We'll see.
So you're saying another North zone is quite possible.
Maybe.
But you see Dash, Seek, and Veer. I feel like they're kind of getting used to these North zones. Obviously, it's not as easy. They got 4 eliminations. A lot of their resources are being expended. 1 med kit for Dash. He's going to have to use that in a few seconds. But in the sense of this has been their game plan. Ride the whole eastern side of the zone, move up towards the north, get surge on a lot of the teams that are kind of left behind. Because more times than not, if they're this far back in zone, they might not be the most healthiest. So that's going to be the perfect chance. Just try to pop some shots, keep it moving in towards zone. And then you even see that solo player just below the D and Demons Dojo on the minimap, trying to look, hey, is this the time I can get my teammates back? He doesn't even know that's a whole new team on top of that mountain.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty in the air. Let's jump in with Coop, Reet, and Curly here as they continue to get the favorable zone pulls here up towards this kind of Flooded Frogs area. They're just sitting pretty right now, wishing for some tags to kind of come their way. Reet's in charge of the bill. He's already put 64 up. Not bad at all. We'll have to jump off this base eventually, though, and start to get to those mats. But again, you can just see that there is no rush in doing so.
Kind of see this slow play on one side of the lobby to the next. Bolts Kanata Sphinx working their way up from Hopeful Heights. Quick chase down on the Water Sprite, just trying to make sure that they have as much of those resources as possible before they make their way down off the side of the mountain. Because they have this elevation coming into the zone, they are able to spot out a lot of the teams that have already rotated in, the teams that have already boxed up and solidified their position. So even though they're taking some storm damage, eventually going to have to use some HP heals, it's all a worthwhile sacrifice for them because it gives them a much safer path.
Taking advantage of that path as well. Very well-timed movements here. Jumping in with Okus, Bucky, and Cam right now. They've seemed to have found the trio lurking behind at the Foxy Floodgate for a second there. And pushing up ahead. We're retreating back here to try to pick up some of this leftover material.
Almost a much different position than we've seen him in some of the games before. I think a lot of teams are kind of catching on to how drastic some of these north pulls have actually been and are now trying to rotate just a tad bit earlier than they have in some of the previous games. But Cam is the one that gets caught off guard by Agers, rotating deeper into zone. It does look like Cam is going for a little bit of a revive while Bucky's just trying to hold them back the best that he can. Make them think twice about continuing to rotate on over here for elimination that might not even be that easy.
Medmiss has to come out here. This is probably what I was going to say Acorn and Agers Spoyo was thinking about. Like, hey, stop down right there. Yes, stay in the zone. Let us fight you. We need this damage here. But they're going to be content with a little bit of damage that they managed to pick up there. That Medmiss saving Bucky's trio. Boyo was in full W key mode for a second there. You saw how aggressive he was pushing up.
My only question about this entire situation is we saw Poyo, Acorn, and Agers fighting at Mass
Něco má
Meadows.
být free,
How did
dávka video na
Agers get
YouTube
the
IPA
mythic
je
drum gun?
US
That's
4.
gonna be
Že jo,
a big
teď mi to
question
tady
as
taky
Kanata
skočilo
breaks
od
into the box,
Pajuse.
taking down King. First elimination
Ano.
of this fight. You
Dával.
see Sphinx, the IGL of the trio, quickly reuniting. He took a lot of that early damage along with Bolts, knowing that
Pro
Kanata's the
všechny.
one that has his position set.
Celestia
They all
Strike event.
regroup, heal up,
Oh.
kind of reassess the situation. Do they want to continue to
A
fight
ještě
the team that
můžeme
they know is a
získat
duo,
toho
or
Jar Jara
rotate to
zadarmo.
zone because they know it's
Když,
now moving
nebo
further and further
jakože,
away?
když
Yeah, but
nahrajeme.
here's the thing. Kanata's team has done well with these storm fights, and they
Xpa.
beat these teams over and over again when the fights have kind of gone down in these early situations. That didn't happen so much last game, but this is looking like kind of like the game one storm fights that set them up for success early on.
Já to video
So I
ještě
think they're feeling
neshledla.
really confident about these battles here.
Já už
Jargu, all that's left on the
už
trio,
to
Sphinx is gonna end up
sleduju.
finding him, boxes him up, and puts him
Ne,
down.
tak dáme i info
Nice little
nějaký.
med kit.
To ale vypadá
Fished
dobře
up
ten
right
tým.
there. Actually, 3 med kits for the trio. Oh yeah, they're gonna be
Takže a
super
bude to
excited
na
about that.
mapách. Takže.
Just the material count
Party
that I'm
up.
really gonna have questions over. Did the team they fight drop enough materials to kind of replenish what they had lost up to that point? Because I saw
Jo, on už
Kanata
to
was
má.
rather low in his situation as we jump on board Shogun's Arena, the
Kdyby on to
island,
přidal
cold
před
ritual,
dvouma
Peter
dňami a já
Bach
jsem
returning
trošku tam
to their
neviděl.
clouds, and now they already got the boss taken down. They have
Yeah,
the medallion, the
Blessing.
extra chug jug, and the height advantage. Blessings for the lobby that it is going to pull a little bit more north, so they're going to have to leave that island eventually. But until then,
Takže je
they
to
have
v
the
buildech.
luxury to be able to look back in zone just like this and try to spot out any players,
Jo.
whether they're a full team or not, rotating in.
I was saying, let's not forget they just get to glide too, right? So like
Ooh.
they're not gonna have a problem right now so long as they condition a lobby and or move sooner rather than later. We'll
Party
see what the
up.
decision ends up being here in just a moment. For the team that's trying to maintain the pace right now, Braid Diminish and Visuals starting to get just past the mid game right now here. No surge
Start
warning,
destroy
so the
Bombardér.
activity in the
Ale
lobby keeping relatively at pace here for a
29.
pretty fast game for game 4. But let's see how long that's gonna last.
Co?
Jak je tam,
Wow.
co to je,
Just
jo, on
raise
dává
advantage
i
of each
více
spent.
roky.
Less
No,
than 2
on tady
minutes
dával,
in
že
the storm,
29.
the
to je konec
lowest
té
of any
sezóny
of the
Star
top
Wars,
20
tak
teams, and
bude nějaký
when you
asi
land at
event
Foxy Floodgates, middle of the
destrukce
map,
toho
and it is
bombardéru na
continuing to
obloze
pull north,
obřího.
it just goes to show that they're very, very proactive in terms of where they position themselves. They don't wait for Storm Surge to come to them. They go and look for it in
Jo,
terms
a
of
i
where
do
they
Rocket
kind of set up
League.
shop. And
No.
game after game, it's been working out. So jump back on board Reek, Coop, and Curly. Finally rotating west of
Ano, a
Flooded
teď-
Frogs. Not too
teď
far
tady
away
vidím ten-
from where they actually landed. So
Jo.
we look about distance travel. How
Takže
many we looking
ten
at a team like them to
portál,
see
co
how much
jsme
distance
sledovali, že
they
byl
didn't have to
rozpadlej na
travel
té
compared to other teams
skále
in this lobby.
od Levise, tak
Acorn Agers, though, losing
ho má
the
aktivovaný.
trail end of the kind of exchanges here.
Takže by měl být aktivovaný, takže by se měl by tam být nějaký event. Protože se nedá tím kruhem ani už projít.
Think differently. Agers and Pollo, some of the better
Jasný.
fighters on the region, but
To je spojený s tím eventem, kdy byl ten Shogun.
I think Higgs and Clicks both getting some eliminations. I do believe that might have been Okus that got taken down as well.
in the storm too.
Yeah, that's just one of those tough situations. They weren't even the original ones fighting both Clicks and Cold. They were already in zone, looking back at this fight,
Do Rocket
seeing
League.
a team end up in a scuffle and just
Ferrari.
immediately focus in that direction. Luckily for Evan, Zanda, and Sandman right now, they're able to get the revive back up. They have the chug jugs, bandages if needed, and then the splashes on top of that with not too much distance to cover before they're safely inside of the zone.
Take a look how it went down. Evan here, pushing in from the side, gets right on in. It was a full-on surge fight. That's gonna put them 400 above. How long will it last, though, is the real question. Heard about Cold and Ritual.
Brzy Ferrari a ještě něco.
Already set up 1,000 above themselves here. Full HP, fully loaded material count. This is probably the strongest position we've seen them in so far here for an end game setup right now. I mean, it just makes you wonder, right? How many North zones you got to pull before they just continue to fine-tune the game plan, right? And they are just looking better and better as the games have gone on.
Man, how they're rotating right now, I see it in the mini-map too. They just got it down, rotated, gliding in as Ager slides in, gets that one onto Sandman. Saw it in the feed. Glad we're able to see how he's actually able to pick that one up. Proven, hey, the Mythic Drum Gun, even though they might not necessarily get it every game, it really could change the course of how you're getting your Storm Surge and how easily you're able to break some of those bullets through to get just 1 or 2 shots to connect.
They're at the safe zone right now.
Uh-oh.
Below the surge here. Zan and Evan coming late off the storm. Talk about a gift being handed to them, but still below. They gotta get that damage. There it is. okay, gives them a little bit of time. The question is, do you go for that loot, play for the heals, and kind of wait this one out? Try to force another battle is going to be the real question.
What's unfortunate about that whole situation, as they do run over, pick up the loot, is those players were weak. It was active Surge, so they didn't get a ton of damage to accumulate in terms of that Storm Surge leaderboard, but they're making their way back on over. They were able to kind of see the ground before. Not too many teams were rotating through the south side of this pool. Most of them through the middle. The rest is going to be towards the north, so it's going to be a rather easy rotation for them, especially since they can go underneath the bridge. But a farther pool for Bugha, Rapid, and Threats. And if you look at their material count, if you look at the empty weapon item slots, Monster, this game has not been too good for them.
Yeah, I was just going to say, all the teams kind of taking note of Clix's rotate down that river bend is just such a beautiful rotate. A couple of teams are trailing down there. Bugha, Rapid, and Threats taking the high road, and you can see the difference here. They're met with the resistance all the way through. It really just shows you the little differences in how you approach your endgame strategy and how things are going to set up. Yamzo, Higgs, and Clix. It's no surprise that one player's down here because they had to force the engagements here, but unfortunately, Clix is going to be caught from behind. Higgs now down to put up the fight here. Great tag here onto Bugha's trio. Still looking for a little bit more. 74 ball. This is not a safe position to be in by any means right now. Yamzo on the hunt here. They're playing two different angles. Bugha under pressure from the lobby. Rapid falls probably to the storm there, so Higgs is going to be excited about that. They're going to know, hey, the team to our right could be a potential pickup, but first, got to get to the new zone here.
Oh, and it does cut back on over towards the north. You see the whole edge of that zone right now overcrowded. Bugha's feeling the pressure up. It runs out of builds, tries to go right back on over towards Threats. Creon gets cleaned up. You see the very little bit of maps being spread out between Threats and Bugha. And now they don't really have the luxury to be one of the first teams to rotate. They have to let all these teams rotate out first before they can even move a step. But over on that left side, Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they already made their way on over. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, a lot of our top teams on that leaderboard being very, very proactive for these next couple of zones.
Yeah, Agers, Pollo, and Acorn continue to do these late rotates. This is like an after game one adjustment to their strategy. Peterbot somehow a little lagging behind as well here on the move, but I'm most interested in the high ground. Reed is on high. Let's not forget, Reed came into this game in second place, so if Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual can't find themselves some prime position to make this end game go all the way through to the end, it's going to be all but over for that lead they've managed to build themselves. Look at this setup right here. They have fully connected this base now. They are matted up to the gills here, and it is looking like a coup win here potentially.
Yeah, what a transformation of this trio. Reed starting off as the IGL, then the global champion, takes the driver's seat a little bit. Dual forces here is underneath. Pollo, Acorn, Agers, just trying to make sure everybody stays off of their low ground. If they cross their path, it is going to come at a risk, but now moving up over the mountain, they find an opportunity. Bugha goes down. That was what they were looking at. Since they no longer could solidify it, they see Threats as well. They're assessing the situation right now, seeing if any of that loot can be theirs to grab, but the zone is going to pull back to over towards the south, so no max pulls for anybody in this lobby.
And this is kind of interesting because Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual have all this old material they can recycle essentially for this rotate. However, we know they're not expect them to make a big move, and no one has looked up for high ground just yet. So what you have right now is Coop, Curly, and Reed with this monstrous, fully developed fortress taking place right now. And it's only going to become more and more difficult to overtake them. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, like I said, we're going to be looking for them to get active right here.
Now already you're seeing a team below, a team above, not letting them have that easy rotation over, but on the other side, it actually
Zavináč Čavo 1 you have just reached level 7.
Peterbot goes down as well. Everybody right now is just running off script, trying to make something happen with the blunders that are right in front of them.
Michale mě už bolí prsty.
Again, down as a duo.
How did all of these plans just get spoiled? Everything went south broadcast. That is just crazy. I'm wondering what's going through the minds of these
máme 10k, to stačí, děkuji moc, děkuji.
Kind of as they control this second height layer. They're looking up, they're looking down, still not content with exactly what they're going to do just yet. They're going to play for the front side of zone. Meanwhile,
Všetci si
Yamso
prstíky
and
na
Higgs
večer
are still
na hraní na
alive. Now
klávesnici.
officially inside the top 10, Acorn, Aegis, and Boyo had been taken out to the hands of Taki's trio there.
Emzo.
And
Jo,
this
jsou
is
furt na
just
vrchu.
really starting to go downhill for everyone else in the lobby. But if you're Recoup and Curly, you are absolutely
To nevím,
thrilled at
jestli
the
ještě
opportunity
dám.
here to start jumping your way up to the top of the standings.
And this is the very first time throughout these past couple of zones the team has even had a chance to try to look up, and they're being persistent on
Panenka
top of
Chucky.
that. So they're going to have to really start thinking of a plan B if things do go sideways.
A
And
co ty
Reed's
máš,
already
Kolu?
being the
Nebo
lead
se
charge.
plakáš
He's
doma?
going to try to reconnect, but down below, it's Cold and Ritual running wild yet again. Even with Peterbot going down, they deserve all the credit in the world for
Nekecam,
making
dám to.
something of these games, particularly Ritual, because once again, in another game, he's a solo.
And Muzz and Japco still up too. This is insane. All the teams that have continued to make these endgame placement points are still in the running. Muzz, Rise, and Japco, arguably the only healthy trio that can actually challenge for height. Did Reed's team expend too much material? We're gonna find out here and now as the pressure finally starts to come up, but he breaks the build there. Can he get some damage? No. They end up using the kneecappers to get off here, but look at how they've already started preemptively editing these floors now. They're thinking about making the break here. Players are starting to come down, though. You get to see it from Reed's perspective. 28 builds still, plenty to work with. Kneecapper in hand as he jumps up, just really taking advantage of the high ground hold here.
Near miss, no, even takes a little bit of fall damage. Curly goes down to Muzz. That's a big blunder, but Reed's still battling for it. Muzz, Rise, they're trying to make their way up. Yapko's still alive. The trio's taking everything they got and putting it to the test as Cooper goes down as well. And now we have another team on the high ground. And Monster, this is redemption. Remember last game, they lost a crucial 1v1 to Clicks to lose the game overall, and now it's their time to shine.
How's the Yamso still standing, by the way, inside the top 5, clutching up points right now. Aviv, Chip, and Skittles, though. Pressure's on them. Conversations on them right now. What can they do? But hold up. Don't count out Higgs. He's still going. 6 eliminations now. Trying to find another. Reed jumps down to low ground. Desperate, and he gets swallowed up by Yamso, too. And a complete finish. Yamso, though, goes for the sacrifice plays. Higgs playing the outside of zone. Finds a shot at the Muzz. He could be the disruptor. Everything's starting to fall now, and the story is unfolding as Higgs is the last man standing there behind the wall.
Jak se to úplně otočilo, ale všechno. Tady je vidět, že fakt jak každá hra je úplně jiná.
And they got it on the team that took them down in that last game. Muzz, Rise, and Yapko are finally catching that form. They land at Shining Shafts. They zone moved in their favor, and they played that one to perfection. All the way down, Monster, to picking up that high ground play at the perfect moment to take down Curly, Rise, and Cooper.
I'd love to see the story kind of go back and forth right now, but it's all eyes on Muzz, Rise, and Japco here.
Zavináč Čavo 1 you have just reached level 12.
Blázen, kámo!
At Amazing Dealer you have just reached level 5.
růží, ty vole, díky. Dealer, díky za herní ovladač, wow. Vy jste blázni, ty vole.
That was for us there, Zeke.
Ty kráso, nice, díky moc,
We
kluci.
now have had 2 games back-to-back super solid from the duo. We don't talk about those first 2 games, Vivid. Don't worry about those games, they don't exist. But to see this trio come out strong, we're starting to hit the ground running, we're starting to build that momentum.
Zavináč
It's
Čavo
gotta feel
1 you
so
have just reached
good
level
for the trio.
13.
That was a crazy game.
Osrdíčkování,
Hands,
díky
trios
moc,
looking
bro.
to fight other trios in different situations,
Díky,
saying like,
díky
hey,
za
I ain't got
osrdíčkování
nothing,
do
you ain't got
týmu.
nothing. Let's just fight. Let's see how it goes.
You know, I feel like not looking at their first 2 games is almost is a disservice to them. I think by showing that the first 2 games were really rough for them, and then they in game 3 we saw this just tiny little adjustments being made, and then we see what can happen when you're able to kind of self-reflect and look at what changes you need. And this is what happened. Muzz, Yapko, and Rise now able to get the first victory royale
Amazing
of the
Dealer
day
you
for
have
them,
just
and
reached
they did
level
it in a
6.
fashion that we hadn't really seen yet for North America, which is taking high ground around zone 11. So many times, Vivid, we've seen these teams just kind of let
Kavo mě
whoever
chce
has high ground
předehnat.
control high ground. And Muzz said, we saw what happened to us
Se mu
last game,
nepodaří.
we're now going to take it.
I gotta say,
Oh,
zone
English.
11, even into zone 12,
Gosh.
here, one of the hardest moments to actually take high ground. I feel like in Fortnite competitive, I mean, super impressive for them to kind of pull it off. But I mean, there was just
Zavináč Čavo 1
no,
you
like,
have just
pressure
reached
kind of
level
being returned from the
27.
higher ground team from
Ty
really
krávo,
early, right?
pistole
They
na
just
peníze,
kind of
ty
shooting
jsi
for free,
blázen.
no pressure being returned.
Wow,
They finally
dík
get the
moc,
dogs
kámo.
knocked down. One of the trios, or one of the members of the
kráso.
trio on height goes down.
To
for fall
nemyslíš
damage. Is
vážně.
super well played. They kind of applied that pressure throughout the entirety of the end game, and finally, when that pressure ended up paying off, they of
Ty
course went for
jsi
the take,
blázen, dík
and
moc.
cleaning it up again. We have like the head-to-head trio, Clix's trio versus Muzz's trio at the end. Of course, this time flip-flopping around, Muzz's trio comes out on top, gets that win, but super great Fortnite from this trio for the past 2 games.
Tak se mu to
Absolutely, bro. We are
podařilo.
again trying to play for consistency. We've got 3 spots on the line. Going to globals. Pressure is on. With 2 games left to go, we can't wait to show you guys the standings. But first, a quick break. When we return, about to blow your mind. See you in a little bit.
Kolik máme? 3 minutky. Já jdu lidičky na cigárko rychlý. Hned jsem tady za váma.
At Mickey you have just reached level 63.
Cože? Ty brďo, pane bože. Vy tady snad soutěžíte, ježišmarja, děkuju moc, neblázněte, wow. A budoucí setkání, tak to musíme uskutečnit. Ježišmarja, děkuji moc, pane bože, děkuji.
Dneska ti dám 2000 na ten počítač.
Nice, bro. Takže, hele, já mám tady vedle sebe rozestavěný 2. Jeden budu dokončovat dneska, druhý taky, tak není problém. Ty brďo, dárečky, hej, ta pistole, budoucí setkání, wow. Ježiš, ani nevíte, co to pro mě znamená, doma z toho mám husinu, díky moc. Jdu si zapálit, hned jsem tady lidičky.
Hej, já se stavím. Zavináč Čavo 1 oky. 13:45. At Mickey you have just reached level 64.
Naskočilo, ježišmarja, děkuji moc. Já ani nebudu si zapálit, abych nemohl poděkovat. díky, 110 růží, wow.
A dnes už fakt neposílám.
All right, welcome back to the FNCS. Time
Zavináč
to
Čavo
blow
1 you
your
have just
mind.
reached level
Okay.
28.
Are you ready for this? Because we're gonna look at these standings, and when you see who's at the top of these standings,
Zavináč Čavo
prepare to have
1
your
you
mind
have
blown.
just
It's a
reached
tie,
level
310
29.
to 310
Ty
right
blázně
now.
Dicky.
Clix is going head to head with Peterbot, Higgs, Iamzo, Ritual, Cold. It's a battle. I mean, David, quick math. The points hit me.
What points? 310 minus 310 is 0. Zeke, they're tied,
No,
man.
third
Got
place, Vivid. Read my
Oh,
mind.
the 3rd place. 57. Boom.
Oh,
job.
good. That was fast math.
That's great.
My
Dude, he's
goodness.
so good at math. I cannot believe after just 4 games here in Major number 2 finals, we are already seeing 2 trios stand above the rest, and they're tied. And again, Kelly, when trios like this start to pull away from everybody else, it gets that much more difficult to try and rein them in. I mean, I want to see this because I want to see clicks at globals, but someone stop Peterbot, please.
It's so hard to stop Peterbot. Actually, I should change that. It's so hard to stop Cold and Ritual right now because they have just been doing such a good job when they go down into a duo. And obviously, Peterbot is grabbing a ton of eliminations in the early and mid game, so that when he does go down, he's still bringing value to his trio here. But truly, it is definitely Cold and Ritual that have been carrying these end games, Vivid.
Yeah, I can't believe we're in like game 4 and we haven't had Peterbot kind of alive in the final moment.
Ježišmarja, moc krát vám všem děkuji.
A Peterbot as game, I was for sure thinking, you know, first 3 games, you know, whatever. We'll start the same in game 4, game 5. Nah, has not shown up yet, but that just means that Ritual and Cold, they're showing up for sure. And another trio that, of course, is showing up. Heck, I say trio. Why don't we go ahead and keep talking on duos right now? Higgs and Yamzo being the duo, kind of the pop off this game, clutching up from 19th, 18th place when Clix went down all the way to 2nd place as a duo. Eventually Higgs being the solo. That's crazy.
He literally, every time we would turn back to Higgs, he would now have 2 more eliminations. Just every time we went to look at him, he's just going back, and he's doing such a good job right now, especially when we saw Clix have such an incredible end to game number 3 there. To carry that momentum on after Clix goes down just a little bit early is exactly what they need right now. They're an emotional team. They definitely like fly off of those vibes, and so I think Higgs being able to make it into the final 2 teams is definitely keeping those vibes up right now.
At amazing dealer, you have just reached level 7.
Is going to be able to rival Ritual.
Dealer, blázen, hej lidičky, vy jste se fakt zbláznili, děkuji moc. To ani nevíte, jak, nevím, jak vám moc poděkovat. Jste úžasný, díky. Já pak budu muset normálně na streamu udělat něco pro vás, přímo pro vás, pro tu největší podporu toho mýho streamu.
Bracho, poděkuješ mi tak, že dáme hašiš.
Hej, kámo, cokoliv s tebou.
Spolem X.
Kámo, my to vyhrotíme, jak dojedeš.
Going to globals, right? Like, obviously we still have more games to play, but man, these trios are showing up and just putting on some fantastic Fortnite. With 2 games left to go, what are we hoping to see out of this game? Like, I would love to see more Reet, of course, but like, is there things you guys are hoping to see with 2 games left to go?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I want to see a Reet victory royale. When you look at the leaderboard right now, it is all of the big names with a single VR, except for Reach Trio.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what everybody's kind of asking for right now, and I know one in particular person who's probably about to crash out and is definitely asking for it. A South Zone, right? I mean, Kanada's trio, Jacob kind of called it out that game. They're the trio right now with the most distance traveled, so they're really putting on an effort to kind of make it into the end games. But like I mentioned, right, playing at the southeast side, all the way in that corner, I mean, most of the zones they're going to have to run, but holy cow, some of these zones, they've really got to run.
Okay, everyone, just manifest South Zone. Okay, here we go. Together now. Manifest South Zone. Okay, Jacob PR, MDF, manifest South Zone. Keep manifesting it.
Come on, Zeke. We know you are not changing the script. We know what's going on over there. This has been some incredible stuff. I mean, if you get these zones like this, you need to be up at the top of the standings. And you know what? For Clix's trio, they're doing just that.
Yeah, and it's coming out for the back of changing their entire strategy in the last Division Cup finals, because more times than not, they loot their POI, they go to the black market, and they find their surge there. So a huge switch up, and it's actually working out for them. With game number 5 ready, let's get into it. This is it right now, Monster. A first place tie at 310 points. 2 games left to close out our day. Then everybody gets a little bit of a break. A little bit of break to hit the VOD reviews, make what little adjustments you can, because then tomorrow we crown a new FNCS champion for Major 2.
Yeah, and the truth is, I mean, how do you adjust after the first 4 games play out almost identically back to back to back? Like I said, the teams that started performing well just look to be refining their strategy ever so slightly game after game, and this is exactly why the leaderboard looks the way it does right now. And Zeke called it best. If you just ended the tournament right now, I mean, it is going to come down to the teams that, of course, are well within that top 5 right now, and they're starting to break away with a monstrous lead. In Jacob, what I'm thinking about, what does that do to the mental, you know, fatigue, right? Game after game, getting eliminated maybe short of where you want to be. Like, a lot of this does come down to mentality.
Yeah, and I do think tomorrow, you know, some of those teams, we might see a switch get flipped, a little bit more aggression, especially in some of these contested fights where you want to try to get, you know, a victory or a disengage. Obviously, you want to win as fast as possible, and already
Zavináč Čavo
double
1,
knocks
jak
going
ti to
down for both of
vyhovuje.
these teams, but only one of them is instantly going to be revived, and it's actually 3 teams overall at Brutal Boxcars, and these are the type of things I expect to continue on for day 2, depending on where you're at on the leaderboard. If you want to make some money, if you want to go to the Global Championship, or you want to win the FNCS, you're going to have to make up the pace with eliminations.
Oh, yes. I mean, and you know what? Some teams do well on day 2. Let's go back to history, right? With Acorn and what he's been able to kind of restructure and bounce back, but there's other trios that have never done that, right? They just don't have it in them, and or it's even harder to go ahead and kind of dig deep and find that moment for yourself. But again, so many new trios are here, a lot of new opportunity. Let's just go ahead and lock in for this little battle right now. Polish Jackson, Zach, kind of looking to initiate here onto Cyrus, Zyre, and Naps. Okay, so Cyrus's team here putting some points on the board now, finally catching their momentum, right? Catching a little streak for themselves here coming into game number 5, and for once they have to drop to themselves, but it's gonna be short-lived as Noah W plays his team, starts to rotate in. They find Polis disengaging on the outskirts here. I expect a full collapse here shortly,
Especially since he is going to be a solo. I for a second thought his teammates were on top of the Brutal Boxcars mountain, but nope, he's just by himself. And there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to at least give his team a chance to reboot something in this game. As you jump on board, Noah, Chaos, Kaz is not staying as long as they would over towards the black market. This time around, they're just going to get their loot and get on out. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, quick to get their early elimination onto 1 and push the team out. And this is where I'm saying everything kind of speed up here in the 5th game of the day.
time is flying by as well, as these rounds are already starting to come to a close. Muzz, Japco, and Rise, though, look at their points right now. Just jumping back up into the conversation after somehow finding themselves trailing out 2 games. Basically, the first and second not going in their favor, falling somewhat in the middle of the pack, and then a second and first place back-to-back against the likes of Clixus Trio. So love to see these stories just start to come full circle, but it also shows you that you can come back from a bad position on the standings with 2 big games. So do not count these trios out for games 5 and 6. Anything can still occur here.
I think there's still the chance up for when you get into day 2, how many drop spots will change up overall. I've already seen some throughout the day on NA, as it does look like Boltz, Kanata, and Sphinx did get that armored vehicle, extra heals, and just rotating right towards the Kappa Cap factory. Very, very similar strategy they did in that last game to get some early surge.
Gotta appreciate these early surge strategies. However, this one right here, ooh. I was gonna say it's like playing chicken. Like, who's gonna jump first? King jumps first there. I'm not even sure Kanata saw him, but after the rock broke, clearly Kanata's looking to dive in now. It's just straight jokes when you really think about it.
Feel sorry for him, but it's only gonna be a knock. His teammate, solo player, still down low at the POI. They dropped at. He's trying to pickaxe. Doesn't necessarily, I don't think it works the same with the
Kolik tam
Mendus. I
mám
think it's
těch
just the
lajků?
water sprites for the most part. But you're seeing everybody just trying to get as many tricks underneath their sleeve. Storm Surge, it kind of frees up your game plan. You can continue to stay in your Surge Tower. You can rotate early while every other team has to stagger themselves back. It gives you a lot of options as they look across Phenom, trying to
Ty máš
dodge the initial
10
fight at the
094
bridge, but the
lajků.
fight comes to him. He goes down regardless.
Yeah, unfortunately taken out right there, and Eulogy, Yusuf left to contemplate their decisions, and no, Yusuf taken out as well. So Eulogy just completely doubling back now here, kind of giving up the positioning. Player along the outskirts. Probably not even going to have an opportunity to play for those cards either. It's given the way the zone's going to be, but it seems like he's just going to go ahead and chance
Okay.
it here. Jacob is just going to hang out, see if he can pick up those cards in a couple minutes.
Yeah. Luckily for
Ty
him,
budeš mít normálně
we might have another
nejsvalnatější
north zone. You already see it on the
Budeš mít
edge,
takový
pulling up
bicáky normálně
towards
na
the
těch
north,
prstech.
pulling towards the west just a little bit. And so for him, he's just hoping a lot of those teams that, particularly the one that got the eliminations, can use to rotate towards the north along with the zone. That'll allow him to go
10
back into the zone,
276.
get the reboot back up, and depending on how far it pulls, his teammate will be able to get a little bit of a chance.
Kdyby to na to mělo aspoň
Cyrus
vliv.
taking down Polis. We saw Polis was a solo, so that team is out of the game here in game number 5. They
Ono
got
to
one
má
more
vliv.
last chance on the day.
Čím víc lajků, tím je to
Hopefully they can make
viditelnější.
some minor adjustments with the time that they have at their hands.
You can see while we're chilling in the
Tak
early
bych
game,
klikala
go
radši
check out
břichem.
that shop. Pretty sick merch. They're starting to approach the FNCS Pro Am
Jo,
coming
tak
up.
to bys byla
There's so much
normální
exciting
kulturistka,
stuff
Maga,
happening
bum, bum.
here. It's definitely feeling like such a finals weekend so far. Got to respect the competitors, giving us an amazing set of first 4 games. And things are
Who do you
just
got?
heating up. Things are just getting interesting now, Jacob, because we have a tie, right? 3-10 between Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, Clixion, Zone Higgs.
See, they've averaged
Ty brďo, míříš na
11.7
10,5,
eliminations
10,411.
per finals this season. And you can see that's on a kind of a downward trend because game 1 they have 6, game 3 they have 7, last game they have 7. The only game they have at that average or more is game 2 where they actually were able to pull off that victory royale, and you're seeing how the change of pace is really affecting a team like this, rightfully so. The most aggressive team, I feel like, in the history of the game, particularly the FNCS, and when you kind of force them to slow things down, really think about their moves, sometimes it just gives your opponents a little bit more time to work with and kind of formulate a strategy to fight back.
Just to go down history lane, I think the most aggressive team in all history, MMB.
Ah, you got me.
You know. All right, I'm just gonna put it out there. Peterbot is the GOAT, but the trio GOATs, MMB all day. But Tony, Noisy, Creon right here, getting active right now. A little bit of a kind of messy fight here for the teams here, but Brutal Boxcars has just been this all day long. You know, starting off, Tony's team was doing so well, maintaining kind of their top 5 position, and it just seems like that strategy not sustainable for them, as it's kind of like digested its way down into just, again, messy fight here at the Brutal Boxcar.
And it almost surprises me because of the buff, so to say, to pump power, where they're landing at, the extra gold, the dill bits, you can see the extra splashes, and the mythic AR that they no longer have because they just lost it in Creon. I would expect them to kind of be following suit to the meta, you know, using the extra heals that they know they can get from the black market to try to get surge, but they're staying true to what they know, playing aggressive. Unfortunately enough, though, it did cost them in this game, giving up not only that mythic collateral AR, they gave up some splashes, they gave up hope to Josh, Causers, and Magma.
Yeah, definitely, and they're just going to move on out, so everyone here just somewhat disengaging, but another team rotating in, so...
10,990. 11
For now, though, we just catch up. Let's catch up with
Děkuji
Curly,
moc.
Rhea, and Coop here.
To máš
They've just
místo
found
posilovny
themselves in
normálně
high ground.
okolo,
They found themselves in multiple end games, and time again, they've played this so well. Last game, though,
Ty budeš mít to
just
rozcvičený
couldn't
normálně ty
expect
prsty na ten
Muzz's trio. Kelly
večerní, na to večerní
had a
hraní.
feeling that Muzz's trio
Dáš
was going to end up
potaháš
taking a
úplně
stab
všechny.
at it, but for so long, no one looked up. No one even tried to contest them, right?
Karli.
It makes you wonder, why is it that they had so much time up there
Říkám,
by
tu ale
themselves?
potřebuji jinde tu
Yeah,
posilovnu.
it's just... I think the chaos of the zone pulling towards the north, a lot of teams expending their materials, and then Storm Surge on top of that, kind of forcing everybody to go box to box, toe to toe. Bryce just
Ne
peeking
na
out,
prsty.
trying to land some shots on Evan and
Ale
Sandman. And
nepotřebuješ.
Peterbot over towards
Určitě
Farm
ne,
City.
ale
Finally a fight where they can start to
zase
feel a
to
little
tak
more
nehraj,
confident,
jo?
and that's going to show as Peterbot
Krása
gets
se
the first
skrývá
drop
úplně v
onto
něčem jiným.
Jojo Fishy. Pike's trying to disengage, but Cold hot on his tail. And immediately as he runs away, they backtrack to try to 3v1 the last solo that's here, which is a Yoxi. Luckily for him, his teammate's going to get a chance regardless of what happens to get the reboot cards.
I like this push right here from Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. This is looking very reminiscent of Major 1 type aggression right now, taking these fights,
To je sice fakt,
wrapping them
ale
up,
cítit se líp by
getting the
bylo
damage
fajn.
this way.
To ano, to neříkám, to je
See, I
pravda.
thought-
Každý to má jinak nastavený, ale...
he was going to be able to get out. It was just a wild thought in my imagination. But Peterbot, he's getting back to his old form monster. He went and pushed him as a solo. He said, you two handle this. I'll take charge on the other side. And this is after already
Jenže
getting
už
this
to není
elimination
jako
on the
Drake.
JoJo Fishy to open up the fight.
You see JoJo, like, he was just so many
Není,
steps
no.
behind.
Abu
Peterbot
je
already
schovaný
had
pod
the
stromem
cone in
vždycky.
Teď jsem
there. It
líná
was
jak
already,
prase.
you know, kind of
To vítej v
building.
klubu.
My gosh.
Já už mám rok volno.
Shows you how sharp he is. Updating the look on the standings here in real time. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot set of eliminations thrust them way up. 4 points per Elim really does start to come into effect,
Kolikrát jí to
especially later
stávání,
into
ty
the
brďo.
tournament when teams start to
A
slow
nemít
down,
děti a
really think about their
nemuset s nima
positioning, and
do školky,
almost, you
tak
know, harbor the fact that they are
kolikrát
in the
ležím a
standings,
spím
in
aj
the
do 1
race for
hodiny
a win.
dopoledne.
It's always those adjustments in the strategy that can end up backfiring. But a team like Ritual, Cold, and
A
Peterbot, they've
proto
already
vznikne
qualified
ten
for
nový
globals.
content
They are just
chování s
playing
hrami.
differently, and they're going to
Tak je
continue to
nějaký
play
content.
better
Hele, já
because
už
they
i
don't have
zaspávám
those pressures,
neúmyslně.
right? That's my one concern about Clixy Amzo and Higgs.
Yeah, and I know I said it last game about Kanada's team. Well, after game number 4, there's a new team in first in terms of distance traveled on the map, and that's Cold, Peterbot, and
podařilo
Ritual. It's
zaspat,
not a
já
large
nevím.
number distance, maybe like 6 meters between them and Kanada's team, but it just goes to show, even though they do land closely towards the north side of the zone, they're still constantly rotating around, trying to find damage so that they don't end up having to think about it when they're already below the threshold and really out of options. See the Brutal Box cars just at the edge of the mountain. That's where Bucky, Cam, and
Yeah,
Oak
he
is going
says
to position
Brazil.
themselves at. It's kind of separated though. You see Okus on the side of the mountain with the drum gun. He's going to be the one kind of appointed the role of just spotting out a lot of these teams with that thermal scope.
I was going to say, I don't know why they're down here. We all know they need to start heading towards Magic Mosses. This mountain is only going to be briefly lived. Visual Braids and Diminish. A little bit of an exchange here at the Brutal.
Já
Seems
jsem
like
slyšel, tak Bugha
Muzz's
ještě
team
ani
has
neskóroval.
managed to rotate ahead. Already cutting off these late trios.
This is where really where I start to make you think, because there's that trio right in front of them, just outside of Brutal. Remember we saw Bucky, Okus, and Cam. Just south of Brutal, a team Visual Braids and Diminish could potentially run into. And so they got to start assessing the situation. They look at all these structures built from small boxes to surge bases, and they're just trying to formulate a strategy of how are we going to rotate into this mess. Going towards the mountain might not be our best play, so I can see a team like them rotating to the north and then going to the east to try to find their comfort.
2, 1.
Here's a team that hasn't moved from their drop. Still Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Oh, for a second, I thought we jumped in with Clixus. I'm tripping. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold at the low of layer. I was like, hold up. Got a little too comfortable with the team that's normally here. Look at this ridiculous stat. Peterbot has had the most damage dealt in his last 4 FNCS finals across everyone, essentially on the region, really showing you just how much of a force, how much of a
No ještě
juggernaut
mám
he is.
19% baterie.
I would say though, this
Ježiš,
final
tak
so
si
far,
všetci, ať ti
right after
nezdechne
these first 4
telefón.
games, Ritual and Cold really have been the center force of this team's dynamic, of the team's success.
Já mám najednou 47, na druhém 80. Na tabletu
Did they
100.
get it? I thought it was just barely hanging on with the Medmis smoke. 20 is going to go down. Liam and Broken from one fight. They're already getting pursued by Visuals, Braids, and Diminish. Looking this as a chance of some easy surge, as Broken is going to be on the other side. Slow playing their role right here. They don't want to get too antsy, because remember, this is all enemy territory in terms of builds. They're really just trying to take their time. They have the gold splashes, extra pickaxe swing. They see Liam on the other side. Now it's a decision of how they're going to try to 3v1. They do have an opportunity here. Liam tries to break his way down, skirts his way through these boxes, just a little bit of safety.
You see Visuals losing track for a second, kind of getting frazzled in the mix there. And I gotta say, the pacing, this game has been honestly very much consistent. We haven't had a dull moment yet. So many teams looking to engage on one another. Peterbot mixing up the strategy here, really bringing us a whole new dynamic, right, to their play style right now. And this zone is still playing to the north. So very, very interesting to watch how, again, teams refining their plays round after round, especially when the zones have been very much similar every single game. But Liam re-engaging now onto the team, but visuals with the side jump here. Both sides still knowing that they punished each other, though. The confidence is there. It's going to come down to one huge shot. Braids, though,
Nice.
gets tagged in the exchange, and a beautiful piece right there onto Broken. Gonna put them in the lead now. 700 damage above from 200 to 7. They're very much comfortable now.
And they can focus primarily on those rotations. You saw the battle that they're going to have to go through as it literally goes over Magic Mosses again. No, this is not Deja Vu or a rerun. It's just where we like to see our competitors try to frantically find their way in. 681 for Reek, Cooper, and Curly. Not much distance for them to cover from Flooded Fogs to where they're at now, but instead of going deep into the zone, they're going to find themselves onto the edge and kind of box up and make space, seeing if they can spot out some other teams in the distance, but they get spotted out first by Taki, Ishao, and Vert. Just some cheeky shots being traded back and forth, nothing to connect and nothing to build the confidence to go in.
Fortnite servers could be working on its own personal record for the amount of Magic Mosses end games
ale
in
sleduju tu jejich
consecutive order
taktiku.
on a finals day. As we are
Kámo,
approaching
dobře,
zone
tak
6
si
now,
drží
and
dost
I'm just
v té
looking at
zóně.
the northwest lining here from Tyler Curve and Shadows. They're going to have to continue to
Kolika, po dvou už jim to
make
bere.
this trek across the field, past the pump power. Love the double splash here to make sure they're capped off, but someone's lurking behind and finds a couple cheeky tags there before they get on the move. Meanwhile, Phenom Osid, oh no, below the surge here. Price is barely handing on as well. G Monster falls there. They just get themselves above the threshold here. Talk about an unfortunate turn of events here just outside the pump power, and they're also left to play the storm, so they really don't have much to work with.
Nice.
Yeah, they're going to take a long rotation around, but since it is pulling, a lot of those teams will end up stacked on the south side, so they're kind of relying on the fact that they're hoping the north side, rather slow approach, is going to have
Falcon Peter
less
Ball.
congestion and an
Tak,
easier
jak
spot for
dopadne?
them to position
Máš
themselves
dva
in.
chvíli, ano.
Speedbot Ritual Cold. I wouldn't say they're the highest team up, because you look across, you see the only other team threatening that position, but they have their eyes on them. That's a team they're going to be looking at from zone to zone, depending on where it pulls, to make sure that they're the ones that have the best chance to solidify high ground.
Yeah, the team I would be most concerned with is definitely that Muzz, Japco, and Rise trio right there. We've already saw that they have the ability to retake high ground even from some of the best on the region. Meanwhile, look at this high ground hold right here. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo. No surprise to see them once again positioned very, very well here. And not only that, they're kind of away from the congested southern area, right? They've already read this playbook here, and they're doing it very, very perfectly as far as their position is concerned. Conjur's kicking things off with the kneecapper, opening up a nice little elimination for himself there.
Beautiful shots by Causers. Remember, he was the one early on that took down
Ty
Creon.
Auzi zase
That's how he was able to
viditelné.
get these extra splashes. That's how he was able to
Masakr
get
v
the
té malé
mid
zóně.
collateral AR. But since they were so congested over at Brutal Boxcars, you see they weren't really allowed a lot of opportunities to get surged, and so they're barely 34
Chvíľa
above. And with
krají.
his teammate getting knocked, it's a lot of pressure on him as a solo. As you see where it's going to pull all the way on over towards the east. So a good portion of the lobby get a medium-sized pull, but there are some players that did get that max.
Yeah, definitely. Clixistrio was one of the few teams on that max pull here. Boyo Aegis and Acorn sizing up the high ground team. No surprise
Jaké
there. They notice another
podkopali,
trio goes for the
pěkně.
break. It's actually Acorn who sets up the break. So they had the information downloaded because Acorn was under the base. And now they're going to be looking to rotate across here.
Ale držej.
Splash comes out. Time to commit here now. And there they go. High ground is
High
there.
ground
Shout out to
útok,
Acorn
ano.
with the information play right there.
A pojď.
That was perfect for them, and now they're the team just at the edge of the zone on high ground, but they look across, immediately set their eyes on Bolt Sphinx and Kanata and go to work yet again. Ager's precision is his specialty, and he took no damage
To
while at
je
it.
masakr.
And for a lot of these teams that are already positioned on the high ground, it's just a waiting game, see where the zone pulls. But for down below, you're seeing a lot of the chaos and rust. They become the focus. Shots breaking through, but they're able to get the double revive off. Quick med miss smoke going down. But eventually, they're going to have to turn this situation around because they're only 3 damage above the threshold. They have to figure out a way to work, and they have to figure it out now because they've just fallen below.
The metal being the big difference for them right there, keeping them in the game here. But 28 above, barely holding on here. A slither of hope in a dream right now. This is the worst we've seen Curly, Ree, and Coop right now as we're approaching into this final rotating zones here. And they're right amongst the congestion, trying to decide which way to go here and now. Where layers are available, barely any, but oh, nice little find for some loot there. And still though, greed starting to kick in here as they're trying to just kind of regather themselves. That little fight just cost them so much material usage there. Meanwhile, Acorn, Pollo have that high ground on lock right now. And take a look at what they're doing, just putting down so much pressure. You would have thought Kanata would have been happy, but a little bit of a zone pull there, but no, force to kind of rotate back across now. So you get one, and you get to get taken by another there.
Čekujte tu minimapu pak.
There's really nobody that's really positioned themselves on the front side of the zone. High ground just yet. Kanata, Bolt, Sphinx, they're on that side. Aviv, Skittles, Chimp, they're on that side as well, but they might not have the material to back it up.
15 týmu, 8.
But on the
zóna.
low ground, 300 plus damage
50
above.
to půjde.
You're seeing them find little opportunities like this. It's actually Cooper. Remember when they were getting focused? This is who was at the cause of it all. Cold, Peterbot, Ritual. They take down Cooper and leave them as a duo.
The big play right here. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold haven't looked any better than this. Cap material, final moving zone starting to play out
Jednou
here.
skoroval Klík.
And we might be witnessing this team really look to separate themselves in the pack, but not before we get an update with Clix History and see how they're doing. But first, Threats, Rapid, and Booga. A knock comes into Threats, but it's not over just yet. High ground still
Booga
being
ještě
beautifully
žije,
maintained by Pollo,
výborně,
Acorn, and
tak to
Agers.
bude to, až
A
by tak tahle
textbook
kolo bylo
strategy here now. Do keep in mind,
souboj
though, they
rivalů.
are so high up that they're not connected to any other builds, right? So this
Booga
structure is going to become
a
increasingly
Peterbot
vulnerable
Vente.
as the zone starts to pull across.
So we're gonna be looking at some teams, particularly this one, to maybe see if they like the odds of being able to look at high ground. Click Siamzo Higgs, they're getting pressure
Tak, ale
backside of the
jde do
zone. He
druhýho.
almost gets
Pojďme.
lost from the rest of his teammate, but he's still figuring out a way back.
Ty krávo.
Almost going through unscathed until that moment. 50 shields gone just like that, but the builds that he just had to expend in this situation, an immense amount, but he still figures out a way back to his
zase
teammate.
držej tyhle
Meanwhile,
high ground na
Peterbot
vrchu.
getting PC on the
Ten
other
samý
side. Doesn't
tým.
matter who crosses his path, he's ready to take him down.
Yeah, critical moment right now for all the teams on your screen here. Agers, Acorn, Pollo. It just looks like the recipe for success on NA is don't even look for height. Just take it and then play it out, ride it out, and make yourself an endgame. Meanwhile, everyone else is doing the dirty work for you. Clicks this
Tak,
team in a
kdo
box
komu?
right here down to the low ground.
Klík
They're in desperate
nebo
need of a
Peterbot?
refresher, but teams on both sides of the layers here. But Yato and Higgs are cooking up, and finally now they get that elimination that they were looking for down there. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold though cooking on the mid-ground layer, starting to work their way up towards height.
low guard.
They are looking to go ahead and do something big here.
Then a
Up
high
Peterbot
tunnel.
goes. He is inching his way up. He's got plenty of mats to play with. Looking to work.
Yep, he's already changed layers. They didn't go for the high ground just yet, but now he's reassessing the situation. But as soon as that happens, they put the pressure down, and the battle's gonna begin. Peterbot's going
Pěkně,
up. He's
ty
now
brďo,
warmed up
pěkně,
behind,
pěkně
ready
se
to go,
dostal
and
na
he's
high
instantly
ground,
on the high
přesně na
ground.
všechny.
Ritual, Cold on the other side. They're following suit. Does look like Acorn finally made the
Nice.
call to disengage. It's not worth it, especially with the materials they likely have already expended.
And look at that. He now starts to target them.
Tak
Gets
ten
to
je
the front
naložený v
side. He
tomhle
is
kole.
just
Peterbot,
outplaying
ten
them little
jede.
by little, but Acorn's team goes for the med miss. That's the perfect play to keep this team distracted, keep them on their toes. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold can't really get situated here, and they're starting to run out of
Pušné.
material. There goes the little mad split count.
Co myslíte? Já bych řekl, že je pušné.
Steps into the zone, but no! Ritual falls there from another team that seemed to have focused them.
Ty krávo,
And high ground,
ten
it
jede.
pushes back. They are ready
Tak ten
for it.
se
But
rozjel
Ritual
v
going
tomhle
down, that
kole.
leaves him in a 2v3 situation. Peterbot quickly running out of builds. 3 materials left, forced to drop down low. Cold is gonna follow, and they've retaken their glory in the clouds. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn have waited for this moment. They have 9 eliminations, and are looking for more.
if
Ty
Ritual
brďo,
didn't
Peter
fall there, that was a ridiculous play from Peterbot, but hold up. He's
Jede
still
po
going.
něm,
Don't
pojď,
count
to
out
dáš,
just
to dáš,
yet.
chlape.
This is what we've been waiting for. Now he's the last man standing here. Rapid barely swifts away, and he misses the chance, the opportunity for the Siphon. No max now, and it's all up to him.
We've seen him in these situations before. Starting the
Thank
game
you,
off
coach.
a little bit colder than we'd expect, but he's still hunting a predator in the jungle right now, trying to figure out where they're at. There goes
Nice.
almost a one pump. That's Kaz's who goes
Nice,
down,
good
and a
enough.
pick-me-up opportunity as he gets the Chug Jug and the Siphon mats.
Notice he looks back, tries to see what else is there for me to go ahead and absorb here, but there's nothing. Meanwhile, right below him, Clicks, Iamzo's trio just waiting there
Ty
for
vole,
him.
a jde po
Down
Clicksu- ne,
bodies everywhere. The
Clicksu,
time has got to be perfect, and then you attack. Peterbot's ready, but misses
No.
the first shot. Finds
Nice.
the one, finishes off. Clicks there.
On
Goes
su-
back to zone, finds
nice,
the
on
flopper.
su
This
dal
could buy him a
Clickse,
couple moments,
paráda.
but is it gonna be enough?
Nevadí
No,
teď, jo.
it is not. And now we're up
Ale
to the
pěkná
last few
práce,
players.
kámo.
Japko is up top though, trying to play for the back-to-back victory right now.
Tak seš
But
můj
Iamzo and
favorit.
Higgs are not going to let that happen.
Yep, we've seen them perform already on the day as a duo. They already got a victory royale under their belt, and both solos are just climbing higher and higher
Tak
up.
kdo.
A situation didn't really
Podkopuje.
expect, and now they're both into the zone. Poyo running around, trying to buy himself
týmy.
some extra time from second to third. Those
Oni
extra
to
points
elite.
could be the difference, but he goes down. Elimination being gathered up
mají
by
low ground.
Yamzo. The kneecappers are going off, but it's
Nice.
not
Tak to byla
enough. The
pěkná
first team
práce.
to win 2 games today goes to Yamzo, Higgs, and Clicks.
Velice pěkná
And it
práce.
is back and forth, a race for the victories
To bude
between
ještě
Muzzy's
zajímavý.
trio and Clicks is here all around though. A spectacular showing, and who would have
To
thought
bude hodně
they would have
zajímavý,
won
chlapci.
another game.
To, co tam teď vyvedli,
Jacob,
to,
these
co tam
North
předvedli
zones
teď a
have to be taken off the conversation
Bohatera ten
because
se moc
if
nějak
it keeps
nepředvede,
going this
ten
way,
vždycky.
it just makes sense that these teams are performing so well. But
Tak
that
tu
is a
sedmou-
part
osmou
of the
zónu,
formula
ale-
here. Let's just watch it back though one more time. Iamzo,
Tady je
Higgs, and
Clicks
Clicks
tam byl,
just
ano.
got so active at this mid game. We weren't even focused on them though, right? We were watching it from Peterbot's perspective.
Yeah,
Tady
you're
Oda.
seeing multiple
Nice.
eliminations.
Pěkně.
This is where Clicks eventually goes down to the Storm, but he was able to do enough damage, give his teammates enough resources to continue to hold the
Tohle bylo
entirety
velice
of
pěkný.
that low ground and everybody else behind them.
Eric
They were
Reese
all in shambles. Up until this point, they needed to go for a home run that did not land. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo. We now know they're in first. By how much, Zeke? Let us know.
Oh my god! Are you kidding me?
Přesně tak,
Are you
oh my
kidding
god.
me? This is the craziest FNCS we've ever seen. Okay, it's it's up
Naložený
there. It's
to
like
mají.
top 5. I cannot believe the quality of games we're getting today. Are you insane? Especially the fact that half of this is done by just duos, right? Oh my gosh, congratulations to Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs. You guys are putting on a crazy run. I just cannot believe how far ahead. 411 points. And to set that into perspective, Peterbot is at 374 right now. These guys are on a legendary run.
411 bodů,
is-
pěkně.
Insane. I mean, not just the fact that we have Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo currently in first place right now, almost at the end of day one, which I don't know if we have ever actually seen. But also, all of these end games, Vivid, are mind-blowing. I couldn't have tried to predict the end games being this way in a million years, where we have all the big teams grabbing victory royales and Clicks grabbing the second one finally, but all these different teams controlling high ground, and we have all of our big teams coming down to duos and solos. I don't know what is going on this end game, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's just insane to me that consistently the 2 teams that are getting top 2 over the past 3 games are the same ones. Clicks, Higgs, Yamzo, Muzzrise, and Yabko on the other side of it, right? They are just trading second place, first place, back and forth right now. Another incredibly well-played game from Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo, and they went into this endgame with 0 eliminations. They ended up finding 9 total. Incredible stuff, right? They're playing their end game so very, very well. And I'm not gonna lie, those first 2 games that kind of happened on the day, I was like, oh, yeah,
žádný
they kind of showed us what we
FNCS
could kind of expect. Maybe the group stage was kind of giving us a little bit of insight of how it's going to kind of go for them. We can go ahead and laugh at that group stage performance right now because they are absolutely playing so well right
Pro
now.
Am vyhrál
And I love the
Bíka.
little adjustments that we're seeing from this trio, a trio that stays to the front side of zone, but from this point on, we can see, or not this point on, it's zone 12, but earlier on in that game, they stay kind of in the middle of zone right there, and I really do appreciate that the elevation and the ground was kind of weird, and I think that they avoided the front side of low ground because of that, and that allowed them to kind of recuperate themselves when clicks did go down. So again, love just these micro adjustments that are coming from these trios.
7th, 8th, 1st, 2nd, 1st. My goodness. Clicks breaks the 4th place curse, and we get a day 1 performance like this. The day's not done. A single game left to go, and of course 6 games tomorrow. But if Clicks keeps this up, wow. With that being said, we have to prepare ourselves for that last game before we say goodbye. So for now, a break. When we return, we'll break down a few more things and set up for game number 6 from finals. So we'll see you real soon.
Bugha. Legenda, co kešla a vyhrála.
Etmiky, já to Kliksovi přeju, aby vyhrál.
Jo, já taky. On ještě vlastně nevyhrál žádný NFCS-ko. A on je fakt legenda v tom Fortnite.
Právě.
Jako, ano, je to nejlepší, za mě je to nejlepší hráč vůbec, co kdy byl ve Fortnite. Sice Bugha vyhrál ten první cup, úplně ten největší World Cup, ale Clix prostě to je frajer. Oni se, myslím, teď, nedávno jsem viděl i video na Clixe, oni se totiž tenkrát domluvili a všichni na něj padali. A to je jeden velký podvod. Jinak on by to už dávno vyhrál. On má i o tom video, že na něj všichni padali, že se domluvili to, a to je právě jakože na ban, to je na... to se nesmí. Minutka a půl. Jedeme dál. Tak a tady máme. Jo, já jsem chtěl, jak se to... Jo.
Už mám aspoň 15,5.
Já ti to klidně prozradím, ty brďo, blázníš, 15 621, 636. Ono to na tom mobilu asi není vidět, že počkej, ještě.
Občas tam něco zahlednu.
Zvětšil jsem to, mělo by to být ještě líp viditelný. Tak máte
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the
Welcome
FNCS.
back.
Day number 1 of finals is on its last game. Day 1 is about laying the foundation. So day number 2, we can come back stronger and look to claim one of 3 spots to win a globals later this year.
Tak u nich je jiný čas.
This last game, Clix Iamzo Higgs got themselves yet another victory royale. They are
Clix
almost
první.
100 points ahead of 3rd place. Now,
Peter
obviously, we
Boss
talked about Clix,
druhej.
Higgs, and Iamzo before we went to break, so we wanted to kind of
třetí,
go ahead and
paráda.
head down the standings, right? Let's go ahead and focus in on Peterbot, who is not letting go.
So,
Tak to
just
je
to remind
masakr.
everyone of Major 1, we actually saw at the end of day 1, Ritual Cold and Peterbot 90 points below first place, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. And so, mathematically speaking, if we see another similar game
Okay.
from Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, they'll be in a better position than where they were in Major 1 after the end of day 1. Now, this is something that we've talked about for the last 2 years about Peterbot especially, is that he is a day 2 player. Historically speaking, throughout all the majors, they have performed exponentially, or not exponentially, but they perform better in day 2. And now with there not being a 1.5x multiplier for the points like what we saw for Major 1, that's no longer going to have as big of an impact as we've seen last year. However, this is the first game we've seen Peterbot have that solo clutch, Vivid, that we know he can pull out.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that flopper right there. Right before the flopper went off, looks like he picked up the Chug Jug, which ended up replacing the flopper in his inventory, so that one didn't go off. Could have maybe potentially even got more from that one right there. But they did such a good job of taking height. They had so many materials. Peterbot just used it to go ahead and pretty much just free build up to the high ground. Took it from Acorn, Agers, and Polya, but it was just one of those scenarios again where Acorn, such a good play, just dipped out in the storm, had a couple of med miss. They just sat back there, and Peterbot knew. He tried to even push into the storm to 1v3 them to prevent that. Ultimately could not do it, but yeah, still good game from them.
Yeah, another great game, obviously, from Polyo, Agers, and Acorn. We saw, once again, Zone 8, a little bit of a tower, which eventually turned into this incredible tarp that they had throughout the entirety of that game until Peterbot did try and steal. But the recovery that we had from this trio, just like you were saying, Vivid, them, once they lost height, pulling back a little bit, healing up, and then going once again for the high ground take. I loved being able, it's not just what do you do right, but that when things go wrong for you, how do you handle it? And this is one of the trios that handles it best.
Yeah, and we got to give a quick shout out to Muzz, Yabco, and Rise, right? Because while that was all going on between those two trios, they looked up and they were like, hey, listen, we can go ahead and take height again. After games 1 and 2, they were in 19th place. They're now in 5th. What a rise from that trio.
I want to talk about so many more trios, but unfortunately, time is out, which means we've got to go back aboard that battle bus for the last time tonight. Yes, I know we are already at game number 6, so buckle up, get your popcorn, because this is it. After today, we call it quits. We come back tomorrow and hope we've VOD reviewed, learned, or done whatever we've needed to do to secure one of 3 spots going to the Global Championship. With that being said, for the last time today, MDF Jacob PR, take it away.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. 6 games of Fortnite on the first day, 6 more tomorrow, and we're already in the final moments here. Jacob, who would have thought it'd play out in this way? And now Clix having 40 points ahead of Peterbot's trio is definitely making it interesting.
Yeah, and I saw on social media after that game that prophecy is what they're calling it, and will that be fulfilled here? It's the last game of the day, Monster. Let's jump right into it.
Na Twitchi zase Twitch drop aktivní.
I was talking about the prophecy because if you look at the EU leaderboards of who's on first place, if you look at the match history of Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo, it is almost identical. They just need to go through this one last game of the day. But what you've also seen, Monster, is a lot of jumps up to the top spots on that leaderboard. We will not crown an FNCS champion today, but the goal is to get as close to the top as possible to give yourself an easier day tomorrow.
It's crazy because we're basically 1 day away from one of the most iconic FNCSs that we may ever have, especially for this year. This is going to be one for the books here, but again, still many games of Fortnite left in front of us. For Coop, he's already situated, jumping over to Noah W plays here in his draw spot. He's kind of mixing things up, leaning back towards the Magic Mosses. This has been his bread and butter. The Tick Fuse and Maniac also, of course, contesting them here. So it's final game. They're looking to kind of play this one out, opting to disengage just ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think ever since that first couple of games where they are actually fighting it out off of spawn, both teams taking a little bit of a slower approach, get some loot, don't necessarily engage right out of the gates, and give yourself, honestly, a fighting chance. But it does look like one team has priority over that black market than the other. So it's going to be a little bit of extra loot there, but back on over the bridge fight. 6 out of 6 games so far. These two teams have been going at it with just floor loot right out of the gates.
Yeah, this is one that is basically, there are no winners here other than the short-lived victories of your points you're farming up off the gate. This time around, seems like Prom Donnie and Joji are getting their clap back.
To věřím. Tak už
Just
neblázní.
Yusef by himself
Máš tam-
across too.
Tam
Last
máš.
one left. I do think there's at least
17
another knock. I think you can see it
282
actually in the minimap. So
lajků.
3v1 situation here. Really wouldn't wish
Já
on
chci
everybody,
20.
especially it is the last game of the day, and it's really going to set the tone and the pace going into tomorrow, depending on how you approach the situation. But Yusef going all in, and he gets sent all the way back down to the
Ty
lobby.
jsi blázen.
Things are gonna
Just
come to a
unfortunate.
close for Phenoms trio here and now. They're just gonna have to reevaluate tomorrow,
I
right?
think
Like, what do
that's
you do when you have a drop spot that's
man,
kind of not
they
going in your
will- I
favor?
will
It's one of your
level
first
back.
FNCS
Yep.
appearances, right? You really do want to hit the drawing board.
Business as usual over on this side of things, though. Crime City. They land over towards that server room. They get the train, and then they get all of this black market. And through most of these games, except for maybe one of them, it's been Cold kind of basing up on top of this Crime City black market, getting a lot of their surge at the top. This time switching a little bit of the roles. Ritual is going to be the leader of that one this time around. And you're seeing everybody sticking to the game plan. Or at least everybody that we know inside of the top 5 just sticking to the early storm surge strategy.
Just got to work on maxing out these materials here and then get straight back to fishing for tags, of course. Quick Sionzo and Higgs. Even with, again, how great of a day they've had, those Victory Royales have not come for free by any means. They've all been battled from the low ground, right? These are very impressive wins.
Looking on over into the distance towards Crime City. Oh, Peterbot actually sneaking up. This is second place on first place, Monster. Something I didn't expect, and they're both solos as of now. It is going to be Higgs versus Peterbot, but obviously Higgs' help is going to come a heck of a lot quicker than anybody would expect because they're already there. But Peterbot with the high ground, trying to take the upward approach, jumping on top of Clicks, just doesn't land the shot though. Where is his help? Where is his reinforcements? They're too close behind, and there's nobody that's really taking advantage of it.
And this is what happens when you get too comfortable. Peterbot here trying to really take this game, this tournament, and put it into his own hands. And you can see Cold putting shots in from the side as well. So the reinforcements are starting to arrive. Clicks is on the run here. No HP left for him. And let's not forget those other trios that have been also looking around for tags here are going to start focusing backwards now. A little heal goes off for Clicks there, but he is off. And Peterbot is hot on the heels right now.
Yeah, everybody talks about contesting in Game 12. We wanted it out of Queasy and Thomas at the Global Championship. We got it out of Queasy and Venno at the Invitational, and now we're getting it to end Day 1. Frankie was right on EU. Are we not watching Day 2 already as Clicks goes down, and they're letting him know it was us. It was second place. It was the ones that are on your heels.
And Iamzo is still alive on the outskirts, but my gosh, talk about a turn of events right now. He's all that is left standing here. Jacob, how can he claw back from this one? I mean, there's only a couple of options. Do you think Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual have thought it all out?
I think this is a bold Peterbot call. I think they did think this one out. I think maybe they were saving it for Day 2. But with all the confidence that's being built right now, they say, why not take it under our own control? And Kelly said it, or Vivid, in Major 1, they were down 90 points going into Day 2. Now with them taking down 2/3 of the first place team, this is the best shot that they have to get the lead going into Day 2 themselves.
You know what's the best part about this? The difference between Peterbot, Ritual, and Cole's team and Clix's trio is that this team's already going to Global Championship. They can just focus on being the champions of this major right now.
It's just a confidence move. That's a move I feel like 99% of Fortnite players talk about, but only 5% even have the confidence, if that, to do it. But they reboot into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual territory over towards Crime City. There's a lot of scraps left behind because you got to think, Monster, how fast they actually made that rotation on over to Lone Wolf to take this fight. So in theory, there should be a lot of loot left behind for the rebooted players.
I was just thinking, like, does he have enough gold, right? Of course he should, given that they land here at the Crime City. Look at this. Cold is sitting there, though. they are thinking about camping the card because, you know, you never know, right? Just in case he comes back, they're just waiting there. But he's picked up the information. I think they figured it out. And they're looking to key right back into it, probably going right back to the crime city just to go ahead and investigate, see what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure the likelihood of them actually hearing the reboots this far away. But there's only so many places, if you're a Yamzo, you could run and actually try to backtrack in order to go ahead and try to get that reboot. And an uncontested POI, because you know exactly who took you down. That would be one of the first guesses here, but you're seeing a lot of the early game action break it down this time around. Rise down to just a chunk of HP, reunites on with Yapko. The scanner goes down. Positions will be revealed in a few seconds, but it's the time they need to let that be a possibility. And that happens. So Yapko is going to have an extra angle, building space towards the other side of that box. And make sure that when they do eventually fight or disengage out of this situation, they're healthy enough so they don't get taken down.
Hiding on the wrong qualification right now for Globals because they need these points and they can't afford to fall here in game 6 now on day number 1. So far, it's looking great for the Major 2 finals performance here for Japco, Rise, and Muzz. And Jacob, they have really been turning online after those first 2 games didn't go their way. They have never looked back.
It almost makes you wonder why they even broke up as a team to begin with, because this is almost like the same pace in Major 1 that they were at. Obviously, the first couple games may have been a little bit smoother for them, but they picked it back up and keeping themselves in that global championship spot qualification conversation. And I think they have finally found them. Peterbot's been on the chase ever since that reboot. And now they see Higgs
to je
probably
blázen
knows
a
this
solově.
outfit, and they're just making sure that this team has
Teď ho
no chance of
zaboxovali
keeping that
jednoho.
first place spot intact.
No way they just box up Higgs and like, yeah, you're not going anywhere, son. You're staying right here with us.
kráso.
And then they're letting Cole
Jdou po něm,
and
daj
Ritual
ho,
come back.
daj ho,
Peterbot
nice, takže
puts down Higgs
Kliksův
before
tým
the
má jenom 2.
backup even arrives. What is
Pěkně ho
going
vyřadili.
on right now? We are watching a clash of the biggest
Tak, to
titans
dobře
in the
pušli.
Fortnite community right here and now in much
Péťa nám jede na první
stakes on
místo,
the
se
line,
vsadím.
right? Peterbot is going to globals. This trio's going to globals
To
already.
jako dobře udělal,
Klix'
pušnutí.
trio has to keep fighting for
Takže
it.
mají-
They need
Klix
to
je ve
earn it
2.
this time.
Klix, Higgs, Yamzo started this game 36 points ahead of Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And I feel like they're just saying, hey, we're going to close that point gap, just farming eliminations onto you guys alone. That's 12 points straight off eliminations, closing the gap. It's only a 24-point difference going into the rest of this game as Cooper, Curly, and Reet. They notice the zone has a different trajectory this time around, pulling towards the south.
different
Finally,
zone,
it
ty
could
vole.
be the first time today in
To
FNCS
jim
in
moc
general.
nevíde.
And so they're going to use that armor truck that they were able to get
Jack,
early
ty vole.
on, along with those extra heals, to rotate as quick as possible and beat every single one of these teams on that rotation.
And I was just about to
Oživuje.
say, for Klix, Yamzo, and Higgs, you know, it's almost like Peterbot is taunting them too, right? Because they could keep following them. They could take them down, but it's almost like, hey, how badly you want to go to globals, bro? Right? Like, it's
Ale Klix
crazy.
ten je jasnej, ten má
Because there could
411
be-
Klix tým, takže...
A little bit of that extra intentional, like, yeah, let him get away. Let's keep
Tyle,
it
teď jsem si
interesting.
všiml, ale že jeden
It's
z
almost
Klix
what it feels
týmů
like here in Game 6. But you got to think about it. Every time they get taken
It's
down like
set.
that and set back,
je
they're not earning
speedbotem.
surge. They're
Ano,
losing
tady
damage.
set
Things are
Ritual
getting
9.
reset. Ultimately, they are definitely falling behind right now. This is going to be an extremely rough game in a couple of moments.
Yeah, but on the flip side, if they figure out a way to make it work, keep their first place
Ty
position
krása,
intact,
ale
it almost
pěkně-
begs to ask the question going into
tak
day
tahle
2,
mikina je
what do
dobrá,
you do
ten
to stop
pro am.
Klix, Higgs, and Yamzo after what just
Merch.
happened to kind of close out the last game of the day as they're trying to turn it back. They know Crime City, relatively unlooted. Let's just try to get whatever scraps that we want left behind, kind of fill out the loadout before we continue to rotate in. For them and a bunch of the other teams on the south side of the zone, this is a much different ball game because now they actually have a chance to set up, a chance to kind of position themselves the way they want to.
Already on the move right now. This is a team that's on the hunt.
Ty vole, super
Happened
rampa,
over
pěkně.
here.
Jsou blází.
Surge bases set up. Almost business as
Dokud se
usual
zabere-
for
zabere
Acorn,
káru,
Agers,
vole.
and Boyer right now.
Tak minimum půl, no, tož oni mají dobrou pozici.
Man, top 7 in the last 11 NA FNCS. Is that 3 years? 3 majors a year, give or take. Nah, that's almost 4 years of top 7. That is just incredible consistency of one of the best IGLs. Surrounds himself with some of the best players and brings out the best in those players. That's just a testament of the type of person he is.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Shadow Curve and Tyler just trying to get back into the mix here. 4 eliminations this game, so a very active game for the Young Bucks here. And they're at 215 points. You gotta give any team that has broken that 200 threshold tons of credit, but this is what we knew would happen. This is what we expected. Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo being set back so much. It's gonna force them into just, again, situations that they haven't put themselves in today, given how the zones have kind of played out in their favor. And somehow they luckily get a full reset here, and he managed to actually save Higgs. Or Iamzo here, who was down right now. Like, I didn't even think that was going to be possible. It was looking like it was about to be all over.
Like another reboot was coming in store. That was my thoughts. But there's a second team. G-Money, Bryce, and Osid trying to sneak up towards that mountain. Seeing what all this noise is about. Golden Void and Ozone have to be very, very careful. They've been kind of separated, put into a shambles situation. And there's another team on top of that mountain as well. So I think Clix, Iamzo, Higgs getting some Storm Surge that they need, damage for what's happened in the early portion of the game, and then just to disengage altogether, especially since where the zone is kind of ending up. It does look like it is going to pull in their favor.
Looking
at the heals here, so we're starting to assess this end game right now. Threats, Bugha, Rapid, Seaport City getting a little bit of love right now for the first time. Coming into the mid game right now, so no rush for this trio to make a move just yet.
I like that. Threats leads all players for damage dealt. Almost 6,800 damage. Even with a lot of those north pulls, I feel like that's been the key to their success in being able to accumulate that Storm Surge. When teams have to rotate time and time again, zone after zone, game after game, they're crossing through their paths. And they've conditioned a lot of the teams just south of Seaport City to either rotate through us, you're going to get surge tags, or go somewhere else all together.
Already on the move right now. This is their final kind of stretch here to start getting situated before they have to move out of the Seaport City. Hellhound had that mountain before. He's just hiding out right now. Not trying to get caught out by Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, who are likely on the hunt for him right now. Peterbot's game sense letting him know, hey, there's only so many places you could be. However, it's kind of like a rhino, you know? You just don't move, you can't be seen. Hellhound manages to kind of escape here. Oh, no. But the teammate ain't looking too good. He's still a little too close to the fire.
His teammates probably tell him, it's okay if you get eliminated. Just buy me time. Just take him far away. I'll get our other duos reboot. We'll get back in the game, and we'll come back for your card as Peterbot quickly shuts him down in a 1v1 situation, replenishes the materials, and he's back on the run yet again. This is just an incredible situation.
This is where Peterbot really starts to gain his confidence, right? When you see him start to have fun in the game. You know, the first couple games he was falling early. He was almost out of his zone, right? Out of the element, but come game 6, puts it all on the line. Starts to really make a case for the evening here. And now we're just seeing a different type of stride coming out of him. I was going to say, I wouldn't put it past him to have a game 6 victory to kind of close out strong here this evening, but we'll just see. Still plenty of zones ahead of us. Sphinx, Bolts, and Kanata, though, sitting 800 damage above the surge right here. No pressure in sight for this trio right now.
I honestly think it's very, very important for both Sphinx and Kanata to have at least a top 3, if not a win, in this last game of the day. They got the zones after traveling one of the most far distances out of every team in the lobby. It begins to kind of hinder your mental game. So they have to try to figure out a way to make it work, as Higgs, Clix, and Yamzo in a very, very similar and dire situation. You see the low amount of materials onto Higgs overall. That's Shadow, that's Curve, and Tyler on the other side, and a big shot already going to open up. Shadow just dropped down, Curve as well. Everybody dispersing into different directions, trying to figure out a way to survive. Unfortunately enough for Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, they have not been able to pick up a knock or an elimination just yet.
I was gonna say those other third-party teams are starting to shoot in, so that is so unfortunate that they didn't get to finish it. They absolutely needed a refresh right there, and now Clix is the only one with a little bit of extra material here. They're gonna have to go ahead and play this building to go ahead and refarm as much materials as possible off the structure here. And just a huge, huge setback. Again, this is all off of the fact that they were pushed by Peterbot out of their drop spot early on. And in a best case scenario right now is this team falls here and now. But again, unlikely as they're sitting at the front side of Storm right now, front side of Zone, looking to thin out the lobby.
Uh-oh. Disaster strikes yet again. Really unable to get themselves in a comfortable situation because of the start that you were talking about. But now they find themselves in a 3v2. Clix is down. They don't really have any loot, no heals, no materials. And now Yamzo is going to fall right on top of that. 462 damage above the threshold is the only real blessing that they do have on their side. For Higgs, having no HP to regain, he's going to need a miracle as he spots threats running out. He's trying to follow suit and goes down. No eliminations, no placement points. 0-point game to end the day. And on the flip side, which will call the Peterbot Monster, they need 9 eliminations before placement to tie it up. They're at 7.
I was just gonna say, they've been doing the exact opposite this game, racking up elims after elim. They kind of found their mojo here in the last game, and they're not looking back at this point in time. This is a pretty interesting end game as well. This is ending on these mountains right here, so a complete turn of events right now. The entire script just getting tossed out the window.
Děkuji moc. Děkuji za tvoji velkou podporu.
I mean, they did say they didn't want a North Zone anymore. And well, now we don't have a North Zone, so it's one of those situations you gotta be careful what you wish for. Because now we're on the mountain edge, it's hard to make their way up. Rapid goes down. At least he was able to bring some of the loot on over to Threats, but not a single HP heal. Even if there's some just a little bit further down the mountain, Threats cannot get to them.
Threats at 4 HP.
Zatím
No heals is just absolutely shambles. I haven't had a real need to use that word today on broadcast, but this is it right here. This is the definition by Fortnite terms here. He's got nothing to work with. He can't even go into the zone to pick up the heals. Agers ends up diving down on him. Acorn ultimately gets the elimination there. Meanwhile, Reet, Curly, Coop have a chance now to jump back up, put themselves in the conversation of a top 3 finish here. They've got a little bit of a mountain position as well.
And they're honestly only 21 points behind 3rd place, which ironically enough was Rapid, Bugha, and Threats. For Reet, Cooper, and Curly, this could be the game that at least gets them into the top 3. Maybe more, depending on where they actually finish as Agers, Acorn, Poyo, just taking the side of the mountain. They're confident that the surge that they have at this stage of the game means no real risky situations. They can kind of bunker down here on the side of the mountain where not many teams will be able to see them due to that line of sight, and just hope, cross their fingers that the zone pulls onto their side of that mountain.
I was gonna say, do keep in mind, again, this is the first full, like, kind of southern zone. It's going east now. It's just very different kind of end game playing out here, and look at the, it's a different story too. Look at the damage threshold put onto Muzzrise and Jack. So much pressure for them to perform right now. They see a team rotating dead side. They start to trickle in and try to tail behind them. Muzzo is cautious of the fact that there might be a team above them. Someone, oh, is that Rise's body? Yeah, unfortunately gets eliminated right here. He's just gonna have to pick up what he can here. And this is just all looking bad right now. They don't even have time to really set up, trying to fish for damage at all.
Just disaster, because you don't even go down. That's what we saw happen to Rise. He took a tick of that Storm Surge, straight eliminated. Luckily for Muzz, though, he was able to pick up the materials, the minis that he did have in his inventory. And now they're just staggering themselves back. They're going to be able to kind of use what little bit of elevation they have, survey the land, and then rotate in towards the zone. But they got to be careful because they're rotating right into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. We spotted them out for a near moment, but right now they have their plans set in stone, trying to figure out what else is going to kind of get thrown their way. Where this next zone pulls is going to be important. If it pulls towards the west, yet again, we're going up the mountains. Anywhere else would be a saving grace for the majority of the lobby.
And you can see Peterbot gave that information to Cold as he was looking back for that team that was rotating in. Muz's trio barely, narrowly escapes away on high ground. The Major 1 champions, Boyo, Agers, Acorn, have this under
Máme tady zase 8.
situation
zónu.
fully
A
locked
začíná nám pičařit
in stone
backflash.
right now. Take a look at the quick elimination off the chimp there to kind of set themselves up for the high ground positioning now. Low ground being played perfectly right now to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual's success here. They're the first to get there. They have the heavy material count, kind of building this catacomb out now.
Yeah, and we officially have a new first place team with those 7 eliminations and the 3 teams worth of placement. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot are now at the top of the mountain. Not literally, because you see them all the way on the low ground. The zone did pull towards the west, so they got to make their way up the mountain regardless. Cold goes for an elimination and instantly becomes the target of the lobby. A decision he's going to have to think twice about next time, as everybody's just trying to make their way up. Sooner is going to be better, because then you don't have to get pressured by every other team that is going to be above you. But for Coop, Curly, Reet, even with that elevation, they're pressured by Storm Surge, 167. A couple of shots are going to land, still 135. Even with more, they're still below the damage threshold by 71.
You gotta give a ton of respect right now to Coop's decision-making, reading the zone perfectly, position himself up and over, kind of into a prime position to go out and even fish for this type of damage right now. However, they're still below. It hasn't been enough. It's gonna come down to that quick piece up right there. For no, he missed the shotgun shot. His team's there to follow up. And on high ground, Agers is barely holding on because Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are trying to fight their way up this mountain as well. But Ritual's gonna fall here just inside top 13, but it's not over yet.
Peterbot really leading the charge, waiting for Cold to reunite, recharge a lot of that sprint. So that when they make that final run, it's a lot easier, but the flank comes in. Peterbot with a good shot, quickly mines his way on out. 50 HP, now the zone is on their tails. From one fight to the next, now it's up against the V. Dips right back in, but he needs the elimination, and he gets it. Oh my gosh, Peterbot is him, and now he's by himself.
Just so clean with it right there. This sliding shotgun shot, let the zone do the rest. It was just too smooth for him right now. Frontside rotate here to put him way into position here and now. Still a couple zones to close out here. He's got to play for these elims. One big pickup. This is what Peterbot does best. And he is just racking up points here, breaking away with a monstrous lead to set him up for a successful day 2. Nice little map find here. Go ahead and buy him a little bit more room.
Yep, building that confidence right now as he's going from team to team, trying to find these opportunities, floating in the backside of the zone. And even when he sees one player run away, he just quickly keeps on moving to the next team as he's making his way up the mountain. Multiple chances here in front of Peterbot, but without any builds, he needs to be precise. Him versus Kanata, and Kanata takes him down. A good loot upgrade if he could just get his hands on it.
Finally, we're seeing some life come out of the teams that have kind of had a bit of a struggle on the day here. But here's the team that's managed to stay consistent. Reed, Curly, Coop, another end game, a top 5 position for them. They're going to be happy about that one. Meanwhile, Visuals and Braze playing the med miss on the high ground. All of a sudden now, Bucky, Cam, and Okus have a chance to make something big happen here. It's up against Kanata, though. Nice little edit there. Full control here for Cam, but he's got to back his way out. It's a full trio fight, but they're sandwiched, Jacob, in between multiple teams here.
They have no choice but to go and sacrifice some HP, get around on that zone, but you're seeing the position they put themselves, slivers of HP overall. They cannot do that again, and they're one of the few trios that are actually left in the game, and their opposition up above, almost full HP, full shields. The only thing that they don't got going for them is overabundance of materials, as Cam gets another elimination onto Taki down below, and this is where the drop down is slowly but surely gonna begin.
And you can see he's even willing to take the time. Braid's making sure he takes no fall damage here, inching his way down. He does not want to give this one away and puts himself in a favorable position to find Cams there for the elimination. All he got to do now is wrap it up, and this is going to be a great game dub for Braid's Diminished and Visuals here. Kanata finds himself in a 2nd place in the end. A great clutch, though. Nice little tag there. He's going to find himself a little bit of siphon. Braid's now takes some unnecessary storm damage. Kanata dips back into the zone. He's going to try to play the heal off here. It looks like he's got a med kit.
Yeah, he has the Chug overall, and it's going to go straight to HP, and that's why he stopped it for that moment. This could be the difference maker, because they're out of heals on the other side. Cancels it one more. In they come. Braids. They're doing what they can, but they cannot find him. They can't find him. Braids goes down, but Visuals found some extra heals at the bottom of the mountain. Every team that fell before them was his step to success. They pull off a heal-off win at the very, very, very end.
So that cheeky shotgun shot through the cracks as well, making sure he catches the elimination credit. That was a spectacular showing for Kanata to at least give himself some hope, give himself a chance, right? A bunch of points like that can set you up for a great day two. But game 6 story, we can't lose track of it. Clearly, Peterbot has it cut out for everyone in the lobby that he is here to win another major and put another notch on the belt. But take a look at the Game 6 victory. Let's celebrate for Visuals here, who manages to come swinging around the side in the final shotgun shot there, Jacob, to win the game. Congratulations to Visual, Braids, and Minish. They managed to do it in game 6. Really keeping it interesting here for us, Jacob.
Yeah, they did a very good job. I almost thought it was over with that Chug, but I said I needed Kanata and them to have a good performance. The zone went in their favor, and they did just that with a 2nd place. But that's going to do it for day 1 from myself and Monster D FaZe. We got to save our energy because day 2 is tomorrow. Zeke, Kelly, Vivid, what did you guys think of these 6 games?
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I cannot believe these are the 6 games of Fortnite we got today. Visual, Braids, Aminish, congratulations on your victory royale. It is going to be a massive swing for them. It's going to shoot them up the standings. And once we see where they're at in the standings, things are going to start to make a lot more sense. Before the trio, we just want to celebrate with them before we start getting everything crazy. I love how they executed this, right? Holding on that high ground, especially Kelly in this types of situations, like Old Man Mountain, very difficult to deal with. No one's gonna have much of anything at the very end, and of course kind of finding that last little bit of heals, enough to make the difference, is so clutch.
Especially when they were able to take away height from Acorn's trio there, because if I'm not mistaken, Acorn's trio had height from 8th zone, but obviously when you pull up a mountain, there's only so much you can do to be able to control height. So as you said, big props to Braids trio. They've honestly actually had a pretty good run so far this year. I think they got 11th place last major, if I'm not mistaken, and they also got 1st place out of consistency from their group, so clearly a trio that has done a lot right. And even before that game, Zeke, if I'm not mistaken, they were in our top 10, so definitely a dark horse trio that has been performing better and better every time we watch them, Vivid.
Yeah, and we kind of tuned into the POV at the end there, right? I saw 363 points being the total for the trio. And I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, I know Booga's trio went down pretty early. I know Muzz's trio went down pretty early. So I'm pretty sure that'll slingshot them pretty high up into the leaderboard. We'll have to see how that one kind of pans out.
Don't get too ahead of yourself, Vivid. Don't get too ahead of yourself.
Man,
hold on.
I'm excited.
Hold on. We'll get to the standings in a little bit, because I want to talk about Peterbot. I want to talk about what we witnessed that game.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that Peterbot snuck up on Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs like he did, and then was relentless. I mean, chasing them for so long. We were actually sitting here talking about it. Just put yourself in the situation of these other trios in the lobby. You load in, you're thinking, this is it. Game 6, I have to put up points. We've got to figure out a plan. And in the elimination feed, you see Peterbot drops Clix. Peterbot drops Higgs. Like, what's going on? And then you continue to go, okay, well, wait, hold on. We got to reboot. That's cool. Wait a minute. Peterbot got Higgs again. Like, the series of event. This is basically like invitational, Kelly. Like, this is invitational level content.
I mean, and to add insult to injury, the skin that Peterbot is using there, this is clearly intended from the beginning. Peterbot just zooming through the map, chasing them down for what felt like forever. And honestly, a lot of it comes down to the standardized meta. If everyone's going to be doing the same thing every single game, well, eventually you can punish it, especially if you're as smart and as aggressive as someone like Peterbot Cold and Ritual Vivid. It seems almost an inevitability.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? And I gotta say, I was watching this and I was like, this has to be like one of the top 5 plays of all time. I mean, at face value, it's just like, oh, you know, Peterbot just kind of sneaks up on a trio, pushes them, kind of like whatever. But no, the fact first and second place. Like Kelly mentioned, the way that the games kind of play out nowadays, you can kind of predict almost to the T exactly what kind of bases, what kind of ramps these trios are gonna actually build, and Peterbot just knew that, took full advantage of it, carried it very well into the end game. We saw Peterbot as a solo, last one alive on the trio.
Love it.
We know what he does in those situations, right? Clutching it up, getting that top 6, securing some extra points for the trio, and obviously, with their play in the early game, with their play in the late game, gonna be shooting right back up in the first place.
Bugha na pátý
Guys,
First.
look at these standings. Look at these standings.
Tak
Okay,
to
we
je
went
moc.
into this game with a 100-point lead, and now we end game 6 with a 100-point
Ty
lead
krávo,
from
tak to
third
se
place.
dobře otočilo
what? And even
všechno.
in third place, right? Visual, Braids, Aminish tied with Reek Cooper and Curly at 366.
Bugha
I mean,
byl
we
nad
cannot
třetím,
forget as
padlo
well.
to na druhý, na
We need to
pátý.
end top 3 to secure a spot to the Global Championship. Peterbot is making that really
Ty
difficult right now, Kelly.
kráso.
If you're, I mean, if you're looking at it right
Peter
now, we were
Botman je na
talking at the start of the
prvním,
show that we might
nice.
not
Já
be
jsem
looking
si
at
to
top
myslel,
3, we
ty
might be
vole.
looking at top 5, and
Protože
AJ
oni ho
Core and
hned
Boyle,
pušli
they're in
klidce ze
7th place
začátku.
right now. They could easily jump into that top 5, and just everyone that we have right here, all top 7, even Kanata jumping up into 9th place, and Vivid, we have to give credit where credit's due. The zone did finally pull south, and now we're seeing people like Visuals, Braids, and Aminish, Kanata, Bolt, and Sphinx finally making it into the end game, finally making it into the final teams, and I'm hopeful for day 2 for more south zones.
Yeah, I mean, super good game from Kanata's trio right there. It was also cool to see Bucky kind of in the mix in the end game, right? Because they're kind of landing sort of in that southeast side of the map as well. So instantly saw the impact of, hey, listen, the zone's not going to go north. We instantly saw, different teams kind of in the end game right there. Yeah, super, super great to see some different trios in the end game as soon as the zone kind of changed right there, which means that, hey, listen, those 6 games tomorrow, right? If they start pulling a little bit differently, could start to have many, many different conversations.
Yeah, now it's all about VOD review. Right now we go back and we say, look, day 1, it is what it is. We did what we could. We need to come back with a plan of attack for day number 2, because again, after tomorrow's games, that's it. We have 3 spots going to globals, and once those 6 games are done, you better hope you're in that top 3 or top 5 if Pollo jumps up. And Kelly said something amazing that I love that she went ahead and set us up for tomorrow. Day 2 teams. Some of these players are day 2 players. They will come back stronger. Maybe on day 1 you're thinking, oh man, like I want that trio, that player to do better, and they're not doing the way I thought. And then tomorrow you're just gonna be like, well, what can I say? They're a day 2 team, day 2 trio. They're gonna be coming out stronger than ever. Prize money, spots to the global championships, both on the line. With that being said, though, we gotta start saying goodbye, friends. Before we say goodbye, what were your final thoughts after day number 1? This has got to be one of the most entertaining FNCSs we've ever had.
Yeah, between all these different teams holding high ground, all these different trios grabbing victory royales, and then of course that game 6 switch up with Peterbot going for clicks early on. So much has happened, and we've only reached the halfway point, Vivid. So much more can happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I love the fact, right? We saw some consistency throughout the team, some momentum kind of built up, right? That 3-game stretch where it was like Clicks versus Muzz's trio, and some of those end games right there. I mean, Acorn making some great plays for that high ground in some of the later games of today, which could tee us up for a potential comeback for them tomorrow. I mean, so much to talk about. First place to defend for Peterbot now. Clicks hot on his heels. Is the pressure going to be too much? I don't know, Zeke. How am I going to sleep?
Man, there's so much to think about, so many things to consider. But that's for us for tomorrow, okay? Today we start to say goodbye. If you're enjoying this, don't forget, EU is taking place before us. They have 6 games there. They have more spots. I believe it's 5 going to the Global Championships. They have a ton of different trios trying to secure those spots. Of course, come back tomorrow. We'll be here same time, same great place to see if Peterbot will get that win and we go back to Pete. Oh man, I love Fortnite. For all of you, make sure to go find these pros, celebrate with them, say good job day number 1, bring it back stronger day number 2, and of course we love you. From us though, as always, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously, you announced that you're going to be going to the FNCS Pro-Am, and I am excited to talk about that. But first, I want to talk about your competitive success so far. You've teamed up with Rich Homie Quinn and Leo, and I kind of want to know how that exactly started.
Yeah, so me and Quinn go way back. We used to duo and used to do trios and squads, and I know he was looking for a different vibe this season, and I was kind of looking to amp up my competitiveness, if you will. I've always kind of dabbled a little bit, but I wanted to give it another go.
Is there a trio that you think is going to be walking away in first place?
For Central, you know, Click's going fourth, and he broke the curse recently. I think there's a chance he could take it home. I think if you want a real safe answer, it's got to be Peterbot. But, you know, Poyo also won last time, and he could bring it back again. I think those are probably the top three contenders in my head there.
I love it. Well, I do like to talk a little bit more about your creator side of things. Obviously, you just reached 1 million favorites on Fortnite, which I don't think you're the first person to do it, right?
Yeah, first person, and nobody has hit it yet still. So very proud moment. Big shout out to my team at Jogo. And, you know, we just want to keep releasing the maps that people have a lot of fun with. It's all about fun.
Is there anything in the works right now that you can maybe tease a little bit?
It's been months and months in the making of it, and I think people really enjoy the world building that we're doing and the mechanics of it. So stay tuned. We also have something potentially I might be announcing at FNCS Pro-Am, so we'll see.
FNCS Pro-Am, we haven't had something like this in quite a while. What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I was just so excited when they brought up the opportunity. And just remembering I was at the other Pro-Ams and the fun I had there and the LAN events. I'm glad that all that stuff is finally coming back. It's really a breath of fresh air. And I'm excited not only to attend, but to win. So
obviously, good luck to you as well in NA West. Typical Gamer, everyone knows who you are, but just in case there's someone out there that's just watching you for the first time, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me youtube.com/typicalgamer. Got TG Plays. I'm on Twitch and TikTok as well. And, you know, I stream every day and I also upload. So
thank you so much, Typical Gamer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Welcome to the FNCS Pro-Am.
like they bound it. Ooh, I can tell that it's about to get rowdy. We undefeated, still number one. Come home with a trophy is all that I know. We undefeated, still number one. So pass me the rock. Let me show you why we number one.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. Today is day 2 of the Major 2 finals. So much to play for. 3 spots go to the Global Championships, prize money, and of course, the Blade of Champions, all on the line while I'm sitting behind this beautiful fountain. This way. There we go, Zeke. Good job. It's great to see all of you. Welcome back. Let's get our analysts in here. Vivid Kelly, come on in. Day number 2. After 6 games, we'll now know which trios are moving on to the Global Championships. EU was phenomenal. It was a nail biter. It was crazy. And now it's NA's turn. I am beyond excited. After yesterday, I mean, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
I mean, what a story it's been. Honestly, all the way back to when Major 1 ended, so many teams breaking up, so many teams reforming, and then, of course, the start of the play-ins. We all thought that it was going to be Peterbot's trio, and they came out on top, breaking so many records. But then the group stages started to shake things up, Vivid. But really, if we're talking about shaking things up, Game 6 yesterday was really where things shook up for North America.
Yeah, that will definitely add some spice to day number 2 here. Definitely added a little bit of an extra zazz to those calls last night with the trios, right? Talking about what they're going to do coming into the 6 games today, what they got to prepare for. Listen, Fortnite fam, all we have to prepare for is 6 good games of Fortnite. We are in for some entertainment today, and I can't wait to kick things off.
We'll get to that first. Just a quick reminder, FNCS Pro Am, May 10th. We hope to see you there. It's coming up faster than you think. Tickets are available. It's in LA. We'll be there. We hope that you are too. Okay, let's take a look at the standings. Let's kind of remind ourselves where we ended yesterday. At the top, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot with 462 points. You know, Vivid, there was a moment yesterday where I thought, is it possible that Peterbot could end day 1 in 2nd place? Could Clix come out on top? But as we remember from that last game yesterday, Peterbot decided, look, if we're going to end day 1, I want to be in first. I'm going to chase down Clix, play spoiler to his game, and make sure that I am in first place.
Yeah, when I was watching that happen, I was like, yeah, that right there, top 5 play of all time. And speaking about top 5 plays of all time, how Peterbot's trio performed yesterday was also one worth noting. They were first in so many different categories that I had to go ahead and inform you guys of a couple of them. Damage dealt, Peterbot, we're very used to seeing this, right? 7,884, first amongst the lobby. Cold in eliminations and damage ratio was also first amongst the lobby. And a little bit of a caveat here. Ritual with Time Alive, and you guys might be like, oh, Vivid, what are you talking about? Time Alive. 149 total minutes. And the reason why I want to go ahead and bring this up, right? All that Major 1 flak Ritual was selling, doing this, doing that. Ritual was actually the player on this trio alive the longest over the course of those 6 games yesterday. He was the one staying alive, clutching up, making sure that this trio got points.
And that is exactly what we wanted to see from him, and we all knew it to be possible. I mean, going all the way back to the EWC where he won the MVP, just so many eyes were on Ritual, and that's definitely part of the reason why once Peterbot and Poyo split up, he wanted to pick up Cold and Ritual, creating the ultimate trio. And we finally see them kind of returning to form like what we see during the start of the seasons. Of course, it did take just a little bit longer than we were kind of expecting for day 1, but to end it off in first place, if you look at this trio, or actually I should say Peterbot specifically, they tend to do better in day 2 games. They've kind of downloaded the lobby, they've established the control of high ground, and now that we see them in first place, I mean, in Major number 1, they were 90 points below Acorn and his trio, and then they were able to make it just a 10-point difference by day 2. Now they're ahead of 50 points. We can only imagine just how much farther that lead can be if everything goes their way.
Well, let's hope someone can stop them. Kelly, let's hope someone decides, you know what, Peterbot, maybe all the whole lobby, all 32 other trios, just gonna run at you and see how you like it. Let's talk about the duo in the trio rather in second place, Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo. So again, they were kind of leading the pack for most of yesterday, but then in game number 6, as we mentioned, Peterbot decided that's enough clicks. I want to end the day in first place. So what I'm excited to see is kind of like the adjustments they've made coming into today, because we have 6 fresh games, right? Fresh mentalities. It's a brand new day. Anything can happen.
I don't think they have to make any adjustments, Zeke. I just think that they have to be a little bit more aware of Peterbot's, willingness to kind of come over there and contest them over there. But I'm happy that you kind of mentioned how well they actually played yesterday, because that game 6, right? We take a look at the leaderboard after game 6, and we're like, wow, yeah, they're 50, they're 50 some points behind. That's, wow, that's a big lead. Let's actually take a look at some of the stats for Clix's trio. Just looking at games 1 through 5, right? Leaderboard placement, they were in first. Their average placement in those first 5 games, 3.8. They were the trio yesterday to walk away with the most victory royales, the only trio to pick up 2. And then they, of course, with their 14 elimination game, actually had the highest point game out of any of the trios yesterday as well. So they played phenomenally. Again, I don't think they have to change anything. I think they did a good job of adapting after games 1 and 2. They got like 8th, 7th place. After that, it was just first, second, first. They played so well. The adaptations that they made on their low ground play worked out perfectly.
And both of those games they did, one was from the low ground, and here you can see just how dominant they are, staying box to box, hip to hip, as they rotate through those lower layers as the game goes on. They handle the aggression, the chaos so well because they're so synergized, and I really feel like part of the reason is because they stuck together between Majors 1 and 2, building up that rapport, building up that understanding with each other, so that when you do go down to a duo, when you do go down into a potentially shambles situation, you have the confidence, you have the comms, and you're able to convert that into a positive experience. And again, game number 6 was very tricky. Peterbot, who usually carries the medallion, they gave it to Ritual, so it looked like Peterbot was sticking to where he normally was, and then that's why Peterbot was able to sneak up on Higgs. I don't think we're going to be seeing that again today, maybe.
We hope not, because, Clix would like his first ever NCS win, and I think that no one else on this cast is biased. No one. So it's fine. Let's talk about the trios in 3rd and 4th place who are actually tied at 363 points. Let's start with 3rd place, Visual Braids and Aminished. They put on such a fantastic showing yesterday, and to think they only had one game that they placed outside of the top 10. Let's just run more of that back, right?
Incredible stuff. I mean, if we were to end the competition just after day 1, this trio would actually be qualified to global. So they are definitely sitting in a pretty good spot right now. And honestly, I feel like this is one of the trios that kind of snuck up there, right? We had such a good showing yesterday of our top 2 teams kind of going head to head. But even myself, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Visuals, Braids, and Aminished, they've snuck into 3rd place right now. I got to go ahead and mention it, right? Day 1 was crazy with the zones. A little bit of a caveat for this trio, right? They're landing right in the middle of the map, Foxy Floodgate. And, listen, there's no room to ever complain about the zones, because you always got an equal run to any of the zones that kind of happen when you're landing in the center like this trio is.
Yeah, they've been around for a while and really coming onto everyone's radar in Major 1 when they got 11th place. And then, of course, they also had a pretty good performance in the group stages. Another team that had a pretty good performance yesterday. Of course, it's one of my favorites. Reek, Coop, and Curly had some great aggression early on yesterday, Vivid. But for me, it was not only that they took high ground in game number 4, but their ability to let go of it and then still convert it into a pretty successful in-game.
I'm going to piggyback off of Zeke a little bit here, right? Like he was talking about Visuals, Braids, and Aminished. He was like, oh, well, that trio, they only placed outside of the top 10 once. Reek, Cooper, and Curly, they didn't place outside of the top 10 at all. A very, very consistent trio. Yeah, I love the fact that this trio also, kind of forming at the last seconds, everything like that. Cooper kind of finding himself back towards the top of the leaderboard, of course, being an ex-global champion himself. It's great to see this trio doing well.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just performing so well. I'm excited to see how they're going to be doing in game number 2, or in day number 2, I should be saying. But a lot of it comes down, of course, to those zones. Are they going to be pulling in their favor? But honestly, I think if we get some south zones, they'll still be doing well.
Let's hope. Let's hope that the zone gods have blessed us today. No more north zone. Let's just take a break, just a little break, you know, let's hope. Let's take a break ourselves right now and go hang out with your casters. It's Jacob PR, it's Monster D-Face.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, one thing I wanted to mention, Jacob, let's not fool the audience here. The standings are very close. 50 points is nothing. We've seen 100+ point games earned yesterday, without a doubt. So, you know, when you really start to look at the standings, even Peterbot's team in first place right now, not completely safe.
Yeah, it's not completely safe at all. It just takes 1-2 bad games today out of the 6 for day number 2 to really fall into that hole. But on the other side, Monster, kind of what you're talking about, it just takes a couple of good, consistent games. Just sprinkle a little bit of eliminations on top, and now we're cooking.
Yeah, that's one thing I want to think about is how global championship is also on the line. That's one of the more prestigious, of course, things these teams are going to be fighting for. So when you're looking at who's in the running right now, as we start developing this story, do keep that in mind. Anything can happen, Zeke.
I'm nervous, Monster. You know, we still have Pollo, who's looming. If he were to suddenly jump up into that top 3, then we're looking as low as a top 5 finish. That would be enough to qualify a trio through to the global championship. Anything can happen, and we have 6 games to figure out how it all goes. Now, yesterday we kind of wanted to discuss high ground versus low ground, right, Kelly? Where these trios are winning from. You actually have pulled some stats, some numbers for us. You know how much we love this stat, so break it down for us.
Well, yeah, let's take a quick look for games 1 through 6 yesterday, where exactly our winning team was coming from. And as you can see, 4 out of the 6 games come from high ground. And Zeke, quick question, games 3 and 5, a team won from low ground. Which team was it?
Oh, no, I don't know.
Good answer. It was Clicks, everyone. But for games 1 and 2, we have the high ground wins from all the way from Zone 8. And Vivid, something that we've always talked about is how rare it is really to win from Zone 8.
Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff. That's something that me and Kelly used to talk about all the time. Like, oh gosh, they're going up for higher ground Zone 8. They're not going to be able to hold it. But no, a couple of teams were actually able to pull it off yesterday. And I mean, Kelly, who else but Bugha?
Of course, it's Bugha, and something that actually occurred in all 6 games was the team to first go for height in 8th zone was done in the exact same way. So when Zone 8 pops, all these trios are kind of around the edge, but whoever is closest to that zone that moves immediately establishes a tower to establish height for the rest of the game. So here we have it, Zone 8 pops, Rapid, Bugha, and Threats immediately build a tower up and then they ramp. But the reason that they were able to control high ground for all 4 zones is what you can see right here. Rapid all the way in the back, paying attention to anyone that is trying to potentially steal height away, like Acorn that you can see there. And Bugha establishing these connections throughout high ground so that no one is able to chop them. And from there, between their positioning and just kind of how relaxed and passive this high ground control was, they were able to go all the way from Zone 8 to Zone 12 and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible gameplay for them. I'm not gonna lie though, right? This being game 1, I was like, oh man, like this is how high ground's gonna play out for all 12 of these games. Nobody's gonna kind of look up, but I think that changed pretty quickly, Kelly.
Yeah, game number 2, a similar story happened. Peterbot's team gets the favorable pull in Zone 8. They establish a tower. However, a little different than Bugha's game is that we actually had someone try to contest height. And usually a height steal, you know, can be coming from people being chopped or going on the aggressive. I rarely see a trio just ego another team for height. But if you're egoing the ego master of Peterbot, you are going to lose every single time. Peterbot was able to push Braid's trio away, and actually Peterbot just kind of switched on right there, goes on the aggressive, stays in Storm to get eliminations, and actually goes down. But when it's this trio right here, Ritual and Cold from Zone 10, able to hold height as a duo all the way until the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible clutch win from that duo in the end there. And I mean, talk about clutches. That trio was clutching all day yesterday.
That's what I want to see more of, right, Vivid? I want to see more clutches today. Again, Blade of Champions, 3 spots to globals, prize money. Even just going up a single placement is enough to earn life-changing amounts of money. With 30 seconds left to go before we jump in, how are you guys feeling? Where are your vibes at right now?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited. There was some drama going on in social media between Clicks and Peterbot, and I am here for it. I want more.
Hype in the competition of even more. I'm here for a day 2 awesome ending between those top 2 teams, but I also want to see Acorn's trio make a resurgence. I feel like we're going to be seeing them more on the higher ground. I don't know, it's just like a Vivid prediction. No real reason.
Okay. I'm here for obviously some Fortnite. some memes and leaving Kelly hanging like she left me hanging yesterday. So next time, don't put me on the spot, Kelly. Bing bang bosh. I know who won those games, but I got to be Zeke about it. Okay, anyway, it's that time. We got to find our seats on the battle bus. How will game 7 kick off? Will it be a bang? Will it be anticlimactic? Will Peterbot push someone else? Let's find out together. Casters, take it away.
Gotta love Zeke's energy. You can see he's drinking from the gold fountain behind us. He's having a great time on the front desk, of course. Jacob, 4th through 1st place, had near perfect games yesterday. Are we gonna see it happen once again?
I think it's almost gonna be impossible to think anybody today, with how grueling, how destructive yesterday was, to think they are going to play perfect. Because even our top 2 teams had a couple of speed bumps in their road, and those point gaps, you're talking about 50 points out of the top 4, another 50 points from the top 7, another 50 points to the top 11. It's gonna take you as a trio to have a phenomenal performance today, and at the same time, you might hope for a couple of mistakes happening on your opponents.
Well, sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's go ahead and jump on for game number 7.
This is it, Monster, the first game of day 2, and this is where I would like to say the tournament almost really begins. We know there's a 40+ point gap between 1st and 2nd, but a 65 points for a victory route, 4 points per elimination. All you need to do is keep things close and find a way to get elimination, because that's what's really separating the top 2 and the rest of the pack.
And it's a 2-day format, no multiplier like there once was in the past. Who has hit the drawing board? Who's going to come in with those fresh strategies, that new mentality, and really step up today to solidify essentially your placement to the global championship? I would say that is what is truly on the line here. Put the money aside, right? Money can be earned any day of the week, but this global championship spot is so prestigious. And more importantly, will you be the champion of Major 2? Well, Game 7's here. It looks like Bryce, G Monster, and Osid are continuing the action from yesterday once again here at the drop spot as we start to highlight who's changing what. Seems like this team is sticking to the old trusty.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the way Surge has been playing and controlling a lot of the lobbies, they kind of started off game number 1 yesterday at a contested fight, back and forth, 1-1. Game 3 happened. That's when they started to disengage. But as you know, you need Storm Surge. You need damage. So they're probably changing their game plan just a little bit. Confidence in their self after being able to VOD review after day number 1 was over. And now they're coming out with a huge vengeance and getting some early Surge right out of the gates. But another contested fight. Kappa Factory, Dash, Seek, and Veer are going to go ahead and try to contest this. On the other side, Silik, Jargu, and King. And Silik, Jargu, and King, that was a team that we watched through the group stages, qualified through consistently dominating those games, making end games time and time again, and then picking up a good number of eliminations to secure that spot.
I love how all the things Seek could have did yesterday to prepare for today, one of the few was change his name to Barbecue Chicken. This will never ever pass me by. I don't get it. But here they are, contested at the Kappa Factory. And think about it. Before they even touched down, a team was already eliminated. It really shows you the influence of the battle bus and how quickly the landscape is starting to take form here. Jumping on over to the other side, we get the Peterbot Ritual cold update, and it seems like they're continuing the action here, really making sure that the team in 1st place is going to be hearing them here shortly. But first, it's action at the Crime City right now. We all know this is one of the better drop spots, of course. Peterbot has seemed to continue to fight for the best for years now, and rightfully so. He's earned it.
Yeah, one of the better mechanically skilled players in 1v1s, and that was something that we noticed yesterday. Even though he made that sneak play in the decision, he did it all by himself. Even when Clix and Yamzo were able to kind of converge over and try to get the help to Higgs, instead of taking a 3v1 or a 3v2, they chose to try to disengage. They didn't have the full setup that they wanted, which trying to cause them to lose the fight and play the rest of that game out on the back foot. But no real changes this time around, sticking to their strategy, building multiple Surge bases outside of Lone Wolf Lair. I just think this time around Higgs is going to have his eyes peeled for that porta potty, so no sneaky plays can happen.
Nothing just yet. But you know what? I think that game 6 yesterday was actually a wake-up call for this team, right? Not to let their guard down, and they're going to remain on high alert now moving forwards. And they really have to, right? Kind of just shows them that, hey, that quickly, your entire tournament can be flipped upside down.
It almost makes you wonder, Because one of the things a lot of players notice, if you have that signature outfit on, whether if it's with a black bling or not, the pickaxe, that's one thing I want to see. Maybe you have to switch it up every single game so nobody can kind of target and download which outfit you actually are. You can have a little bit more escape plans going at it, if that's the case, especially with third parties starting to come in. As we jump on board Fuse, Maniac, and the Tick. Just outside of Magic losses already. There's a lot of teams now, I feel like, thinking this is where we need to position early due to at least 5 zones yesterday going to the north side.
Definitely those zones playing a huge factor. No one in the community is letting it down. As we've seen all the theories start to float about, but you know, the truth is, I did come across that one post where folks ran the simulations. It's so unlikely for you to see those same types of zones pull to the similar areas. So today, it's a new day. We're coming in with a fresh look. See a quick little update there of Peterbot's elimination. Those are going to be some important damage tags, as we all know. Usually the first game of the day is going to be the slowest one, the most surge heavy, right? The one where teams are being the arguably the most passive.
For the most part, 90 players still left alive, 31 teams, even with a couple eliminations going down in the moments, you see it going right back up to 90. Reboots are going off, and that's what I would expect. Even with Peterbot taking down a Minish there not too long ago, you expect him with the uncontested drop of Foxy Floodgates to get back into the game, and that's kind of the nature of it all. Slow and steady at the start, try to minimize the amount of mistakes, and you just got to hope for a team like that going down, being forced to reboot, having to reaccumulate some of that surge doesn't turn to bite him at the end of the day. As we jump on board Greek, Cooper, Curly taking full control over Flooded Frogs, trying to spread out. But this time around, it does look like the zone is already moving a little bit to the east outside of their POI.
Yeah, not a bad start for them so far. They're sticking to the game plan here. But Reed, Curly, and Cooper, really one of the surprise performers coming up out of nowhere, really showcasing the preparation and the team cohesion that's come together for this trio here. Look at Reed getting active right now, but leaves a wall open and almost gets sent right back to the lobby. That reaction time now to go ahead and buy himself some time. Still trying to see now where those shots come from. Can he fish them out? Cyrus, who's kind of lurking about. Here's what it's looking like from Muzz's perspective. Yamzo and Higgs got sight lines onto him as well.
Yeah, a lot of extra loot they can kind of relay outside of Shiny Shafts. You kind of see the mountain that they already built their surge base on top of. So they got natural elevation plus their built elevation. They get a wide view of the land, which is going to be needed now, not only for the surge that they were trying to accumulate monster, but now you see the zone pulling further and further away towards the eastern side. So at least they're going to be able to get a lay of the land, the information of where teams are currently at, boxed up and possibly rotating too. So that way they can try to have a smoother rotation and not running to too many players early on.
You can boxing people up. Let's see what's going to happen here. King's making the push in to catch one off guard. However, no big openers just yet. I like how they defensively get together. Gold splashes come down. They have the advantage now. Let's see how King's trio ends up utilizing it. From Seek's perspective, trusting to keep the distance here. Both sides on gold splash effect. Scratch that.
Ooh, I like that decision right there. You see Seek making sure to destroy the scanner, trying to give less and less information. That would have been a good tool in their arsenal and being able to know where they're at. Dash being forced down to the low ground. But this is a chance right now. You see him sneaking around, landing some shots on the King, making sure that he knows there's no shields on that player. It could be a chance to go if you guys got the opportunity. But he backtracked into Silic, who's trying to hold defensive position and maybe even inside of the cone to sneak up onto Veer if he doesn't expect him. And now he has a chance, and he boxes up Chicken. Back-to-back shots coming out from Silic. Seek goes down. Now he leaves his trio in a 3v2 situation as the elimination fully gets cleaned up.
I gotta give a lot of respect to that one. I was gonna make the call a little early. They clearly have the disadvantage with the overall loot, but when you are the man up now, talk about a game changer here. However, Dash not looking to let it up just yet. He's gonna trade one off as well. 2v2 fight going on here. Both sides, all sides hurt. Jargu's only the healthiest one here in the battle. However, loses, unfortunately, his positioning there, his footing for a second. Now they're forced to low ground. Gonna be able to pick up their teammate. Seek, though, completely finished off.
Uh-oh. Neither one of them really able to farm up because these are the teams contesting each other. Now Jarku's almost out of build. Some get past at the last second, and they're able to run past, take out Dash, keep it in their favor, and Veer falls as well. And that's a full wipe right there. That was one that I thought was going to go the other way, but you got to give Silic the credit for getting that opened up elimination.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you look back, you say, man, we shouldn't have won that fight. They had a disadvantage. They got snuck up on. They were pushed out of the Kappa Kappa. And all of a sudden, Silic with the one big play turns the entire momentum right back around. Well, look, now they have all the time in the world to go ahead and work to refarm their way back into this game. Let's see what they can do. That huge performance. Taki, Vert, and Esho, though. Seen a lot of this team here. Continuing the fight at the Magic Mosses. It's up against Noah Plays trio.
Right now, it seems like if you look at the bubble for global spots, almost 100 or so points down. Noah Plays is already down as well. Taki, he's trying to get distracted down below. Isho uses that to his advantage, able to jump onto Chaos Gaming, get another elimination. Now Kaz is left by himself, but at least for now, Monster, there's a little bit of distance between him and those two opponents still looking around to figure out where he's at.
Yeah, they don't know exactly where he is just yet, and there's another trio moving in extremely quickly. Could that be Peterbot's team? Could that be... Oh, okay, it's Reet, Curly on the way alongside Cooper there. Taki and Eshu now looking to kind of double back, pair up with one another. Shots come in. Trio wasting no time, letting their presence be known.
Uh-oh. Fourth team now enters into the mix, probably an additional team coming from Whiffy. And see it, Monster, it's just outside of Magic Mosses. So a lot of these teams that do land up here, instead of kind of cutting towards the side, beelining it to zone, they could go all the way towards the north. One tick zone damage isn't going to be much, and then they could try to get into where it isn't as congested, maybe above Demon's Dojo, maybe above Pump Power. Those are going to be some of the pivotal spots for any of these teams rotating early. And for Taki, Vert, and Isha, the longer you stay here in this position, you're closing off opportunities, you're closing off options, all for a singular elimination, which might not necessarily mean much. It's only 4 points.
It was Amplify and Shiny Cat there. Take a look at the replay here.
Oh, no.
Clicks. A little bit of fall damage, just giving you guys the full picture here. Off to a rocky Game 7 right now. Seems like they're just rolling up to the Flutter Frogs here shortly as well, so determined to play deep in the storm. There's also 3 trios in the vicinity here. They cut this one player off, and in they go.
And only cut him off. They get a knock. So far away from the rest of his team, and this is a little bit of a different strat, Monster. Yes, the zone plays a huge role as it's going away from the north side overall, but now clicks Yamzo and Higgs. If there's anything left over in that black market, they have an abundance of gold from their Lone Wolf POI they could finally use, and this is something they were not able to do yesterday because of where the zones were pulling. It would have been way too risky for them to go into the black market, possibly get stuck there, possibly get stuck overall. A lot of risk associated with that, and now they're going above and around, so that way they can go ahead and be behind every single one of these teams rotating in and give them the option to visit that black market, because they do have some extra splashes and men miss smoke, so they can stagger as long as they want.
It's a really good point. Take a look at the key, though. Clicks jumping right on into the mix of things here. Makes you wonder, why was this team sitting around this long? This hurt. If they saw that there was a trio nearby, didn't even take the time to cap off, but neither here nor there. It's going to bring Clix' trio up to 3 eliminations. These elims extremely important in allowing them to start closing that point gap for elim so early in the game is a massive come up. Remember, each elimination is worth 4 points.
I think it was about 41 points. Peterbot Cold, the Ritual did have a lead. Those 4 eliminations, just like you said, is doing a good job of cutting down that lead before placement points even begin to set in. 27 teams still left alive, 77 players. Zone hovered over Pump Power, and that's where you saw a lot of those Western North teams begin to rotate into. So if it continues in this trend, it could end up being one of the stacked parts of the zone. Even more so stacked if it continues to pull towards the north. So I think a lot of these teams are hoping just a little bit for a South Pool. Oh no.
Bucky getting active right now on our third place.
Big.
Visuals, Aminish Braids here. Visuals already taken down right now. Okius traded off as well, but the chop comes through. See the kneecapper come out to go and make sure he mitigates any potential damage there, and Bucky gives up the high ground right now. Opting to go ultimate low. Cam's got another side angle here, but the pressure is on right now for this trio.
Yeah, even though Okus is down, with that elimination, it's only going to be Braids and Cam still left alive on the other side, so a 2v2. They just got to be very, very careful. And I think that's why. Aminish, Braids, Visuals, they land over towards Foxy. Floodgates, they can disengage out of this position, run towards the back. It's relatively early in the game, so not too chaotic of Storm's damage is going to go off. Plus, you see some extra heals there. But Braids is hiding towards the top. So you got to wonder if you're Bucky and Cam, do you think they disengaged all together as he's able to land some free damage onto Cam? You got to hope he has HP now because he could go down in the zone.
Oh yeah, the med mist starts to come out. They're actually forced now to kind of double up here, and this is going to buy time for the reboot where they can't even look up to go ahead and target him. So honestly, a very successful reboot and just a small play that's going to make the difference here at the Floodgates, allowing Visuals to get right back to his loot pile here. And it's little things like that that all of a sudden help you kind of bounce back into the game. And just think about this. Braids, Aminish, and Visuals didn't finish less than 11th place yesterday. The difference maker between them and the teams up in first and second was the fact that the eliminations that Peterbot's trio, Clix's trio, were able to accumulate far outweighed the placement points overall.
That's
Solo
well said.
pushing right now. What?
Oh, Aminish is feeling a little confident right now. He takes a big shot, but Cam is now
Look at Cam.
running his way in. He's smoothly running through those builds like a hot knife through butter. That's a good amount of confidence as well. Aminish forced to use the splashes. There goes the HP. 91 damage above the threshold. You could see with Aminish getting knocked down early, taken down by Peterbot. Another elimination on the Visuals. They need the surge.
Yeah,
And they need it bad.
Braids coming from the other angle right now, and they slam Cam here right in the mix, and then they get the down body as well. So a perfect amount of damage swinging in their favor here. Bucky just left wondering what went wrong. How did his teammate get left behind right there, caught out of position?
Yeah, and this is just turning
he's
into a
below.
nightmare. Yeah, he's below. He can't go back into the zone and reboot his teammates. Otherwise, he's going to fall further and further below. Good luck to Bucky as we jump on board Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual all the way to Seaport from Crime City. Making these quick rotations outside of the zone. 500 plus damage above the threshold. I feel bad for Polus and his trio. Not the most experienced. Make it into a grand finals. And then in game one to start day two, you're running into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Yeah, but they hold their own, pushing off Cold and Ritual here for a moment's time. And it makes you wonder if Peterbot plays any better. If we see that game 6 Peterbot come out yesterday, with how good Ritual and Cold were performing all throughout the 6 games, they could really find a breakaway moment. But so far, this completely eastern pool here for the zone is still going to end up veering slightly towards the north. But again, a little different than the games that we saw yesterday for the most part.
Yeah, and they're just using this to their advantage, not even going towards the zone or where it was. They're just beelining straight towards the zone. They know not too many players are going to be on top of that mountain on the outside. If they have enough heals, maybe even get eliminations to utilize that siphon, this could be the play that wins them or puts them in the best position here for game number 1. Couple knocks going down. Bucky actually going down to the Storm overall. Storm Surge and him being a solo just didn't work out for him as Aminish still down, stuck between 2 different teams, one of them being Cold and Peterbot, who are quickly moving on over.
Yeah, after that knock right there, look at how quickly they're trying to come in for the refresh here potentially. And if you're Visuals, Aminish, and Braids, you got to put up a front right now. You got to put up a defensive hold here. Not only for the damage, but because you got Peterbot's trio inching up on your positioning right now for this prime real estate here. Oh, look, Braids takes off. They're going towards the mountain.
It's a bit of a risky play. You see there's just chunks, big chunks of HP missing. They don't have any resources to kind of make that up, and they're just pushing straight in. This might be a blessing, though. Joji's already down. Aoxy's there. If they get the elimination onto 1, even if it's not the points, they're still able to get the loot that they need. Damage for Storm Surge, 51 above, feeling a little bit more comfortable, and that's an understatement because Aminish just goes in and bulldozes that trio back to the lobby.
I'm trying to figure out, like, how did they know? Like, they catch a Minish with extremely, again, low HP out in the open, but he keys up the mountain and found an even weaker team. They must have been taking a small fight there just before that, before Peterbot kind of put his 2 cents into the mix here. But either way, phenomenal play to keep them in the game right there. Meanwhile, complete other side of the zone here. Click6 and the Obzo got to be happy that they're rotating kind of the dead side northern area here, because they're on the opposite side of Peterbot, right? Just staying away from the juggernauts that toppled them over, right? Kind of threw off their entire mid game yesterday in game number 6.
You see, they were the only team, though, to get 2 victory royales yesterday. And honestly, I like this positioning on the zone. If it pulls anywhere but south, they are in one of the best spots in the zone so far, getting ready for these next moving zones. But if it does pull south, not just them, but everybody else on this side of the zone is going to have some trouble trying to make it up over that mountain on the other side. You see so many teams already positioned with that elevation, looking down at the side, not just the Yamzo, but he does land a shot on the Creon, who seems like he might be by himself. I don't see his teammates anywhere. That might be one of the few solos left in this lobby.
I wouldn't put it past the Yamzo's team to get this refresh right here, given how weak that team below them is. Dabco, Muzz, and Rise. You talk about the double VRs yesterday. You have to put this team in the conversation. They were the squad fighting for first and second in those back-to-back games. Just incredible performance, particularly from Japco. But hold up. Back to Minish, Braids, and Visuals. That elimination, not enough, but it buys them a little bit of time. Now, they have to fight for damage here. Only 2 minis here. We knew that they didn't have much to work with before. Visuals kind of caught out of position there. Unfortunately, taking way too much damage here. The water sprite picked up, and then the elimination on the tail end. They are really fighting for their placement right now on the standings, but no, the lobby starts to focus in. Even with the big 5 eliminations, they can't catch a break.
Yeah, slow to rotate. Max pull all the way towards the western side of this mountain. Everything stacked against them now because they don't have any material either. At least the Minish does not. No extra shields. And there's a team waiting right next to him, and you really just at their mercy. It doesn't even know about the full trio right behind him. So as soon as he begins this rotation, if he doesn't watch out, that could be his demise. But he's trying to land some shots because he knows Monster, even though Storm Surge did deactivate, he knows once it turns on yet again, they are going to be below that threshold. They are going to be a duo, and they're going to have to figure it out quick.
Oh, I was just about to say, no way. Braze sets up the target fire with Acorn Shiro from up top. Nearly had a full elimination set up for him, but opts to go ahead and heal a little bit more passively instead here. Very limited material. Notice that Braids had to split his mats with Visuals here. Sorry, with the Minish, just to keep them in the game right now. And they are desperately holding on. But look, we're already at a 13 trios remaining in the lobby. Just ahead of Braids here. Yeah, Peterbot's trio on high ground. Acorn, Boyo, and Agers trying to make a comeback. Kanata showing life in this last game as well here to kind of kick things off. Meanwhile, Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs on a low ground rotate. 7 Elans already for the trio. Make it 8 as they catch Yusuf on the rotate here.
It's a big pickup for them because they even just now found that medallion. Something that we do see Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs go for time and time again. But now they get another foreign pull with the rest of the lobby. And there's nobody down there but that one team in front of them. Everybody else stacked at the side of the mountain and even the south part of the zone overall. And Cold Ritual, Peterbot using that to their advantage with everybody trying to rotate too early, forced to box up because of damage. They're using that as an opportunity to smoothly move through the zone as Peterbot lands a good shot onto a full trio up above. And now they're the ones getting focused.
And Peterbot sets that up for G-Monster to jump in and actually take down Japco. So that's going to be a difference maker for Muzz's trio. But Muzz fighting back up top. And then Peterbot's team turns around, catches a whiff of the chaos, and finishes up the job here. Look at the upgrades coming through for the loadout now. But still very little heals here on Peterbot's team. Cole taken out. Ritual taken out by a Minish's trio from down low. And Agers from up top. They sandwich down the fire here and clean them up, but it's all up to Peterbot. Peterbot claps back onto a Minish shot from behind. Back to the lobby now by Shadow's team, and a glimmer of hope breaks open in the sky here. The sun is shining through for Higgs, Clix, and Yamzo, who now have a chance to earn more placement points and close the gap.
Yeah, there's at least 30 plus points left into the top 8 if they can secure that victory royale. They have 8 eliminations as well. This is a recipe for success, especially since they're now taking the front side of the zone. There is nobody down there even next to them as it leads towards the house, but up above, Aegis, Poyo, Acorn feeling just as safe, if not safer, up in the clouds. There's only one team close to them, and they're immediately going to drop down low to a different layer.
So impressive. We're watching two sides of a coin here. Clixiamzo Higgs opting to play ultimate low this entire end game, and then you see the opposite teams trying to stay to the mid, stay to the high ground, trusting that the zone was going to bounce back up. However, it doesn't matter. All they've done is allow them to put the pressure on. Braids is holding on a top 5 for him. Well done, son, but look at what's happening here. Finally now, pressure starting to come in. Clix is going to be the first to fall. They box him up, try to go for the save. It's Blugas trio on the other side of the wall. Kanata's there as well, and they are starting to cook it up.
Yeah, that's because of their game plan. They got so much space in the front side of zone. They just immediately grabbed the body, tossed it to the front, got the revive. Now they have a chance to look behind. This is something I feel like Kelly and Vivid talked about, that they did not do enough on day one, looking to the backside of the zone, trying to get those eliminations. They already reached double digits in this game and a final 4 spot, but everybody alive is going to be full trio. Some might be stronger than other, and that's where they're trying to battle from the low ground. Yamzo quick to take a big shot with the shields. He has to figure out a way to stagger back, get the HP up. The medallion proven to be useful in this situation, but only for so long. Yamzo goes down. Clix tries to make a miracle play, but the full trio goes out.
They tried to kneecap him out to the lobby, but it wasn't good enough. Not enough charge in the swing here. Meanwhile, Aegis, Poyo, Acorn starting to bring the pressure from the high ground down. Just 4 eliminations, but this top 3 positioning here is what matters most. But will the veteran trio close this one out is the real question. Shadow's team starting to turn online here. Curve, Tyler staying at the front side of zone here. Poyo halfway through the maps here. There's that one wild card factor. Finally, they find him. It's Sphinx in the mix here. Now, Jacob, we're looking at a clean 3v3.
Yep, and already Aegis going to drop down onto one side. Good damage on the curve. Poyo's going to clean that one up. Even with Aegis going down, Poyo has his back. And the Major 1 champion starting in 7th place. They cook up a victory royale and rise to the top.
It's crazy because yesterday we called it Acorn. Typically that day 2 Acorn comes out and he doesn't look back. And hey man, starting things off with a game 7 victory royale's gotta feel nice for them to put them right back in the conversation. But let's watch it back from their side here. We got the best of Aegis and Poyo coming out here, really kicking things off, and the way Aegis was able to kind of initiate the fight and allow Poyo to just get active from the sidelines was so perfect. And you got to give respect to the Young Bucks, Shadow and Curve and Tyler there coming through. So congrats, game 7's wraps there. Zeke, what do you have for us now?
You see what I'm saying? You see what I said at the start of the show? If Poyo came out and just won a game, we could be looking at a top 5 situation to qualify to globals. And Poyo said, you know what, Zeke, you want to win? You want us to win game 1, Zeke? We'll do that for you. I couldn't have written a better script. Poyo, Aegis, Acorn, I just cannot believe, Kelly, they were able to walk away the game the way they did. They just had high ground and just no one cared. And like, that's not the situation you want to allow Poyo to be in.
Well, someone cared, Muzz cared, but then he got punished for it. So it's a little bit understanding when the rest of the lobby kind of understands what happens when you try and focus on height instead of Peterbus trio on the low ground. But Acorn, Aegis, and Poyo did an incredible job. And Zeke, I know you're trying to take credit for it, but Vivid around Zone 5 said, watch Acorn, Aegis, and Poyo win this game from height.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually what I was calling towards the, earlier on before we even started this game. I was like, listen, that's what I want to see from this round. I think we're going to see them on the higher ground and make a little bit of a comeback. And instantly we can see them on the higher ground in game number 1 of day number 2. And this actually started yesterday, right? A lot of people would be like, oh, wow, they might have been cooking something up overnight. No, I think this trio actually started to cook this up in games 5, game 6 yesterday, right? They were teetering around with going for higher ground. They were trying it out. A couple games, they actually got it. And that's when I was like, you know what? I think day 2, we're going to be seeing a lot of high ground from this trio, and we're going to see a big comeback from them. First game of the day, it has started.
I am liking what I'm seeing. 5 more games now. Very quickly before we go to break, I just want to shout out Courage, JD, and the Courageous. I really hope that you have an amazing party, man. When we return after this short break, more action from the FNCS. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS game number 1 of the day. 7 overall starts with a bang. Pollo decides we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a victory royale. The standings, as you know it, Zeke, will be shaken just like you to your very core. And I am. Let's start talking about some of the things we saw from this last game, and eventually we get to the standings where there have definitely been some developments. We kind of talked about the fact that maybe at the end of the competition we could see maybe top 5 being enough to qualify through the globals. Well, with Pollo suddenly jumping into 4th place and tying Reed, Kelly, it's looking like that might be the case.
We have a tie for 4th and 5th place, and then it's only a 6-point difference between Ritual Cold and Peterbot versus Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo. And that game 7 for Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo was a bit of a question mark, as we like to see here. We saw Clix go down a little early, had a little bit of a misstep, but then the recovery that they made, going for that team in Storm, getting that little bit of health back so that once they finally did rotate to the end game, they were able to control the low ground like what we know that they do. But we heard our casters call it out. Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs not necessarily staying to the front of zone like what we've seen them do, playing just a little bit more back to go more for those eliminations, and we saw that kind of pan out. Look at the elims they're able to grab.
Yeah, I love the adjustment from the trail. I mean, they're just playing so good right now. As soon as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual misstep just a little bit, right? Go down a little bit early. They're right there. They're playing so consistent when they don't go down in the early game to go ahead and close that gap, which is why that 6-point difference is screaming right now, right here. Peterbot, Cold, and Rich, where you got to be feeling the pressure from that one. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamza, like I said, we talked about it earlier. Zeke was like, maybe they got to change something. I was like, no, they don't got to change anything. Just got to be a little bit more aware in the first couple minutes of the game. And I promise they're going to start doing well. The chase is on.
Oh man, the chase is on. 5 more games of this. Let's also talk about Peterbot, right? I mean, again, 6 points really isn't anything, right? We could see either of these trios make a mistake, fall early, or Peterbot deciding to run it clicks again, and we could see him dethroned here on day number 2. But I liked from this game, like, yeah, they only placed 9th with 3 eliminations, but clearly this trio has such an impact on the lobby.
Yeah, it's less about what they offer themselves and more so what they take away from everyone else. And we saw Muzz's trio going to kind of tag high ground there, and Peterbot able to catch them out, grab a few eliminations there. But honestly, 3 eliminations, even going down this early, is a bit of a short stop for them. And it'll be interesting to see kind of how they respond to this. We know that anytime something kind of negative or aggressive towards Peterbot happens, he tends to reverse it on that person tenfold. So I believe it was Ager's trio that actually took down Peterbot. So let's see if he pulls a Vino and lands on them.
Yeah, the crazy thing for me right there is they usually do so good at getting to the end games in a pretty healthy position, right? But as we saw right there, when they went down 0 materials, it kind of worked with trying to sneak away with a little bit of a kneecap or rotate through the air. Way too good of aimers on the high ground to kind of allow that to happen. 9th place, 3 eliminations for the trio. That's actually their worst game yet in this final. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on how they're doing. I'm a little mad looking at these standings. I'm not going to lie, Zeke. Kanata, right, in the mix, in the end game right there. 3rd place, 4 eliminations. Doesn't move on the leaderboard. How in the heck is that? Right after yesterday's day, right? A little bit of a rough one. Finally, we see him in the mix. Doesn't move up at all. I mean, still holding on, still close to the rest of the competition, but I was like, they're going to jump up, and they just didn't.
Man, it happens because Shadow, Curve, and Tyler decided to place, where they did this game, right? 2nd place. And
yeah, I
think it's interesting because, like, to some degree, you kind of want them to move up the standings, right? What you definitely don't want is them moving down. So I appreciate that Kanata at least kept them where they were. But of course, again, coming back to this trio, the fact that they won, we're starting to shake things up, Kelly. It's starting to get a little too close for comfort. I'm excited, but I'm also nervous.
Well, speaking of shaking things up, we've seen Shadow's trio shake things up. And again, another one of those dark horse trios that we've watched all the way back from Major 1. But for me, really what stood out about this trio was that incredible 20 elimination game we got from one of the more recent performance evaluations. Yeah. A majority of that coming from Shadow. So to see this kind of early aggression from this team, it may have taken a day for them to really lock in, but now I'm excited to see if we can get more of that ultra aggression that we saw from Shadow before.
Lock in, indeed. That was their best game. 2nd place, 9 eliminations. Cool to see that. Maybe they're going to throw their name in the mix right now, but 100 points separating 4th and 9th place. Anything can happen, Zeke. I'm a little nervous.
That's fine. We have 5 more games. Just think, if this was game 11, I would definitely be about to pass out. But we have 5 games. It's fine. Everyone calm down. I'll be nervous for us. Let's jump back into the action, though, with Monster DFace Jacob PR. Take us back in the game.
No way, Zeke. There is no time to calm down. Game number 7 was absolutely fantastic, and I expect 5 more games. Monster's been back and forth at the top of that leaderboard.
You know what? When the Major 1 final champions are in the mix as well, getting points, this is great for the rest of the lobby. Let's not forget, the better they do, the more they accumulate, the more likely other teams have a chance for those global spots. What you don't want is for other teams to be earning those points, because then they are surely getting closer and closer to stealing away one of those prestigious positions. But yes, Vivid said it best. The standings are way too close right now. For someone to have a top performing game and then not move is insane. So let's jump in for game number 8 now. The Major 2 Finals Game 8 is about to commence, and Jacob, I gotta say, it is starting to cook up to be an iconic Major Finals right now. And once again, we get to watch the dynamic play out. That last game, we got to give a hats off to the servers. We got a completely different end game, right? This is what we're hoping to see, some new dynamic coming into play. And it looks like, you know, for our Lone Wolf Layer team, Clix and company, them being able to deploy those other strategies that didn't get to really test out yesterday seem to work in their favor.
Yeah, that rotating towards the north side, they were able to pick up more and more surge on the teams trying to rotate deep into the zone. But again, more switch ups going down. Game 2, it does look like G Money, Osid, and Bryce are going to be uncontested inside of the mountain. But you see in the mini map, there's a full trio at the top of the mountain, so they're going to be splitting as much of this loot as possible. And this is something that we saw go down throughout the course of the day yesterday, and they're just trying to make sure that they don't risk their entire game on that off spawn fight.
Yeah, off spawn, always the tricky one, especially when you're going 50-50. We saw a little bit of that yesterday from those teams as well, kind of opting to split it up. One thing was for certain, though, when G-Monster's team got away successfully in the early game without any contestation, they seem to have had really good games come out of it. So a lot of promising hope for a trio like that, but KingSilic and Jargu have not let up just yet. They're looking to continue the pace here for the previous game, and King and Silic continue to do just that. But the whip shot, oh, for a second there, the little hiccup, I thought he missed the important tag, but nope, he ended up finishing off the full trio.
Yeah, this is about this team. Silic making the plays in game number 1 to kind of lead them to the rest of the game off spawn, and then now it's King's turn. I talked about the aggression. We both did. We saw it through group stages. It's finally great to see it here in back-to-back games for them. Over towards the bridge, though, a fight that we were watching yesterday. Another 50-50 for that floor loot. I think both teams kind of switching it up just a little bit. Once again, where you're at on the leaderboard means so much. Not just the first place FNCS championship, not just the global spots, but there's still a great amount of money to be won.
Yeah, and your history, right? Especially for these teams that are now starting to consistently make their way to finals. This is their legacy beginning to get developed here in real time. You know, and you got to give credits to Eulogy, Phenom, and Yusuf. I know last game was a little bit of a rough one for them, just given the circumstances, but they turned things into an 11th place game for them, really popping off. And not only that, that jumps them up to 16th place overall on the standings. So a top 10 could be in the conversation here, but they got to make it past the drop first. And Donnie, Craze, and Joji seems to have kind of taken control of the Shining Span this time around.
Yeah, they even got that elimination on Eulogy before he was able to get over that mountain. So they just got to figure out how to get that reboot card. As we turn on over to Crime City, business as usual for our first place team. Just unfortunate going down in 9th place, which left a good amount of placement points still on the board, and obviously elimination. So Clixiamzo Higgs able to close the gap to 6. But landing over towards the server room, getting the train, Peterbot immediately building up and looking over towards Foxy Floodgates. That's where you have Visual Braids and a Minish. Just a little bit of early game surge, and Peterbot just takes most of that damage, forced to kind of take a break here, breathe, reassess the situation.
Up on a full chug jug here, I don't blame him. Some prestigious heals getting utilized here. Visuals, you can see, looking to potentially play a cheeky little side angle right there. Higgs clicks in the Niamza though. Volt secured. Now time to head out, start looking for that damage. Higgs, no upgraded rifle. We'll see if he can kind of fish for something new here shortly. Clix, Higgs, and Niamza have pulled off 7 pickups, most of any team so far in the game. Those revives being absolutely clutch. Most of which obviously was accumulated yesterday, we saw in those final games. But still, even now, Clix got saved in the last round as well. So crucial for their strategy is keeping the entire team up.
Yeah, it's just in part the way they kind of play the low ground, getting the front side of the zone. At times even taking storm damage just to get deep into the zone with their builds before they backtrack. They found a lot of success in that game. If they can keep this momentum going, we can have this race all day long. But a new horse has entered the mix. Acorn, Poyo, Agers. They won that last game. They climbed up the leaderboard. They got a tying spot on the leaderboard, and they're winning the tiebreaker due to that victory royale in that last game over Reet, Cooper, and Curly. And they're sticking to the strategies. They got access to Mass Meadows uncontested, the vault with an abundance of loot, and they immediately go on over towards that black market where Acorn's the one that kind of relays a lot of those extra heals on over.
Yeah, what's really nice is they're keeping up the pacing, the momentum that they kind of left themselves off with games 5 and 6 yesterday, really setting them up big time to be in the conversation and then to, of course, initiate the tournament day 2 with a win. It's going to be the perfect storm here for them right now. And you can arguably say, you know, it's about a 5-way tie between 3rd down to 8th, right? They're all just within a couple of means points away from each other. Really is overall a super close competition. But one thing I wanted to also highlight was this trio right here. Visuals, Braids, and Diminished. My gosh, have they been playing some excellent Fortnite. Really just a sleeper team. And this is one that's been around the block for a long time, right? This is not a trio that's just new by any means, but they seem to have this season figured out.
Yeah, whether you're, you know, doing the watch parties, Fortnite Comp Report, or Ozzy himself, this is always a team when I'm looking at their predictions, Monster. They're a dark horse. They're always in the conversation. Even when Visual and Braids were a duo landing at a split drop that they made themselves, they always command that respect. And with the early game that we saw, with Diminished going down, eliminated by Peterbot, we saw Visuals going down over towards Foxy Floodgates, forced to reboot. They were still able to pull off a 6th place with 6 eliminations, which gives them that 24-point lead over 4th place.
And last game, I mean, just play from Diminished. Incredible stuff to make that push and keep his tournament run alive, keep him in the game to even have a little piece of an end game there. It's definitely the difference maker. Ritual Cold and Peterbot, though, just kind of setting up here. You can see they've already done what they had to do over at the drop. Now they're looking to kind of disperse out. Meanwhile, Kanata Bolts back on the hunt here, continuing to take these Eastern fights, and most importantly, take them with no fear of sitting in the zone for a while. I mean, look at the head count here. They found Yusuf and then box him up. Oh no, gotta be doing better than that. Yusuf somehow didn't even have his walls under control before this all kicked off, and then Bolt's getting right to it. Wonderful tags there. That's some big damage for them right now.
Yeah, even though they were able to get Eulogy back, they're not really able to do anything with it. And I like the way Bolts played it, even though they didn't need it, because as you said, they boxed him up. You saw how he went across the entire left side, let Sphinx and Kanata push directly towards his opponent. He was prepared just in case he was trying to disengage, run out. He would have ran into Bolts, but they were just too quick. Bolts didn't really get to do anything. Maybe the next fight, buddy, as he's looking towards the backside of zone. Sees a full trio back there, and right now, it's essentially up to them how long they want to stay here at this spot on the map, how long they want to try to hold that team out, and how much surge they think is okay for them to rotate out.
Back on over to the Seaport City. Zone still kind of hovering around this general area, so a lot of time bought here. But you notice the markers are out. They're going to be looking to focus on the Eastern teams. Teams like Kanata, potentially, that are out there.
He just blocks it off. Nope. No free damage for you over there, but they're still able to sneak some through. Thresh just looking at that armored vehicle, trying to rotate in towards zones. Definitely hard to land shots, but if that 3rd player, your trio, is in the back and he falls out, you leave him behind, it's almost open season, so you got to be careful for that one as you're rotating through. As Muzz, Rise, Yapko, you can see they're already beginning that rotation out of Shiny Shafts, slowly but surely, since the zone is rather close. And you can kind of see where the zone is at this time around, just inside of Lone Wolf Slaver, maybe a little bit of Brutal Boxcars on the side.
Nice calm here right now for the team. Rise positioned up at the Surge base right now, but zone's already starting to pop here. Looks like another Eastern draw so far.
Just looking around, see how many teams are still getting left behind. They have the time and the luxury to do it, but on the other side, they might not. Broken, Liam 20. No extra shields for Broken. He does have a med kit, so you can see the possibility of how long this fight has actually been going on, but there is going to be one knock on the other side. 20 goes down, so still a 2v2 breaking out, but at least Broken was able to grab a lot of that extra loot. The Siphon Mats could be the difference maker as the cleanup finally goes through onto JoJo. 2v2 breaking out, but a full third trio, a third party is now moving in to interrupt this fight.
So I was gonna say, Aviv, Skittles, Chimp, sitting comfortably on the outskirts, watching it all go down, chipping away at damage here. They have the prime positioning, and notice what they're trying to do. Let this middle team kind of wrap things up or break it out, initiate it, so they can clean up the extra elims that start to scatter away. And one thing's for certain, they're picking up a lot of damage with the Oxy on the run now. In comes Skips and crew. Skittles Chimp already putting more shots down. Broken forced the Jug here alongside Liam. Very little time left, but Skittles is on the wall. Viv's on the other side here. It's just a matter of time before they likely pick up these elims right now. And I mean, if you're Liam and team, you're thinking about, you know, what went wrong this game, right? They had a couple great moments where they were kind of breaking out of the early game, but things just not really trending in their direction right now.
Yeah, they thought it, since the zone had pulled so far away, maybe they had an isolated fight, but Skittles, Chimp, and Viv, kind of part of their strategy, staggering themselves this far back in the zone. They get a lot of the extra loot. They do a little bit what some of these other teams do, whether they're fighting off spawn or just trying to take shots on any teams rotating late, trying to get out of the zone. This time around, it does work out for them. And one of the big reasons why they feel so comfortable staying so deep into zone on this side of the map is because there's geysers, launch pads, then obviously if they have the kneecappers, there's a lot of different mobility tools they can use to close the distance quick.
From the highlight, how things end up working there. And I was just looking at the standings. That's going to put them up in 13th place right now. A couple eliminations away from 12th right now for Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp. We're keeping tabs on them, seeing if they can fight their way into a top 10 after this game's over. Cooper, Ree, and Curly continuing the action here at the Flooded Frogs. So far, so good for them as far as the overall damage. Zone's gonna land relatively close here.
In that last game for them, with a little bit of a different zone pull, not at Magic Mosses like yesterday, that was their worst game of the tournament so far. They were still able to get a 10th place with 3 eliminations, but we're kind of seeing them really be put to work here early on here in day 2. In the feed, I did see Sillet get it down onto Poyo. Agers does look like he's still alive, though. They have a chance to heal up. They have Medmis smokes, water sprites, a bunch of different utility. And they have the luxury to go back in the zone over towards Mass Meadows to get the reboot back onto Poyo. So it should be not too much hard work for them to be alive as a trio once more. The biggest thing that I'm really watching out for is with Poyo going down, getting rebooted, how much surge did they actually lose off of that?
Yeah, it's the setback that really makes the difference. Take a look at it. It's against Xanda, Evan, and Sandalit. Oh, they get deleted from behind. And it's the small things, right? The small regrets that end up sending you right back.
I feel like it's happening more and more where you think you have an isolated fight that deep in the zone, and then out of nowhere, a third team comes out of nowhere. Visuals, Braids, and Diminished. They were able to quickly move north from Foxy Floodgates. They're trying to get the Brutal Boxcars Mountain. And if the trend continues and we have some of the same zones game after game hovering over each other, we're going to see a lot of proactivity come out of some of these teams, this being one of them. Then now, depending on where there's... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is where they positioned up last game, right? They seemed to be comfortable coming here, taking the fights on this mountain, but this time around, they wanted to get here early so they didn't have to really box out, you know, a team while getting third-partied. So they get the full wipe, and then look at that. They're fully based up now.
Read my mind right there. And this is, I feel like, one of the first times we're seeing Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs actually fight for this black market. They're realizing how close the tournament is, and they're pulling out every single strategy, going back to what they know has worked in some of those past Divisional Cup tournaments. 341 damage above the threshold. The zone is moving over towards this direction. So they may be learning, adapting here as the games go on.
Don't call it too early now. We might jinx it and we get another Magic Moss's endgame. Little update from Agers though. What's going on here? So Poyo picked up little damage given that he's playing the zone right now. Agers is making super sure there's no one kind of lurking about right here, not trusting a bush, not trusting the builds. This tower is obviously still in the zone right now.
Uh-oh. It's like a stroll in the park on one side, but on this one, Yamza just takes a big shot, maybe even kneecapper on top. Clicks as well, dropped down to 105 HP and shield, forced to backtrack. At least he reunites with Higgs, where he knows he has a little bit of extra help, so that way he can finally pop those heals. It's Yamza the one that has a little bit of worry. I say that lightly, though, because he already has elimination onto Tony. That's going to help with the Siphon, the extra materials, as to continue to push forward.
Actually caught the second elimination there as well, so look at this. Last game, they kicked it off with 4 elims in the early game. This time, they're finding some mid-game critical fights here. And then they get to secure the market and everything in between right now. This is actually perfect. And then you look in the outskirts, there are other options as well, right? You have to think about how those teams are likely thinking that they need to get into a surge fight as well. But if you're Higgs, Yamza, and Clix, they got a brief glimpse of how well set up they are right now.
It's just unfortunate. Creon's by himself, and they have some extra HP down below, so they can literally outstay their welcome over there. Rise, Yapko, Muzz, still slow to rotate. Pulls further and further towards Brutal Boxcars. Again, that mountain range that some have invested into early on might have been the fruitful play that works out. But with 845 damage above the threshold, they really don't have to worry about anything other than making it to zone. And it sounds easier than it actually is, because you saw what Trio is waiting at the other side.
Somehow, some way, miracles are true. They weren't spotted out. They could see Ritual and Cold moving their heels out of the base. And look at how quickly they end up boxing down. But hold up, Aegis, Acorn, and Pollo not letting up the pressure here. They ended up tailing that team that just got the pickup right off the outskirts on the bridge. And it's G-Monster and Osid who fall now to the hands of Aegis, Acorn, and Pollo. So big set of eliminations here. We talked about them being out of damage. They're only 181 above after picking up 2 eliminations, so it shows you they could have been 500 or 600 behind just moments ago.
Oh. You know where it's going, right, Monster? You know where we're headed, right? I mean, they could take the train, because we're going to Brutal Boxcars is what it looks like. That mountain range that some invested into might be worth it, as Jojo Fishy trying to pass Peterbot. He gets taken down from one player to the next. Aoxy feels that same pain, and they felt it twice in the same game, because remember, they were trying to disengage as a solo. At least he got the reboot attempt on to some of his teammates, but these are the things you really just have to watch out for. And that's only their second elimination so far, and they're almost 600 above the damage threshold.
You guys see why Muzz and team were like, oh, wait a second, we're not gonna get by this base. That's exactly what happens. They were looking to dive onto the next team they saw for sure. Sphinx, Bolts, and Kanata, though, 113 damage below the threshold. This is obviously one of the worst positions you could be in here. And they have a decision to make. They're going to go 5 splash down and then into the box here. So Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp are an option. And then you have Cooper's team down low. Ooh, Rhea, Cooper, Curly have to be counting their lucky stars, because Bolt, Sphinx, and Kanata are on the way, and they're hungry for an elimination here. They need damage. Nothing just yet.
This is not good. Sphinx goes down, eliminated. Active Storm Surge means you're not going to get knocked. And they're just falling further and further below, from a little bit over 100 to now 321 damage below the threshold. That's close to 2 full eliminations on the players. And it's something that you got to be careful for, because they don't have any extra heals, no shields, no HP. Luckily for them, they're able to look to the backside of the zone and trying to land some shots, but it bites them in the end. Aviv, Skittles, Chimp, they might have forgot about him, but they didn't forget about you. They turn on to Kanata, get that elimination, and force Bolts into a mad scramble.
Tough spot to be in here now. And although he has to play defensive, you kind of can't, right? Like, you don't have the luxury, you don't have the time. There it is, things are active. Sees a base, goes into it, Amplify cleans him up. That's gonna be the end. Team Kanata there. Cooper, Rhea, and Curly take full advantage of the fight that they hear break off next door. Meanwhile, Muzz, Rise, and Jabko, no troubles in the world right now as they go for an early rotate to try to get to this zone. And I'm a little curious if this was the best way to go. There's a huge body of water. Team's already set up on this side. Just gonna have to watch it play out.
Just trying to heal up. I can sense them passing around that chug jug before this rotation, just to top everybody off. Rise peeking through. And they got to be careful here because, like you said, they have to go over that open body of water. Now they're one of the last teams to rotate on over. And if anybody is going to be below Surge, they're definitely going to be looking back. And on the other side of that bridge, they're going to run into Clix. They're going to run into Yamzo and Higgs. And they're just putting pressure on every team that has to rotate through that water.
Jacob, I was asking myself, what team could it, like, who pulled the zone right there? Like, who's set up already on the other side? Big body of water to protect them. It's Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs with the prime positioning. Talk about key real estate right here. This is a perfect position to be in. Not only that, they have the natural elevation and the high ground up above them as well. This is where you want to be right now. Not too comfortable. You can see Clix just kind of staying on his toes right now. Replay coming in for Coldridge when Peter bought those. They're finding eliminations right now. Mind, those are points, right? Starting to rack up there.
Trying to close that gap. 6 points. It's not much now, but you definitely cannot let Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual continue to get more and more eliminations as each game passes. It's almost been the trend. 69 above, though, for the Major 1 champions. They've had a few struggles in this game, but they're always figuring out a way to make it work. The zone cuts back just a little bit in their favor, and that gives them the option to look across 2-3 teams over there. That's going to be their target. I was literally just saying you cannot let them pick up these eliminations, and there goes Peterbot getting another knock onto Cynics.
The end game is just starting right now, and they're at 5 elims, so talk about really heating up when it matters. Zone's gonna pull far east though, giving up all that water. Straight into the landmass we go. See, most of the teams already have migrated here. 2 trios trailing behind for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Trying to decide. It's gonna be the first move for them right now. Big lobby pressure coming in off the Chimp, Skittles, and Aviv. Down low.
I think they figure a lot of these teams are gonna have to rotate in their direction, and that's gonna be the best chance that they got to try to catch some players off guard. Some damage able to sneak through, but not much. But this is the zone. Kelly really broke this down to start the day. They pulled it on the front side and immediately built up. Bugha, Threats, and Rapid. And they were the ones who closed out game number 6 with a victory royale. And so it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually close this one off. They're looking across and seeing who is actually going to try to make the play to contest them. Where this next zone pulls monster is going to be so pivotal on Threats, Rapid, and Bugha's next moves.
You can tell by Bugha's body language there. He is eyeing up Reed's base. They are a little too close for comfort to second height. Wouldn't put it past him to dive in, but look at this. They just can't get a break. Agers,
wow.
Oh, Acorn and Boyo get eliminated in 14th before the real placement point starts to kick in and kind of add up, but it was a struggle of a game just to even get this far. Clix, Yamzo, Higgs, though, they have not stopped playing the perfect frontside low ground all weekend long, and they just continue to do so. Another top 10 is just moments away.
You see the huge difference, though, in their inventory this time around. The Mythic Collateral AR, the extra splashes, they did make their way on over to that black market to try to take use of their Lone Wolf POI. Peterbot looking to chop down high ground, but they got to be connected somewhere else. And that's a thing that they're going to look for it, but instead they run into Craze on the other side, but they're not backing down from any challenge, especially now since they know they're going to have to rotate. And you see them looking through the wall, eyeing that team before they rotate on out. Just trying to be very, very precise about their rotation, and they even change LAers during this next pool. And now they're looking up. Peterbot knows if they want high ground, now would be the time to try to take it.
Yeah, they wanted to chop it down, but it's connected to the Steam stack there. He didn't see or notice the fact that it is just going to be there and set up, but Clix, Yamzo, Higgs on the Gold Rush splash effect here, continuing to rotate. It seems like they pull a little bit of a favorable zone on the low ground as well, so that's going to be perfect for them. Meanwhile, Bugha, Threats, and Rapid managed to re-secure the base here, so all that material count doesn't go to waste, but Peterbot doesn't care. He's had enough of high ground shooting down. He's starting to eye up Bugha. And we know what he does. He used that kneecapper so well to retake high ground. And then the full commit jumps to the front side of zone. Threats is there to back him up. Bugha, Rapid, come on in. It's an all-out fight inside the box. Threats gets put down, though. Peterbot is showing up once again. This time, he wants to win, though.
Yeah, he took that high ground by force, and you saw when they all jumped over, Bugha, Threats, Rapid, it's like they jumped in different directions. Threats was just left by himself in the Lion's Den, getting eaten every chance that he gets, and now the game has just changed. a huge threat is going to be on the high ground. Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual. They didn't get the win that they wanted in game number 1. They got the gap closed by Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, and now it's their time to reopen that spread.
What's most important is that they stay alive right now. Everyone has to stay up. Ritual, though, takes a huge amount of damage right now. Someone ends up contesting them for high ground, and Ritual falls first. It's Cooper, and it's Reed who's here now, showing up as well. But look at the fight. Isho and Vert show up, too, for a little bit of high ground. Everyone wants a piece of this, but Peterbot's had enough. Once again, he's here to fight back.
Taki thought it was safe. He thought it was easy, but sidelined by Pete. Cold goes down. Ritual as well. Peterbot able to get a knock on the one, but he knows he can't clean it up just yet. Vert's still down below, but he's getting backed off. Backside of zone. Peterbot still has the siphon available when that elimination finally gets cleaned up. So he has all the time in the world here to look back at the Vert and figure out what he's going to do. And he has no chance to contest this high ground. Still a good amount of builds left for Peter as well as a solo.
The only team trio up is Clix's trio on the low ground. Look at how many eliminations they have managed to secure here. They are running away with things down. But Peterbot is still in this game, still looking to earn points, still looking to keep that gap from opening up any further. He's already at a total of 11 elims with the trio here. He finds Donnie as well, still finding more, and then finds Vert, making sure that he's securing the points here. He says, you may be winning the war on the low ground, but I'm here to take it all home. Hold up, Peterbot finds Higgs, and now the Cypher's starting to cook in. Another shot onto Clix, and he is still going right now. One thing's for certain, he's gonna keep the pressure up and make it nice and close, but in the end, Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs secure the dub.
And it just leaves me asking one question. Were those eliminations that game from Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot enough to make that 11-point difference from the Victory Royale mean absolutely nothing? This is what we wanted. The entertainment. This is Cinema Monster.
It's crazy because it doesn't matter if you win the game, if you're letting Peterbot's trio earn all of those extra points. He's just taking away the padding that you could have otherwise secured, but you have to give so much credit to Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs. Just a perfect, they are playing absolutely perfect front side low ground end games right now, and they're cleaning up house. Yamzo with the final shot there to win the Victory Royale. Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo do it once again for game number 8, Zeke.
Jacob PR, hold me. This is cinema. I cannot believe. Okay, Kelly, was there a moment where you believed Peterbot was gonna 1v3? Was there a moment where you thought,
yes,
oh no, are we about to get 1v3? It's okay, Clix. Look, it's me and you. It's me and you. They got themselves a Victory Royale. That's what I like to see, but man, that was a very scary game. Peterbot went wild, but obviously I love to see from Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs that they were really kind of leading the charge as they do on the low ground, right? And while everything else is happening, they're like, hey, just stick to the plan. I know it sounds like a bunch of stuff's happening and we could go for those eliminations. Let's just go for the win instead.
I mean, and they did it to a T, like what we've seen them do time and time again. Around zone 9, they're kind of playing in the back a little bit. They had so many more splashes than what we've seen them, and they utilized that. We can understand why that's such an important part of their strategy. And getting those splashes, you get a little bit of a speed boost. You are able to control the front ground. And then while all the chaos is happening on the high ground, Vivid, and that was definitely the most chaotic high ground we have had this finals for North America, well, low ground just kind of gets free elims.
It's so awesome. We're just so entertained, right? We're all just staring at a high ground, right? We got Peterbot's trio up there taking the high ground, defending the high ground. We're like, holy moly, who's gonna win this game? And then we look down. Monster makes the call. There's only one full trio alive. It's Clix's trio. They're putting on a clinic on the low ground for the observers. It was like pick your poison, right? No matter who you picked right there, we were gonna be entertained. Not very often, right, where we watch one of the most entertaining parts of the game happening up on the high ground, and there's so much going on the low ground. But what an incredible game from Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, just taking full advantage of it. And this is what I was mentioning, right? They are not faltering at all. Does not matter what's going on, right? If your trio's going down on the high ground, they're going to be popping off on the lower ground every single game. They have figured not only this meta out, but this finals out, and it shows every single time ever since they started yesterday in game number 3. Outside of, game number 6 yesterday, where of course a little bit of a falter, they have not placed outside of top 2, 3 of those being wins. they're playing so good.
This is insane. And just to think, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it right now, okay? Because of that game, there is a 3-point difference between Ritual Cold Peterbot and Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo. But who's in first place? We'll find out after this break. Don't you go anywhere.
Jak to?
Welcome back to the FNCS. I cannot believe it, but Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs got themselves yet another victory royale. However, for a moment, it looked like Peterbot was going to 1v3 them. Guys, I'm going to say it. I'm so sorry. The mental game, Peterbot's in my head, okay? Mentally, I thought, oh no, Peterbot might just 1v3 Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs here because they were just on a tear. And like, you know, Kelly, once Peterbot gets going, it's so unbelievably difficult to stop him.
It's really funny. Anytime Peterbot does poorly in a game, you can almost expect the following game to be just absolute nonstop W king from him. And I love that. It's something that we've seen from Peterbot now for the last year, where he needs to prove himself if he doesn't have the perfect game. And this was very close to being the perfect game. An incredible height take from Peterbot Cold and Ritual, where it almost didn't really pan out, but they went back forward again, able to control high ground, even when Vert went for this bar for bar 1v1 against Peterbot, which is quite the feat to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an incredible game. And, you know, me, Zeke, Kelly, we're sitting here, we're getting ready to kind of come back to the show. You know, we hear in our ears, yeah, hey, you know, Peterbot stuff's ready, highlights ready. It's like over a minute long. We're like, wait, what? And we're like, yeah, we also kept it short. And we're like, wait, what? It's incredible. So there's just not enough time to truly understand how good Peterbot really is. And I give a big shout out to Jacob Wazzo, right? Because we're like watching this, and as soon as the Elim comes in on Higgs, Jacob goes, oh no. He's like fully prepared for the 1v3 to happen. But that being said, that Peterbot solo clutch right there somehow holds on to first place by just 3 points.
Just the most ridiculous one, right? I mean, again, this was Peterbot as a solo. That's almost more dangerous when he's by himself. Like, I can't even believe those words are coming out of my mouth.
Oh, I do.
And yet it happened. Kelly, I mean, he's just crazy.
I mean, you look to the global championships and you have game 11 there where Peterbot eliminated like 8 players in 2 minutes. And I think actually in Major 1, he did the same thing potentially in game 11 as well. Peterbot is known as this insane player going for these solo clutches in the end game. And Zeke, you keep saying, oh, I thought he was going to go for the 1v3. Peterbot essentially went for the 1v5 and eliminated 3 players. He got Donnie, he got Vert, and then he got Higgs. It is, no one else can do it like Peterbot. So even if he's not winning, who cares, because he's able to get so many elims.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible stuff. I mean, we could talk about our top 2 trios for the rest of the day. We could just stop the competition right now and probably talk about them forever. We do have some other trios who are, of course, playing very, very well. We got Braids, Visuals, and Amenis. They are still holding on to 3rd place right now. Pick up, you know, another good game, still continuing that trend. Zeke of only having 1 game outside of the top 10. This game, they're going to pick up 7th place with 5 eliminations. So staying consistent in terms of that. But I mean, you know, our top 2 contenders, Kelly, they're running away with it, but it's very, very close. It's like 3rd through 6th right now.
Of course, and that's what we're looking for, right? Braids, Visuals, and Amenis making their way to the global championships over some of our bigger teams, the Big 7. I mean, if you look at our leaderboard right now, it is what players consider the Big 7, but if you replace Visuals, Braids, and Amenis with Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx, however, they're not stopping yet either. They are still in our top 10. And Zeke, we have 4 more games to go. It already feels like the end of the tournament because so much has happened, but we're barely halfway through.
Even just look, Kelly, like, look at those numbers. How many of those are zeros, as in those players haven't moved? And how many of them are going 1 point up or down? This competition is so close. Like, yeah, of course, obviously we're trying to tell this nice little story, and then Clix and Peterbot over here just like blowing stuff up. We're like, okay, I guess we have to look at that too. Like, the competition is close with 4 more games left to go. Let's jump back on that battle bus. MDF, Jacob PR, take it away.
Yeah, look, no doubt. I mean, we're going through a roller coaster of emotions. I feel like I've exhausted the pipes here. I mean, we still have 4 games in front of us, and it's looking like every game is a fight for the championship right now, Jacob.
Yeah, and it's looking like it could be some of the most important games of Fortnite you will play this year. 3 spots for the Global Championship, and it gets exponentially harder with only 2 spots in Major 3. So, honestly, it's now or never for some of these teams at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, one thing's exciting right now, it's that 3-point gap up the top. You know, Peterbot making sure that Clix has to stay on his toes. You don't know now when they just want to pull the trigger, or will Clix pull something out of the sleeve? Well, we're here to find out. Let's jump on this battle bus one more time.
Monster, when this game ends, the tournament will be 75% of the way over. And that's really where it's going to start to get interesting. 3 games left, not enough time to make up a point deficit. So I'm thinking there might be a potential. We saw Peterbot land on Clix. What about the other way around if the point lead over everybody else serves it?
That's exactly what I was starting to allude to with how Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo, or, you know, had the whole night to sleep on what all unfolded yesterday. You have to assume that they now, too, took that exact strategy into account, right? There might be a point in time where they say, you know what? Before they can do us dirty, we probably should do them instead. So we'll just have to figure it out. And then I'm also thinking about, is 600 points enough to make it to Global Championship? Those are a lot of points. But then I start looking down at the standings. You know, it's only a game and a half difference. So this game 9, game 10 are absolutely critical to Clix making it to the Global Championship spot. Well, in the end, it is absolutely incredible Fortnite at play here. High action, high caliber Fortnite underway, and it just doesn't get any better.
No, it does not. And you're seeing why every team, including Craze, Donnie, Joji, Yusuf, Yuji, and Phenom on the Shining Span Bridge. Yesterday, most of the game, we saw him kind of going all out 50-50. Drop on one of them floor loots and quickly go to work. This time around, both games, they're choosing to try to disengage, play it out. They might not get all the loot that they want off of their spawn, but at least they got a shot to try to get more points, move up the leaderboard, try to get in that top 25 where you can actually make some money.
I respect it. You know, like last game they did something similar, but you know, at the end of the day, they were in about 16th place. So when they survived the drop and they kind of play things out, they're just working their way up, chipping their way up. They jumped up to 14th now, so they're kind of in the running for getting closer and closer to the top 10, which I kind of have to appreciate. What do you think about Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold here, though, playing for the medallion, it seems like, here at the train?
Yeah, business as usual for them, but you see the 2 arrows off on the side, 2 different bases already built. That's the trio, Visual, Braids, and Aminish. This is how they get a lot of their early game surge. And obviously, after Peterbot secures the loot that he wants, he quickly turns around, tries to accumulate a little bit of surge on his own. But because of how long it actually takes to get the boss down, to get the medallion, usually there's a lot of shots like that coming from the other side.
I was gonna say, it seems like they were getting a little too close for comfort there. I thought for a moment we're gonna see Visuals, Aminish, and Braze just dive in on the 2, but it seems like they know better than to take that risk. What is happening here from coned up to fighting back? Jaxi finds himself fighting out of a absolutely unwinnable situation for most, but all of a sudden he's looking at 1v3 right now. Siphon kicks in here, and he's right back in it, and the double edit. That was too smooth, but Noah plays, Chaos Gaming and Kazs are here to rain on his parade. Jaxi, unfortunately, won't be able to celebrate much longer. Look, he's at 6 elims, 2 team wipes, and then sent back to the lobby. My gosh.
That last elimination was pretty tough, though. He slid. He was safe. So it was great for him to kind of pick that up. You said 6 eliminate. At least they got 24 points for this game. Could be the difference maker depending on where you're at on the leaderboard. And that's where Kaz was able to quickly break. And there's really no time for him to react. The full trio was already there. Jumping on top, closing off every possible escape scenario. As we jump aboard Clixie, Amzo Higgs. Hey, much closer this time around than we have seen in some of previous games past. Clix is going to be the one leading the charge of trying to get that Storm Surge first. Yamato Higgs still looting up underneath the vault and all the surrounding land to try to get a lot of those extra heals up here in this base so that we can have a smooth game. Ooh.
They want to be absolutely sure to find Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold if they decide to try to sneak up on him. And this is why they're all kind of positioned up, like you mentioned, really closely to one another, but all with different angles, right? Looking for teams lurking, kind of sliding up on them. You have to also take into account, like, those shots they just put onto Peterbot, you know they know, right? Like, they're still at the Lone Wolf layer. So what are they thinking right now?
Probably just being very, very precise. And you kind of mix in a little bit of that last game, so they're just trying to get and see where a lot of these players are rotating to, mainly on over towards the black market. As Yamzo taking that other angle, looking towards the south, spotting out one of those towers in the distance and immediately trying to go to work. And you're seeing in the minimap as well, marking a team up there in that last game as one of the first times we were able to see them access that black market underneath Magic Mosses, and it helped so much. You saw the collateral AR. They were able to get at least 4 different sets of splashes on top of it, something that weren't able to do at all in day 1 because of a lot of those north zones.
For Ishu Taki, though, a big box fight right here. Taki's already taken out. A lot of credit to this team that tried to play for high ground, try to put the dub up on the mark. Came up a little short, but gotta respect it nonetheless. And unfortunately, Ishu just forced to completely give us this entire situation up right now.
Yeah, it does look like Seek and Veer are still underneath. Might be a 3v2 situation, so a blessing that they came in to crash this party, because now that Solo is going to be able to get out and get a chance for the reboot, but Veer being pushed back. A lot of these are his builds. That's why you see Creon playing careful, and you see that they're the ones that made that quick jump on over to black market this time around. Mythic Collateral AR is just shredding through these builds. Big damage onto Veer. Another elimination cleaned up with ease, leaving Seek by himself. in a 1v3 situation, and immediately they spot him out, get him to move. Those audio visuals being the difference maker as they get wiped out of this game.
That collateral AR so good when it comes down to keying in and keeping the pressure going like that. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, though, getting right back into the fighting action here. And what's so interesting is that they're fighting the team that Clix's trio was just eyeing up for surge tags here. And it makes you wonder if they are hunting right now, kind of on the warpath of Peterbot's team, just trying to see if they can find them out, bait them in, wait for them at the edge of Storm, right? This is very intentional right now.
Yeah, especially since I mentioned them being able to access the black market on the side of Clix and his trio. Zone is pulling towards the south, so this would be one of those scenarios with the Storm Surge they got early on in the game. They can backtrack, but now you just got Peterbot in your path. A 3-point lead. And he's not straying away from these risky plays and these big moves of rotating towards the north and trying to cut off that whole team. But there is going to be one player, that last solo, still in the minimap. Down below, you see him just above Lone Wolf Lair, just south of what Peterbot's initially at. And it does look like because of that third party, he is going to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, this is some significant, you know, tactics at play right now. Like, you're watching them almost literally trying to position themselves to get into a fight with Peterbot come the mid game. We'll be keeping eyes on it. How Clix and Peterbot, the gap continues, but for Phenom, Eulogy, and Yusuf, fight breaking out kind of inside the Storm right now against Shadow, Tyler, and Curve. You know, up until now, we've seen also Kanata's team here, but not quite just yet. And as we just mentioned, we knew they were trying to get in on to Clix's trio. Who would have thought they'd push all the way up? Of course, after taking the rotate through the porta potty, now full fight's breaking out. Peterbot hurt though. Yangzo is here to fight. No time to choke now though. This is for the championship essentially right here.
Yeah, this would give either one of these teams, assuming they finish at least in the top 3, a big lead going into the last 3 games of the day. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual choosing to disengage. Zone pulling all the way towards the south. They say, hey, we're just going to go ahead and go back on over towards our black market, our crime city for now. We'll meet you later inside of the zone, because now both of these teams know which outfit their opponents are wearing. But Clix getting some good damage on somebody trying to move through that porta potty, forcing the remaining 2 players to just wait and expend a lot of their materials.
I was going to say, it's so important that they pressure right now to really make sure they set back Peterbot's trio as much as possible. You got to give them a lot of credit defending off Peterbot's team, coming in fully healthy, mind you, with all the resources, right? Peterbot's trying to pull the same type of tactic they did yesterday. Just put Clix off of the ball game, right? Push them off their Surge strats, reset them, make them kind of fall in the mid game when Surge gets active. But this time they were prepared, and it seems like, I don't know, man, maybe they pulled the trick out a little too soon yesterday.
I almost feel like, and you're an OG, you've been around much longer than I have. Is this one of the first times we're seeing a team really just take control as much as Peterbot is going for these early game fights? I mean, rightfully so, Peterbot does want to win. They have such a huge lead over 3rd, 4th, 5th, everybody else down below that leaderboard. So maybe he already has his global championship spot, almost guaranteed top 2. It's worth the risk for them, especially since this one is personal almost between Peterbot and Clix. And this is bragging rights. This is more than just that.
Yeah, Jacob, look, you know, I've casted 25 FNCS finals. There has never been a team to do what you're watching right now in an active online tournament, like in this way, right? Really trying to make sure that they position themselves to be the front runners, and then finding someone so close to them, deviating the strategy to say, you know what, we have to adjust. Like, this is what we've always wanted to see from high-level Fortnite, and it's great to see Peterbot and his trio kind of take the lead there, right? So all credits to Ritual and Cold, because there aren't many teams that would do this. And of course, the GOATs, Vino and Queezer, were the ones that kind of kicked this off, right? Showing that this is possible. You can make these type of iconic plays. You can almost cement yourself in Fortnite history as legends if you do this type of stuff. And I think they're leading by example right now. So this is the first time we've seen it here on NA, and I think online in general in this type of way.
It's just incredible. All these years later, records still being broken, history still being made, and entertainment at its finest. We're the true victors out of all of this that is going down around the lobby, as Higgs in the feed does get an elimination onto the tick. You see rapid threats in Bugha. A little bit of a slower pace for them this time around. Just outside of the qualification spots, but the points are so close. All it takes is one good game to change the course of your own history. This time around, everybody having to rotate in from the north. Foxy Floodgate is going to be the most north POI as of now. As we check out how Higgs was actually able to pick up that elimination, just sneaking up on a couple of players. And as I said, zone moving towards the south, which gives a lot of freedom to Clix, Higgs, and Yamato to move back on over to that black market and seeing if there's anything left from Creon, Tony, and Noisy.
I was gonna say, you know, you got to think about how, you know, because Ritual and Cold were there, they kind of cut off the black market for a little bit.
Yep.
Likely looking at Clix's performance and saying, hey, you know, what's changed from the days before, right? It's the fact that they have had access to this black market. We talked about how significant that is. But look, there's other teams kind of here still waiting about, so they're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh man, they're getting confident up above. They're knocking on some doors, trying to take some cones, eliminate some options just in case this fight does progress longer than they'd expect. But great shots coming out of Yamzo yet again, opening up the fight, slowing down at least one of those players. But Vert landing some good damage onto Clix. Both teams trying to tunnel around, build some extra space. That way they can try to make that move, but it's the low ground right now that is on a little bit of a disadvantage, so they need to figure out a way to make a play as Clix just gets hounded yet again. Dropped down to about 75 HP, looking for a way to survive.
Forced to pop a second med miss here now, so this is really starting to come down to the wire as far as the zone pressure is concerned. It's going to come down to Higgs and Yamzo. We've seen a lot of clutch plays from them throughout the weekend. Really have never seen a better Clix and Yamzo. They seem to be in peak form. Clix here, still on the back foot right now. 51 damage put off right there. He's going to win that trade. The edit was there, but unfortunately the tag couldn't follow up in time, and this low ground, I was going to say, really difficult to play off of. It seems like the zone gets the knock for Yamzo, and that's going to be the go sign for them. In here they come with the kneecappers are out. Taki's there, but no! The pre-fire shotgun onto Clix takes him down. Higgs loses shield here. It's going to be up to Vert to come through, and Vert actually finishes off Clix. Think about what this is going to do for the damage as well. This is an extremely big elimination right now, and a time waste. And Maniac was just here. This reboot might not even be up. Oh, it is.
This is just crazy because you said it yourself. What does that do to the damage? Remember, early on, it was Clix the one on top of Lone Wolf Lair in their base, getting a lot of that damage while his teammates were the ones looting up, getting the gold. We'll see how it turns out for him, but Cold is down as well. Monster. 6 games today, and already it's been toe-to-toe, back and forth between the top 2 trios, and again, we're in a dire situation. Even though they are going to get that revive off and the elimination cleaned up for the Siphon, it still puts them in a spot to where now they have to follow backs into zone, and they're so far back.
Can I just say how smart that was? They left it down body until they picked up Cole, so the Siphon kicks back in for Cole. Like, the little things that happen at extreme high-level Fortnite is what makes me love this game so much at a competitive level. And look, they are back like they never left. They are just not looking to make any mistakes. This is incredible stuff.
Those little differences really mean much, because now they don't have to use a med miss, they don't have to use a med kit, no bandages, no worries there, at least not for now. And again, I always say this, they're looting their POI yet again. They don't even necessarily drop there and loot the whole thing. That's from time to time you see extra teams come in, try to grab the scraps as he dips his toes into the water, the gold splash water that runs through Crime City. Get the extra speed boost, faster farming speed, and that's where he's going to be maxed up on materials in no time. And not too far away from where the zone is pulling now. And this is where you're seeing a lot of teams utilize that gold splash water, just dipping their feet in. They get the speed boost, they get this pickaxe speed boost. And then if they do have that kneecapper, then they're definitely going to close the
Ahoj,
distance
moc
with
se
these.
ti omlouvám, já
I
jsem
mean,
to
at
musel
this point,
včera
I'm more
vypnout, měl
concerned
jsem
if, like,
večeru.
storm sickness is going to kick in. Like, they're playing deep in the storm right now. We still got a lot of, Fortnite to go. The North is still kind of playing the zone right now, so very favorable short rotate for them. Might force them to tank a little bit more than usual. I'm just trying to keep all the options, open at the moment, but Shadow, Tyler, and Curve right now on the move here, playing this kind of high ground, trying to see if they can have a position here, but Noah's already set up. Visuals and Minish are there. Take a look at the highlight from Agers, Acorn, and Boyo on the eastern side of the map. This is what happened last game that set them back. This time, they don't lose Boyo, so they're going to be able to maintain their damage, kind of carry this momentum into this end game right now. Another Mountain in play here as well, so seems to be a repeating pattern.
Yeah, almost everybody on this edge crossing their fingers right now, saying, please come to us on the eastern side. Don't pull up that mountain. Don't give us a max pull. Well, guess what? Fortnite doesn't really care how your fingers are crossed or what you're wanting. We're just going to give a max pull anyway. Agers, Poyo, and Acorn. This is something they've been feeling almost all weekend long. And the difference is exactly what you said. They were able to pick up those eliminations. They didn't go down, not rebooted. So this time around, with a similar rotation as last game, I expect them to be very, very much higher when it comes to that Storm Surge.
Sitting in the Storm right now, tanking for position here. Japco, Muzz, and Rise could be setting themselves up for another victory royale here. We've seen when they kind of get these types of zones and they get this high ground positioning early, they've turned them into top 3s, second places, and victory royales. Do keep in mind, this is a 2-tick zone right now, so again, a lot of tanking right now. Ritual, Pewterbot, and Cole still tanking as well. If they just look over that way, they might actually be able to take them out the sky for a moment there. Seems like a fight's breaking out.
And as of this game starting, they're only 69 points away from that top 4, which would be a qualifier spot because of Ritual, Cold, and Pewterbot in first place. So they know these last 4 games are going to be some of the most important Fortnite they're going to play, especially during this major. Pewterbot, Cold, Ritual. They're able to get that mountaintop just south of their actual POI. They're 1,100 damage above the Surge, and they're looking toward the back. That player is in zone. They get the knock, the tick, and that was a player that already got rebooted in this game. Down again he goes.
I was gonna say, we saw him hiding before by himself. Seems like he just couldn't catch a break. And those are some important points right there. And look at that, he's just gonna go for the material. So Pewterbot opting to jump down. Big upgrades here as well, potentially. All in all, a pretty great elimination for him.
Yeah, and they knew it was relatively safe because they traveled from that side of the zone where, no, it was closed. Nobody was really there without sacrificing damage. One other team might have been Muzz, Rise, and Yapco on the other side, but a little bit of a far pull for them. But since they're so high up, they could look down at teams like Bugha, Rapid, and Threats, figure out where they're rotating, and either mirror that rotation or just simply use their builds against them. But they are going to beat off Bugha, Rapid, and Threats. Yep, they're cutting them off down the side of that mountain. So not only are they going to get position inside of the zone, they're going to get priority over every other team.
Yeah, one thing we're noticing, it's almost like Pewterbot, Cold, and Ritual right now are playing as if every team they're encountering is Clix's trio. They're trying to put themselves in position to directly gatekeep out all the northern teams. They are looking for the fight right now.
I want to say same thing could be said for Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx, but they're fighting all weekend long, the most distance traveled in the tournament, and they're 137 above the threshold. One of these zones coming towards the south, they got a little bit of priority position. They got to be careful from the left side where they're kind of blocked off, but other than that, they're able to kind of take advantage. A lot of these teams stuck below inside Canyons Crossing. There's a huge elevation differential, and they have to climb that mountain in order to get in the safe zone.
Let's take a look at 98 above here for both Sphinx and Kanata, so not out of the woods just yet. They need to stay active right here, find one of these teams and just kind of break open the fight. Looking at things from the wide shot, Clixiamzo and Higgs find themselves below the Surge. That's that damage that we talked about being kind of the setback for them here and now. Now, they're not the worst team as far as being underneath, but they're right on the line there. Great tags for Clix to start making up for lost damage here. And it's come out, put him right inside the zone. Medmiss already being utilized here. From Higgs' side, they're also getting active there. Seems like Rapid's team's the one under fire. Now pressure coming in. Ooh, a far zone pull for everyone on the lobby. Very few teams are going to be able to find themselves safely on the right side of the fence here.
You see a good chunk of the lobby in the minimap trying to make this rotation early. They don't want to get caught behind. It's going over into that kind of divot between Canyons Crossing and the Shogun's Arena. So yes, getting down might be easy, but where this zone pulls up any one of these mountainsides, you have to start preparing a few zones ahead, maybe conserve as many materials or find an elimination here like Poyo Angels and Acorn trying to do. 20 is going to be in their line of sights. Active surge on him as well, and it does look like he might be going down here in a moment. Can they take advantage of that? Either way, they don't want to because they know they don't want to get caught in the backside of the zone. And you see him even charged up the Haymaker, but on the other side, Higgs goes down, clicks in shambles. Yamzo no shields. Even with 6 eliminations, this puts him in a dire spot.
Yeah, that looked like Booga coming through with an armored vehicle. Like, I'm not sure what just happened, but Higgs gets sent flying. And I was just going to say, this is one of the few times where being late on the rotate here will actually put you in the better position because it's coming off the top of the mountain. So Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs, although they're a man down, they are in a much better position here overall. However, they've lost so much material now. And look at the wide shot right here. Japco, Muzz, and Rise opting to continue to play for Ultimate High. You can see this puts Clix's team kind of at the low ground. Peterbot right in the middle of the pack here, trying to potentially opt in to fight for High here shortly. Gonna be a Western pool, Jacob.
Yeah, this is going to be tough too. Even though most of it is on even ground at the bottom, it does slightly move up the side of that mountain. So you really got to be careful. For Yapko, Rise, and Muzz, looking down, putting pressure will be the key here, because even though that might not be the team they're looking at now, but Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are going to be just underneath them. And instead of prioritizing a little bit of elevation, Peterbot is just trying to get ahead of this, try to look at it later, something that we see them do time and time again. Exactly that. They have to be careful because up above, down below, pressure coming in from all angles. No choice as he quickly slides to a safe spot down below. I would be a liar right now, Monster, if I said that didn't make me nervous.
I thought it was over. I'm not gonna lie, but he was way faster than I was on the reaction speeds there to go ahead and save himself and break the fall. Smart play to give up the height there. You saw how dangerous it was getting, but it's not looking good right now for Clix. And Yamzo, Clix taken out here. Yamzo left to solo clutch this one out. Placement points are just starting to add up as well. We're in top 11 territory here, but there is so much action unfolding. Look at this. Peterbot finds another set of eliminations, and they're at 10 already with 24 players remaining in the game.
That was a full trio. They just wiped off the side of this mountain, and the zone's going to continue to pull further and further over. And they're going to go ahead and sacrifice the HP, trying to make a smooth rotation upward. Muzz, Rise, Yapko still up above. They need to figure out a way to target down below. Down is going to be Yamzo still by himself. You said it now. No materials. He's trying to farm what little that he can, but there's still so many dangerous players in front of him, including the full trio towards the right. And it's going to take down Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs.
So he falls inside a top 10. This is really going to start opening up the placement points here for Peterbot. They already have the elimination lead, and this is where the gap will start to grow here. But first, they have to pop off. Ritual's going to fall. Peterbot gets crunched down to just 14 HP, and then taken out as well. Cold here does his best, but he gets sent back to the lobby. So scratch those placement points out of the way. The race continues to remain extremely close. Muzz eyeing up all that loot from Peterbot down low, but there's no room to jump down. Muzz, Japco, and Rise looking to be one of the few teams to pick up multiple victory royales here on the day. What an angle from Muzz. And there's the refresh he was looking for. Really taking this game into his own accord here.
They've come close so many times this week, and this is the one they don't want to let slip through. But down below, another team that got to watch out for, Reed, Cooper, Curly, and they are just dominating everyone in their path. The full trio gets taken down, and now it's 2 trios and a solo that isn't going to last long because Kanata goes down. 3v3 situation. Muzz, Rise, Yapko up above. They have the elevation and the advantage, but everything gets chopped down, and now the battle is going to begin. And Haymaker is winding up right now with the kneecapper. He's trying to charge it up, waiting for somebody to peek out of that box and make a mistake.
He tries to free swing right there. Japco is absolutely ready. There it is. It's charged up, but he misses. Hits 1, hits 2. Cooper still alive, though. We'll get the Siphon Muzz in a one-on-one against Reed here. How good can you be here? The jump shot out the side, and Muzz gets traded out. It's all up to Curly. This is his moment to show everyone what he has. What does it take here to be another winner? Can you take game 9 here? Curly versus Rise. Things are starting to heat up. The pressure is rising, and Curly hits the shot that matters most. A second victory royale now for himself here on the finals day.
if we were in person, Monster, I know Curly Bobby be pointing over in that direction and said, you guys could have had me. You guys could have had me on your team winning this game, but you chose to go with somebody else. And now it's a decision that'll go down as one they will regret. And that is a big win for Curly, Cooper, and Reet, because remember, at one point or another, they were tied in that third, fourth place position. Well, there's not going to be a tie anymore.
It was so crazy. You know, for it to come down to the wire, you would have thought Japco, Rise, and Muzz was going to get that second victory out. But unfortunately, Reet, Cooper, and Curly heat up and cement themselves in the conversation here. They're like, wait a second, guys. We want that third place spot. We want to try to fight for first. And it was so intense here. What a way for this to go down. Look at that. Turn this thing around here. Curly hitting the shot, and then Rise, unfortunately, couldn't find his tags there. There it is, the big victory royale here for game number 9 for Reet, Coop, and Curly there, Zeke.
That has to be one of the most disgusting shots I think I've ever seen. Jumping down that mountain mid-air and just one-pumping that player. Yo,
Yeah.
that was crazy. Kelly, you should be doing a Zeke right now because Reet got a VR.
Well, you were just talking about that moment, and it was Muzz versus Reet, where Muzz jumped down and got the elimination onto Reet. But obviously, there's only so much you can do when it keeps coming down to these 1v1s. I love it, Vivid. I love that it's not just these 3v3s now. We're almost getting this kind of like masterclass of 1v1s in final moments. But obviously, big shout outs to Reet, Cooper, and Curly grabbing their victory royale. I love to see them jumping up the leaderboard finally. Actually, I'm excited to look at our leaderboard because they have been one of the only teams in our top 10 to not get a victory royale. So finally to see them come all together, controlling the low ground, especially when you have other low ground teams like Clix's trio or Muzz's trio who was on high ground, when they're everywhere else, you can kind of like navigate the story.
I chalked this game up to a Muzz, Yapco, and Rise win like hours ago, right? I saw it, I was like, let's pulling back up the mountain. This is easy win. I'm not even going to watch. Hold up. Curly did what? In that end game, did Curly find a llama, by the way? Because we tuned into his POV and he had 60 builds. I mean, Rise has got to be like punching his desk right now. He's like, how does this guy still have builds? He stood no chance in that 1v1 because it felt like Curly had like infinite materials, could keep blocking him up, kept building up, kept coating him off. And at the end of it, when Curly finally hit that final shot, he still had like 40 builds to work with. I don't know where Curly ended up finding so much wood from, but it definitely helped him in that 1v1. What an incredible game from Reet, Cooper, and Curly. Like I mentioned, I kind of chalked that game up to a Muzz win hours ago, right? It looked like it was so clear as day. I don't know how they managed to rotate up the mountain, keep themselves in a healthy position to actually go ahead and win that one. What a game from that trio.
We are just being fed some of the best Fortnite ever right now, and obviously the first two trios who are out in the lead went down early. More on that in a moment, because first we go to a break. When we return, we'll let you know what happened. We'll see you real soon. I'm just blown away. I'm just blown away. We are halfway through day number 2. And this is just getting crazier. I know, Kelly, it has flown by because we are just getting some unbelievable moments here in major number 2. All right, so obviously, Reed, Cooper, Curly, congratulations on your VR in game number 9. But as we bring up the standings, we still see 2 Titans at the top fighting back and forth. One to reclaim his title, to take back his first place. Another to get their first win as a champion. And it is so unbelievably close. I mean, guys, to see Peterbot and Clix be fighting this out. In that last game, Clix fell 10th. Peterbot fell 9th. The difference between the two of them, 5 eliminations. This is a nail-biter, Kelly.
And what's even crazier is this discussion kind of started early on in the game. We saw Peterbot once again go to Lone Wolf and go on to Clix's trio. Fortunately, though, it wasn't the wipe that could have potentially happened. Clix was able to kind of hold themselves down. Peterbot's trio kind of backed off. And for a long time there, I mean, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual looked like they had this low ground to themselves. But so much chaos, especially when it's this mountain zone. There's only so much you can do to control the lobby when it's pulling this way. Even when you're Peterbot, there's only so much you can do, Vivid.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go ahead and take the opportunity here to also shout out Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo because, you know, like Kelly mentioned, there was a little bit of tension happening, right? Of course, the leaderboard is telling the story as well, but in game, these trios are meeting early on in the games, and I'm not going to lie, I like to highlight moments where these type of games impress me because Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs still break into the top 10. They have yet to place outside of the top 10, but this was, or no, sorry, that wasn't true. They placed outside, or they got 10th this game. But this was one of those games where it was like, I chalked it up early because after they got done with that engagement with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, I was like, oh, they got like 20 builds, and then they went ahead and they fought like 3v3, and then, you know, Clix had to get rebooted. They were late rotated into the zone. I'm like, this is the game, right? This is the game where Peterbot actually establishes a lead over them. But no, somehow they still put up a decent game, get 10th place, 6 eliminations, and then with Peterbot kind of going down in the same area, it still stays competitive on the leaderboard. Gotta tip my hat to Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo, because even in games where they don't seemingly have everything go perfect for them, right? The game plan doesn't work out, they're still able to adapt and put up decent points.
Dude, just when we pulled up those standings, I mean, again, we're just trying, when we pull up the standings, just look at that number on the left, right? And just see which way it's going up and down, okay? The fact that Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are now starting to push out Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. Pollo has already qualified. If he jumps up into that top 3, now we're looking to move further down the standings. Peterbot's already qualified. There are so many head-to-heads happening across this lobby right now. I am just in awe of the community, of the players, how they are performing. Guys, this is peak. This is peak.
I'm in awe with Muzz going for that kind of mountainous zone height early on and then using that to kind of control high ground all the way until zone 12. We were talking about at the start of the show just how difficult that is, but when you're Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, it's not too difficult for you. However, what is difficult is that once that zone does slowly start pulling down the mountain, high ground only means so much. But again, I love that it like really came down to a 1v1 of Muzz versus Reet and then a 1v1 of Curly versus Rise. There's just so much storytelling there, but still they are just barely within that contention of making into the global championships. These teams cannot be resting on their laurels yet. 3 more games to go, Zeke. There is still so much that can happen.
This is amazing. This is incredible. We hope that you guys are all enjoying what you're watching, and just a shout out, there's a bunch of watch parties happening right now. Aussie Antics, Courage JD, Stable Ronaldo, Faxity, I mean, there's Legends Landing is going crazy. We are all as one community coming together right now to watch this all happen. With 3 games left to go, let's jump back on that battle bus. MDF, Jacob PR, take it away.
I cannot tell you enough, Monster, how close this actually is. And it almost makes me wonder how nervous, how anxious are our competitors, because it has me at the edge of my seat going into these last 3 games.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eyes on the chat, keeping eyes on the community. Clix has said it out of his own mouth. he has had the shakes in certain scenarios. At least coming into game 9, he was really feeling the pressure. And you got to think about it. This is the first time he's had this much pressure. He hasn't had a second place lead, almost first place like this. So here we have it. Let's jump in for another game. Game 10 of the Major 2 finals is here. One thing's for certain, we do not know how these rounds are gonna play out, who's gonna let alone take the victory royale come the end game. These games have been absolutely nail biters, and you could tell the tension is in the air between Peterbot versus Clix, because Peterbot's team has been the most dynamic team we've ever seen in the history of Fortnite, changing their strategy round after round and just trying to be the counter, the kryptonite to Clix's trio.
Just taking matters into their own hands, literally making sure if we are going to lose this FNCS, it's going to come at a try. But what is this? Another contested fight. And I was going to say something, though, for a moment, Monster. This has happened in Clix's history one time before. Veno coming all the way over from EU, teaming with Clix. They were at the top of the leaderboard a few majors ago after day number 1, and this exact thing happened. They started to get contested game after game, their loot stolen away game after game, and already it looked like it might have been just a momentary thing. Jutrez said, you know what, we might have just went on to Clix's house, let's just leave before security catches us.
Now you do have to keep in mind, Fallen, Nitro, and Jutras are the current 33rd place team. So them just spawning here and taking a little bit of loot is still extremely significant to Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo's pacing in their entire game, right? Look at how different they have to play now. They're slower, they're looking around, they don't want to overcommit. These things are going to affect their performance. So if it isn't one thing, it's another now that they have to keep an eye out for.
Just one of those things I feel like you have to figure out a way to prepare the best that you can. And you can see they knew they were contested right out of the gate, so they're not going straight for that Storm Surge strategy. So even though we know that full team has already disengaged and left, now with the scanner going down, they're going to get the information, and now they're behind their curve a little bit when it comes to accumulating that damage. It's something that you've been talking about all weekend long. It's literally the little things.
Take an inch, they turn it into a mile. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold seem to have their strategy going business as usual. Teams at Foxy Floodgates peeking on over.
Do you see that, though? Look at Crime City. You see just a little purple arrow? That might just be that solo.
Is that Jutras? Oh, yeah. Oh, they're just showing up. That is the team. That's Nitro from Jutras, Fallen's trio there. They say, hey, you know what? We want to get talked about on broadcast. We're going to land on both first place and second place. We'll keep it interesting for the comm, you know? Give them both a little something to think about.
It's risky. Especially since Cold is by himself.
Tak
He's
kdo
just
bude
waiting
výherce,
by one of those
Clix nebo
chests,
Peterbo?
waiting for Cold to think it's fully uncontested, because he snuck his way in here, I believe, through the porta potty. So this is going to be one of those interesting situations.
He might actually get away with an elimination right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Nah, not on Cold, right? No way.
You know, this is literally a movie today, because, you know, in those situations in the movie, the horror flicks, where it's just like, no, don't go in there. The monster's in there. Right now, Cold sees him. Now it's a chance, as you see every single green arrow on the outside. Both Ritual and Peterbot have turned around, and this is where it's going to get dangerous for Noob Nitro as a solo, because now the entire wolf pack is going to converge.
Wait, but you got to think about it. The same story applies here for Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. If they're getting, again, pushed off of their usual strategy, this is time lost on farming damage. Now, Nitro did throw the bag. He had a chance to take down Cold, but he got caught in the street, and now he's off to the races, and he just gets folded over. 190 damage opener here by Cold. Cold's probably going to flex him on with a pickaxe. I wouldn't doubt it. Nope, he doesn't want to put the risk out.
Now, it almost makes you feel like in the back of their mind, they found one. They obviously don't know that his duo is just nowhere in sight. Well, speak of them, Fallen and Jutras, this is them almost on the other side of the world, north of Crime City, in another 1v3 situation. And that's Cap that just gets the elimination onto Fallen. Jutraz now by himself, and it just almost looks like that strat to split up to surprise first and second place might not work out for them, but he's not going down without a fight up until then, where they get wiped off that. And now one less game for them to play.
Everybody gets their shine in the sun here today on the broadcast. Lord's amplifying Shiny though, going toe-to-toe now against what looked to be Japco. Rise kind of sneaking on in here from the side, trying to get a little bit of a piece of the action, hearing the shots going down here.
Like this slow play this time around. Aviv, Skittles, and Chimp jumping on over towards Outlaws Oasis. And they are actually able to get this armored vehicle this time around, so it's not just the overabundance of loot. It's exactly this situation with the zone pulling further and further towards the east. That's going to allow them to safely, or relatively safely, rotate with that armored vehicle straight into zone much faster than some of these other teams that might have to use some of their resources to make that same rotation.
By the way, was I tripping out last game? Did I see an armored vehicle come flying off the hill? Like, I couldn't tell. Still thinking about how Higgs went down. Like, I'm pretty sure Bugha had an armored vehicle somehow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Higgs and Yamzo Clix though moved out of the Lone Wolf lair. They're not looking to sit around. They're trying to keep their strategy moving along. Notice every game, I would say the last 9 games basically, they kind of stood there stay right at the draw spot. Last game they were forced almost into the zone because, you know, Peterbot trio rotating in, so now they're looking to play for a little bit more key positioning, take a fight inside the storm. This is all new for them right now.
Yeah, just interesting, you know, from yesterday, staying at Lone Wolf, game 1, being able to access that black market. I thought it was going to be a trend that changes in that favor, but now it looks like they're just kind of hunting. And this could be partially because of Storm Surge, but on the other end, one of the key ways I feel like in order to take down a trio like Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual is keeping up with eliminations. And remember, to close the day out yesterday, they didn't get any eliminations. They went down early, almost a 0-point game. So now you're looking at them. How do you close the gap against a team that is so consistent and so aggressive? Well, this is one of those ways that I'm looking at.
Well, Clix has got the information downloaded. He sees what this team's up to, tracking them almost perfectly as they start to build their fortress here. They're looking to set up the ambush right now, likely waiting for just one little edit reset to come through so they can go ahead and take advantage of the weak wall, and they find it. The weak wall is a little bit of wood, and they box him up. But this player manages to barely skate away, but not for long. Here comes the pressure. This is where Clix shines best, obviously. Box fight type scenarios. Swinging his way around, catches JXY from the side angle. Again, not letting the builds kind of replenish here. He's got a great little angle going on here. But look, there's another team pushing in extremely fast as the fight's breaking out right now. You have to wrap this up quickly.
It might be Josh, Magma, and Causers trying to float their way in, and they're already there, right on top of all this action. Up above, trying to sneak away some shots. Even with elimination in down, they're not able to clean it up just yet. It's gotten a little bit more risky on the other side. It's a 2v1 situation. Clix showing no fear, just putting a good amount of damage onto both of those players, knowing that he does have the backup. Higgs, Yamzo have now entered the fray, but both of those eliminations get stolen away, and it's not just the loot, it's the points.
They lost the points as well, and then the body must have been picked up. That is so unfortunate. And then look at who's here. Taki, Ishu, and Ver, and that's a good trio. We saw how they managed to really fend off Clix just in the last game. All of a sudden coming through, little ambush opener onto Yamzo, but Yamzo too fast on the draw there, ends up kind of escaping. So Higgs and Yamzo Clix have another chance now to find a fresh set of eliminations, but they're not really happy with the way this is all unfolding. So that's 12 points that just slipped through their fingertips.
And then you add in the amount of builds they expended, the resources that they've used, and they weren't really able to get any of that back. And now they're almost stuck in this position. One team on one side, another one on the other. but they're still doing a good job of making sure that nobody can advance their position. Nobody can start to build confidence. But there's another one off the side of the mountain, Curve, Shadow, and Tyler, that they might have to worry about soon, especially if they disengage into that direction.
Look, they end up finding Polis there. Magma's trio. Now Higgs Yamzo clicks, kind of get the situation. They say, okay, seems like they just got the full finish. Trying to kind of break out this side angle here. Not too sure whose builds these are. Higgs not trusting it at all. He's trying to see if there's still that one left. Where's that down player is what he's thinking about right here.
Ooh, another cheeky play. Throwing the thermites on the walls. Let it do the damage for you. That way, if anybody is sneaking or hiding around, it might take some time, but their position will be revealed. But that team already disengaged towards the north side. Back over towards Brutal Boxcars as we tune into Peterbot going down. Ritual once again looking like he's going to save the day. And they're just outside of Crime City. Cold is converging on that location as well. So even with Peterbot going down, it's not going to be too many worries for them because he's going to get right back on up.
Got to give a lot of respect to Ritual, really keeping to his word, promising to improve his mechanics, improve his fighting capabilities. In this finals, he has really showed up and pulled out. Take a look though. Peterbot gets into a little bit of a skirmish here and just loses an exchange against Aiden through the wall there. And that's how he ended up getting folded over. A little setback on damage, but not over just yet.
Oof, it's a momentary setback for someone like Peterbot. Most damage in the game by far. Let's tune into Cooper and Curly. No read. He's already down. Zone pulling on over towards the eastern side overall. And this is with those splashes. They're just going to try to disengage on out. They know Flooded Frog's uncontested, especially with the zone moving in the opposite direction. As long as they have that reboot card, it's going to be no worries for them to go ahead and try to get Reap back up. But there is a full trio behind them, chasing them down. Creon, Noisy, Tony. They don't want to let those two eliminations go for free because assuming they already got the one on Reap, they know they have the advantage here.
I was gonna say, I feel like we were due for a little bit of a scrappy game from some of our top performers, but I wouldn't have thought all three of our top three teams were gonna be having a bit of a hard time here come game 10. This is a halfway mark of day 2. Traditionally, the big teams start to break away here with a, you know, overwhelmingly consistency. But Cooper, Curly, Reap find themselves on the back foot right now. Pressure coming in from Creon as they look to advance forward. Big tags coming in, but the pressure starting to surmount here. Cooper jumps to low ground. More tags from another trio. This is Hound's trio now looking inwards. All things are not looking good right now for Cooper and Curly, who just came off the last game victory royale, but now all the way forced into a worse position, and they get finished. Collapsed on by the hands of Creon, Tony, and Noisy, while Cirque and Hellholm just watch in the distance.
That is just so terrible for Reek, Cooper, and Curly. And you look down that leaderboard, Visual, Braids, and Diminish. They're already in the conversation with the Global Championship bubble spot. But then you got Muzz, Yapko, Rise. That made it easier for them to catch up. Rapid, Booga, and Threats, them as well, over the 400-point mark. And so now everybody else on that leaderboard within contention for that spot has just been granted a little bit of a miracle, but 26 teams still left alive. Don't start getting points until top 17, and then they start to cascade in with every team that does go down. So there's still a long road ahead of some of those teams looking to get inside of the bubble. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo rotating late out of their Lone Wolf lair. This time around, just like in game number 1, they're going to backtrack on over to that black market. They're assuming and hoping all of these teams have already rotated away out of this spot so they can have ease of access to the black market.
Yeah, their timing perfect too. The team is just moving out of it as they are showing up. Braids, Visuals, and Diminish. Kind of mixing it up here, taking a little bit more of a scenic route. Not in any kind of worry or, you know, overly dangerous position. Whereas last game they found themselves, you know, as one of the few kind of playing deep in the storm there, pushed by different trios and whatnot. This is another one of those moments too, Jacob, where teams find themselves in a race, right? For like a top prestigious podium finish for the first time in their careers. And sometimes, again, that pressure, you just don't know how you're going to react when you're in those moments. And this is their time now.
I kind of like the way you said that, because you could practice in scrims. You can kind of practice, depending on how you look at the divisional cups, open style tournaments, but there's almost no practice you can actually get for what it feels like to be in an FNCS major finals lobby with some of the best players in the region. Some strategies, some plays that you thought was easy that can take you from one round to the next may not necessarily work out here or be much harder to pull off, as it does look like the zone is pulling further and further over towards Seaport, being a focal point of the actual zone, so that makes it a little bit easier for Threat, Sabuga, and Rapid not only to get their surge, but position well, as they have multiple bases around this side of the map.
Yeah, just think about it. Imagine queuing into the game, is just thinking about what's on the line, right? $100,000 global championship spot. It's not easy. You're gonna be feeling the nerves undoubtedly, regardless of how good you are. Ooh, good tags here for Threats as he kind of sets things up. Seems to be pretty content with the situation he's got going on. He's gonna double back here now.
Yeah, with the zone closing up, pulling over, they're probably just trying to converge in one spot, one building. Make it a little bit less risky for any team to get a knock and push over for the elimination. But still fighting deep in the zone, north side of the map. Taki, Isho, Vert versus Noah, Kazis, and Chaos Gaming. And Taki has a huge chunk of shields missing, and that's where they're going to converge, drop the water sprite, the gold splash, get the HP and shield back on up. And now they have that swing speed has increased, and they're just trying to break their way down, get as much control as possible. Noah and Chaos looking like they're playing a little bit defensive here for my liking. Crouching down, trying to hide the visual audios and try to sneak a play or a big shot on Taki, Isho, and Vert, who absolutely need this fight. You see they're 268 below the damage threshold.
I respect Taki just taking a little minute to farm up some mats. They're just desperate here. The fight's starting to go the distance, but they lose Ishu. They just don't have time. They don't have time to let this zone close right now. They really need to end this fight as soon as possible, but punishment's starting to come in here. Still, they've yet to find the tag that they're looking for. The slow play, the defensive play from Kazis. Noah plays in Chaos Gaming starting to rack up here now.
Funny enough about this situation, if you look at like all the HP on that full trio down below, it still might not be enough to deal with the storm surge that they're going through now, especially in the next zone where the threshold will increase. So they're definitely on the clock, something that you mentioned. And that time is ticking very, very fast. 259, even though they got the piece up above. Kaz is the one that's getting the shots. He's able to get the knock on the Vert. They actually trade, but now Taki's put in a tough situation. He's trying to drop down, get the builds, whatever heals that he can, but it was not his siphon. So Taki, Isho, and Vert will go down. And Noah as well. Even with elimination onto Kaz's, this just got difficult for Chaos, Noah, and Kaz's.
Yeah, you saw the points being lost there due to the surge, but jumping in with Peterbot's team here. They just caught an elimination off the Cyrus. They seem to just keep finding these cheeky free points here on the edge of the storm just by being in the right position at the right time. This time it's Cyrus who falls. Just caught out, having a struggle of a rotate through the zone. And it's perfect too. Look, this is the way to the new zone as it just pulled north. So couldn't have been a better time for Peterbot's trio. But just as they're only 594 above, they're recognizing, hey, we're not out of the woods just yet. A little more work to do here.
And they're not in any realistic rush, because more times than not, we see them rotating into the zone. You already see one player, probably Ritual, already making his way on over on the train tracks, just trying to get as much information, the awareness of where these players are at, what type of sacrifices you're going to have to make if it is going to mean going into the zone. Which wouldn't be surprise me if they did, or if they just brute force their way onto the edge, joining a couple of those other teams on that side overall. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, 512 damage above the threshold. They're in a much more stacked side of the zone, where Peterbot would eventually have to rotate into if they did continue to go straight. And you're seeing the lay of the land. A lot of these teams and players on top of mountains, the edges, so that way they can have as much elevation as possible without investing too many materials.
Ooh. Clicks Higgs and Yamzo, finds a team up on the island here. The zone is going to end up pulling that way. They have a couple of options to go for right now. Teams rotating early, starting to get punished in here. It's Noisy and crew. Some good opportunity to farm some damage here and now. And you know what? they're going to be able to sit here for a while if they wanted to and just farm every team for damage, really set back these trios. Meanwhile, Visuals, Braids, and Aminish get dropped down on by Muzz and Japco from the high ground there, and they get the finish, and they slide on out, content with the refarm. Leftover material there. They pick up what they can, but Visuals and Braids are going to have to play this one out as a duo now. So that third place spot, that comfort, starting to slip away here. Even though last game was a 5th place second, Recooper and Curly's win catapulted them up and over them by 40 points. And now it's going to be all the more difficult here as Ruz, Japco, and Rise, our 5th place team, are starting to again creep up on them. So this is direct competition here.
Yeah, just under about 60 or so points is the differential, and they're the ones that take them down and left them as a duo. It's Aegis Poyo in a very, very similar spot. No IGL this time around, but at least Acorn can still lend a helping hand, even while watching on the sidelines. 445 damage above the threshold. You're seeing it around the lobby, some faring much better than others. It's Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, and they're a team, no matter above or below, they don't really let them affect their nerves at all or really dictate the game plan unless they really have no choice. And they get a clean rotation towards the side, just under the island as well.
They're based up right next to Clix's trio. Little do they know, as they kind of swung around the side here. And notice, this was not a good rotate for them. They were at all max cap material. They're about halfway through their reserves right now because they went early, and it's likely because Clix's trio was focusing them first, given that they were one of the few teams to rotate. And look, they all pulled a zone now, but hold up. Pause that story really quickly as Poyo, Acorn, Majors are finding themselves in absolute shambles territory here. Poyo, the last man standing here for the trio, trying to keep his essential 5th place position alive right now, but how much can he do as he's got a maximum draw pull halfway through the mats here, Jacob? This is not good.
Yeah, this is a nightmare. It's going to be tough. Good thing he does have the materials. He does have the gold splashes and a kneecapper, so he can close the distance in the blink of an eye. But a max pull, never easy for anybody, especially when you have a team just like this, looking so far into the distance from the top of the Shogun's Island. And they're down below Surge, 52. There's a lot of opportunity here with this next couple players trying to rotate in. But this is one of those positions where I see you'd think, because it's so elevated above everybody else on the map, that you can get a lot of Surge, but more times than not, I see teams struggle to pick up the damage they need from up there.
A lot harder than it looks. Poyo, 562 above, thinking if he needs to fight his way through this one. Opts not to. Player there on the rotate, though, is going to slow him down. Another one in the box.
Wow.
It's Aviv. Pieces him before he even realizes what happens, but the trio's there to back him up. He still has a couple splashes to work with. Siphon keeping him alive, but no attack in the distance. He has to chug it out, but it's only 10 in the chug. It's not enough, and Poyo's gonna fall prematurely here in game number 10. Higgs, Clix, and Niamzo only have a single elimination. So once again, they have a lot of ground to make up for, but first they have to get to the zone. This is where they play best, though. Front side, low ground, early rotates. They know how to do this. They're met with Kanata's resistance on the other side of the wall here.
Yeah, they need to do exactly that. Be a little bit more proactive in getting those eliminations, because there's 6 eliminations on the other side. That is not the way to catch up by being a little bit too slow to the punch. Sometimes you just have to take that risk. Skittles are doing the same thing up above, but he goes down for it. Visuals, Braid still trying to hold on to their bubble spot in terms of the global championship, but they're 61 below the damage threshold. They know not only do they have to rotate, so many other teams do too as well, and there's the shot that they need onto Phenom. They're going to be above the damage threshold, but not by much. They're still going to be thinking about it in the back of their minds, especially after they continue this rotation. About Cold, Ritual still looking around for any opportunities, but they built a lot of space, so when a team like this tries to jump in the box, they send them right back home.
I was gonna say, if they would have gotten that elim, those would have been the mats that they've been desperately looking for. They haven't been able to find that refresh, even though they secured a couple eliminations. But Hayes is on the other side here. He might be the first target. Pick up here. The knock comes through, and another team's there. It's Shadow, Curve, and Tyler, who snipe away the mats that they are trying to secure. Gold splashes come out. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Clix is on the move, but Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are recognizing danger is approaching.
Yep, they're looking up right now. They're seeing high ground team trying to jump across. That's Muzz, that's Rise and Yapko, but Muzz was the one trying to go ahead to the front side of the zone and reconnect them to make sure they're fortified. But we know what happens here. The same old song and dance. The gold splash is out. Peterbot is looking up, trying to put down pressure. Good damage onto Muzz. The confidence is building here for Peterbot and Cold, but it's only momentary because they don't have any materials. This is a challenge that they want to take but can't.
They're already committed. I mean, at this point, they have to finish the job. Cold, Ritual are playing the side angles here while Peterbot's kind of front manning it, but they're out of mats. They're forced to box up collectively, and High Ground barely has anything either, so they're almost playing directly into their hands right now. The zone's gonna bounce back, though. This is gonna be perfect for Muzz's trio, as this is what they were looking like. Peterbot puts it all on the line, though. He says 7 mats. That's all I need to go up and take this High Ground from you. And Japko gets melted.
That is just insane yet again, but we still have Higgs and Yamzo down below. The space that they created, they're trying to make it work, but Higgs, he looks like he got lost into the fray, trying to reunite. The splashes are coming out, doing what they can to keep him alive. Yamzo is here, trying to take space, but they don't have build monster, so it's all or nothing, and Booga goes down. They find a key elimination, and a refresh that's keeping them going.
And Higgs is still going too. He gets another knock off to Tyler. Yamzo now, by himself, fully healthy. Tyler knocked in the box next door. The comms come through. Yamzo's thinking about going for it. He sees the med miss. He sees what's happening. The zone's bouncing back to him. He's got a couple of options here. Another team in the bush in front of him, and he knows that he could go for them as well, but waits for the opportunity. But no, the timing was late, but it doesn't matter. Cole gets set down by Yamzo, and now he is inside the top 5. Here
that was Cole. That was Ritual.
And another one there
Pičo, to je řežba. Pojďme.
Peterbot's down as well. These are the difference-making points here. The eliminations,
Máme
the
poslední 3 týmy,
placement, but now
pojďme.
he's in a tough situation.
Kdo z koho?
3v2, v1 situation here. Yamzo, if he could just get one
Bude
more
to glitch
elimination,
team,
one more placement,
nebo
they can
Peterbot.
put him within reach of that top spot,
On
but it's
momentálně
Kerr
ještě
trying to
chybí
heal off
dvě
backside of
kola do
zone, but he's making a quick
do
dash to the
výhry,
front.
takže
Into Yamzo he
může z toho
goes.
pomoct.
Haymaker to the outside of the zone. He gets the elimination. Yamzo is second, but it's
Nečekané
Donnie,
zase
it's
vítězství,
Joji,
ty
it's
vole.
Craze, Thieves in the night. They steal away the game.
They may have won the game, but the
Víte, to jsou
eyes
stavby.
are on the prize for Zoe, who just went crazy
12
in the
her
end
hrajou,
game there
Matěj.
alongside Higgs.
Takto.
What a game 10 that was, keeping it so
Ne, to
interesting.
je
And it makes you
celkem
look
je
at the bigger
25
picture.
zápasů NFCS,
Muzz, Rise,
toto je
Jacko, one of
20.
the only teams we're seeing on the
a
North American
každý
region
zápas má
unafraid
12
of
her,
going for height,
je odehraných
really
10
keeping
her.
it
Ještě
so
2 hry
interesting for us there, and then
zůstávají
Peterbot
a
consistently
v týmu
willing
jsou 3
to kind of
hráči.
contend it as well. Donnie, Craze, and Joji couldn't have had better timing though as they go up. And look, they didn't even have
Teď, když jsme
anything.
měli vidět
They were
tabulky,
down to
myslím,
scraps and they find themselves a
Ty
huge
kráso.
victory out there, Zeke, in game number 10.
10. hra Donnie.
Bro. I'm gonna pass out. Okay.
Tak,
No.
kdo to koho tam máme?
We have to talk about Yamzo
Jak se tam to bodově
after the break.
rozhodilo?
Right now, we got to give it
611
Joji,
byl
Donnie, Craze, game
Peterbot na prvním
number
místě.
10,
Bugha propadl
the
v 9. hře na 6.
royale.
místo.
At the end of the day,
Felix
right, we're
byl na
still
druhým,
playing for
tak
prize
pojďme,
money
ukažte
for
nám
them
tabulky.
to just go ahead and pick up this VR. We've got momentum. We just have to carry that momentum forward, Kelly. If we can do that, we're playing for life-changing amounts of money.
I like, tak,
Yeah,
tady to
and
máme.
unfortunately,
Donnie.
we weren't watching too much of them in the
Donia
end game
Hajdu.
there because just so much was happening. But I love that we get a second look right here, and it actually looks like they were able to hold high ground. Obviously, Muzz's trio
to
did
byl
eventually
zápas
go down
ano,
there, so only
Enzo,
holding high
takže to
ground
byl
for
mezi
a
zápas
few
mezi
moments in these
posledním a
final
Flixem.
fights. But Donnie, Craze, a duo going up against 2 solos. Iamzo just putting on such a clinic for the low ground solo clutch. But
Ty
again,
brďo, pěkně.
once more, Joji, Donnie,
to byl
Craze,
clutch jak svině.
congratulations on your first victory royale of the tournament.
I mean, 345 points is actually crazy, right? 'Cause, like, once these kind of games happen, we sometimes we forget these teams can get 100 points very, very quickly, right? So I know Zeke was kind of calling out, hey, listen, playing for prize money. Yeah, for sure, right? Jump yourself up a couple of spots, but a couple more games like that, you could potentially maybe squeak into one of those qualifying spots. I don't know, probably too hard. I'm wishful thinking right there. Yeah, we got to imagine to get that victory royale. Remember, they had to have stolen high ground from Peterbot's trio at some point, which is just so interesting. Great win from this trio.
I mean, to jump up now with the 345 points, they're jumping up into 11th place. Top 10 is where we want to be. that's where the money swings start to get crazier and crazier, right? So with 2 games left, they could find themselves, like you're saying, maybe even higher on the standings. For now, we're going to go to a break. When we return, so much to discuss. See you real soon.
Předposlední kolo.
Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, forget it. The crown you want is fitted. Take shots, don't miss it. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh. Now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body. Need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty. It's plenty. I leave a penny.
Peterbolt ten je teda naložený.
Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than adios. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claim. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, I get it. They love my whole steady. They got so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Cool riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes, win it. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than adios. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No.
Welcome
The
to
points are
back.
too close. The points are too close with 2 games left to go. In this last game, Clicks, Iamzo,
jasný.
Pigs. Iamzo left as a solo, back against the wall. Nothing in the inventory. Has
Takže
to make the play
nice,
of
Peter,
his
ty vole, jenom
career to try and minimize these points.
10
To try
bodů,
and
ty vole.
make sure Peterbach, Hold and Ritual don't pull away farther than they
Ah,
already
Mickey,
are.
ahoj.
And he does it. I cannot believe that Iamzo as a
Klik
solo
zase druhej.
ended
Jo, jo, jo,
second
sleduju to
place
celou
with
dobu.
8 eliminations.
Ahoj,
That's
Peter
a
Bob
heist.
teď to
This is the
vytáhli,
heist
no, dobře
season.
nahoru.
He just pulled off the biggest heist.
Honestly, I can believe it. I actually
Ty ho
asked
začali
Kinch at the
Peterbot
start
tým, ten ho
of the
začal toho
finals
Klikse
this
tak
weekend
pušovat,
to
že
give me the damage
má co
numbers,
dělat.
but only for players
Ale
from
jsou jenom
zone
o
9
10
to
bodů.
12. And Iamzo, unsurprisingly, was number 1. When it comes down to these end games, when it comes down to duo or solo clutching, Iamzo is always the one that we see here on the low ground.
Hlavně
Even when he
teď se to
gets down
úplně
to just a
otáčí,
sliver
protože
of health
vyhrávají
in it,
normálně,
he has
vyhrávají
not
kola,
stopped yet.
vyhrávají
Snad to
tým.
už dá.
The names.
Snad
the
jo,
names that
protože
are
teď to
popping
vyhrál
up when he
tým,
hits
který
those
má
shotgun shots. One
350,
of the
který to byl.
most important ones there being
kde,
on to
kde?
Cold. I mean, who could write it any better as a solo? Duo left alive
Už
on
nemůžou.
Peterbot trio. They're trying to spray into my box. Boom, one pump to go ahead and save the game. Kanata tries getting in my box too. One pump there as
Budva
well.
se drží na
The
6.
clutch to keep us this
A Klix
close
a
on the
Peterbot, oni si to
leaderboard.
střídají, no.
16
Oni
points.
jedou
What an
první, druhý.
absolute cinema masterclass by Yamzo right there. But we gotta talk about
Jenom 10
Peterbot,
bodů,
Cold,
ty
and
brďo.
Ritual. 5th place, 9 eliminations, still racking up the elimination on the leaderboard, right? 89 total
Máme- teď
eliminations.
máme
It's
11. hru.
insane how
Koukám.
many of their points are coming
Pak
from them.
bude
Oh yeah,
poslední
and we knew that they were
rozhodující.
going to be elimination heavy, but something that I really appreciate from them and that
Tady
you
to
were
je fakt
appreciating as
souboj
well,
dvou
Vivid, is
největších
that they are
rivalů.
one of the only trios that is really pressuring height.
Tady
And we
to
can see just how
dal dobře.
successful that can be when you play it right. But another thing we noticed is that they had no builds when they were pressuring height.
Yeah.
Staying onto the second high ground could have been an opportunity for them to kind of take some shots on the low
Tak to
ground,
tu s tebou
hopefully get
už
a
zůstanu.
refresh, but still going on the
Děkuju.
aggressive. It obviously wasn't
No je
exactly
to
what they
napínavý
wanted,
teď.
but with how many eliminations
Jsem
they came
zvědavý,
out
co tam
with,
vykutějí.
still seems to be a pretty positive turnaround.
Vždycky všichni čekají na tu
The
8.
standings.
zónu.
Bring him back. You got to tell more of this crazy story. Remember, Peterbot, Cold Ritual, they've already qualified. So right now, if everything stopped, we're looking at a top 4 finish to earn one of the 3 spots going to the Global Championships. Keep in mind, though, Hoyo is not that far away right now. 7th place. He could look to strike. And I mean, if we look at the points from 3rd all the way down to 10th, right? This is still possible. I would say like 9th. All right, let's be realistic a little bit, Zeke. Sorry about that, Zeke. 9th place to 3rd place. Anything can still happen. A single interaction, a single failed move, a single failed edit could mean a trio in these top 10 could fall, and then everyone else will desperately be trying to claw their way up these standings. It is not only unbelievable
tam je
at the
to
very
jasný.
top we have this back and forth.
Těch 700
Peterbot
už
trying to
nikdo
reclaim
nedrží
from,
mezi.
you know, last major he got a 2nd place. He wants the 1st place again. Clicks trying to get that 1st championship title, right? But everywhere else, look how close this is, and there's still the Poyo
Ten
factor.
Peterbot má
Poyo could
jednu
still look to
výhodu.
strike, and then
On je
suddenly we're looking at
strašně
a top
klidný.
5, Kelly. My stress
Ten
levels
Klix tam
are
začne
through
dělat
To
fakt
víš, teď už to bude, kdo udělá nejméně chyb
Yeah,
a
there is
zachová nejvíc
honestly
klid.
just so
Přesně,
many different
přesně.
stories that are going on right now. It's
A on
not just
ten
a story
Klix
of who's going to
normálně
get
tam to
first. It's
bylo
not just the
krásně
story
vidět, já
of
z toho pak
can
udělám
Klix finally
výstřih.
win his victory royale.
On
It's
tam
not, or
udělal
his
jednu
finals.
obrovskou-
It's not just the story of can
On tam
Peterbot
udělal jednu
reclaim his former
obrovskou
glory. There is so
chybu
much going
a
on
Bugha
here,
ho
and a
normálně, teda
team
Bugha
that
a
we keep
Peterbot ho
looking at time
normálně
and
v
time again.
solu
Rise,
ho
Muzz, and
pušnul
Yapko
a
yet to punch
dostal
their
ho.
ticket to the global
Jo, on
championship.
už pak
But
bývá
we
nervózní
all
a
know
chybuje.
that there's no way this trio just can't make
A
it to
tak
the
třeba
global
teď,
champions,
když
especially
má
after
jako
what we've seen
naběhnuto,
this weekend. Their
je fakt,
ability
že je
to
to
hold
první,
high
druhý
ground,
místo,
their
no,
ability
souboj.
to control low
Protože
ground,
mu jde o
regardless
hodně.
of what position
Jo,
they're in,
tak
Vivid,
tam jde o
they
hodně,
always
jako.
come out on top.
And I love the fact that you're kind of pointing out positions that they're
Já
in.
teď
Why don't we
nevím,
go ahead and
kolik
talk
jsem
about
tam
real quick
čet.
before we jump into
Tam
game
byla
number
i
11?
tabulka
Reek,
s-
Cooper, and
s jako
Curly, they went down
výhrama.
early, and I was like, oh, that's so bad for the qual spot. Still in
A hlavně
third,
tohle
that
by bylo,
blanket that
myslím,
they had kind of going into that game,
první
saving them right there. They
NFCS,
got to pick
který
things back
by
up and hold
cashnul,
on
který
to
by
that
jakože
qual
fakt
spot.
vyhrál.
That's exactly the point, right? They can't, something like that can't happen to any of these trios in the top 10. It is a time, once again, 2 games left to go. Jacob
Poslední
Pio,
dvě hry,
MDF,
pojďme.
back over to you.
This is instantly at the top of my list for most entertaining FNCSs ever. Doesn't matter the region, Monster. We only have 2 games left of this tournament.
Yeah, look, the way that this story is unfolding right here, the race between Clicks and Peterbot and their teams is absolutely incredible. I mean, last game though, 33rd place team decided to kind of split their drop and give them something else to think about. So if Zeke is feeling the pressure, imagine the players right now.
Ušletěj.
Anything can happen as game number 11 kicks off.
Tak to puste. 11. hra, pojďme.
All right,
Right here.
game 11, Jacob. We're kicking this one off, bro. It is all or nothing now. This is the moment, Jacob, where they have to kind of set the stage and set it up for themselves and ride this thing out to the very end.
Man, I know you accumulate points throughout these 12
Klix
games
klasika,
of
jeho
the
místo,
tournament, but you
ano.
know as well as I do
Peterbot
when
ten letí
players look
dozadu.
back at an event and they lose, whether it's 1 point or
Takže
30,
bude
it's
opakování.
usually the
Jedou-
last 2
přesně tohle
matches
jeli
that
i
it really
před tím
boils down
10.
to,
hru.
and we're in those last 2 matches. One mistake could cost you everything at the top of the leaderboard.
Nakolik
Clicks
teda
versus
hrajou
Peterbot.
11
One
nebo
mistake
12?
could cost you
12.
a global championship spot
teď je
with
11.
everybody
a
all the
pak
way down
12.
to the top
rozhodující.
10. And this is going to be a
A
nail
pokud
biter
tuhle
finish,
tu,
but they're contested again, and this time it's
pokud
Fallen
tuhle
and
tu
it's full
11.
trio.
OK.
vyhraje
Yeah, you know
Peterbot,
what?
tak si
Like,
myslím, že
Iamzo, Clicks, and Higgs
Už to
don't
taky
have the
zůstalo.
problem of a team landing on them, but you saw that 33rd place team, Fallen, just landed on Cold again, right? But they get the elimination. That means they're
těch
getting
10
those
bodů je
quick
dost
points and that
velký
extra
rozdíl
damage.
tady v tom.
If anything, they're almost propping up the fact that Peterbot and Cold and Ritual now get kind of an advantage, right? A little bit more of that point lead that, let's be honest, Clix' team has really worked hard to try to build. They've had to go above and beyond just to start closing that
jo,
gap. And they're only 10
přesně,
points
Peterbot
away.
a zase jde solo.
The crazy thing
Na
that has
minimapě
me
je to
laughing
vidět,
right
aby
now
po
is
Clixovi.
usually when a team contests them, they all kind of converge back. They leave the train to go
Šli zas
elsewhere
na
because they want to
vlak.
make sure they all stay alive. 3v1, Cold did not need a single teammate to kind of backtrack into Crime City right
To
away.
udělali
They
i
still
minulou hru.
continued on looting that train. They got the mythic
Tak se
pump.
uvidí,
You know
jestli
they're going to
udělá
be able to
Clix
grab that
stejnou chybu
medallion.
jako v
And now
minulý hře.
Ritual finally returned back towards Crime City just to kind of figure out where all these players are at. They didn't even change a thing while getting contested.
Yeah, you can see just no sweat, right? They're like, oh, don't worry about it. We got this team on lock. We're good right here. Take your time, get your loot together. Ritual comes back to just play a little bit of support, but I think they're gonna wait for their, I was just gonna say, to get themselves super situated and then likely collapse on this trio. Peterbot just getting straight to looking to fish for tags. Nothing available as of right now, so the team that's left inside of Crime City might be the first that they jump on.
Yeah, and that's going to be a chance now. Footsteps of their Cold once again landing a huge shot onto Fallen. New Nitro's there as well. 2v2 situation that's quickly going to become a 3v2 as soon as Peterbot makes his way on over, and he is there. Welcome him to the fight because now he's on attack mode. Cold, couple missed edits, so that's not going to slow him down, especially with a flank coming in from Fallen. Ritual is there to alleviate some of that pressure. Now it's a 3v1. And I might not be the best at math, but 3 is definitely better than 1, especially when they know exactly where Noob Nitro is at. Ritual this time is going to be one leading the charge.
That's right, and think about it. These are 8 points they're securing right now, so pivotal moment right now for Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual as far as the overall tournament race is concerned.
Nice.
Put right in the dumpster there, and just like that, that's 2 elims now for Peterbot here at the Crime City. It doesn't really throw them off, right? Because it didn't go the distance. This is not a team that put up much resistance here at the drop, so Peterbot's team is probably feeling pretty good about that one.
And it's small eliminations like that in a race this close that can prove to be the difference makers.
Mně
Curve,
to nejde
Shadow,
pustit.
Tyler pushing up on towards the
Co ti
fight.
nejde pustit?
Backside of Demon's Dojo on top of that hill. There is a full team position up there. I think Taki, Ishao, and
Na
Vert.
PC.
And right now they do have a little bit of advantage in terms of elevation, but
Yeah,
that one's
put that
quickly going out the
stream.
window, and now they're just getting chased down. They have the pressure. They chop Vert down back into his teammate's box. And now
Yep.
they're continuing to put down pressure with his elevation advantage. Shadows
Počkej,
pushing
můj
up.
stream nebo
I can expect him
stream
to try to
jako
steal away some of those
přímo
pieces
z-
as he
z
inches
Epiku?
closer.
Little exchange here. Shadow, Tyler, and Curve looking for a
Přímo.
lead before they set up the collapse here. You know, Taki, Isha, and Vert, I was just going to say, this is no pushover trio. I think they're recognizing that, hey, wait a second, this team might be above average for what it's worth. Looking at the points earned on the day for Shadow, Tyler, and Curve. Overall, they've been relatively competitive. Last game, they finished 3rd with 9th place. I know we put so
Na
much focus
stránkách
in
Fortnite
on some of the other
competitive.
trios, obviously. But today has been a great day for Shadow, Curve, and Tyler, as they are in a race right now for a global championship spot. They're one of the few trios in that conversation.
Ty brďo, rozdíl, no tak
Back
to
on
je
over to
masakr.
Flooded Frogs. This is
24.
a pretty
23.
significant setup happening right now. Reek, Cooper, and Curly have to be on edge here. Little do they know, they've gotten into a lot of fights here at the Flooded Frogs, but never against Iamzo, Clix, and Higgs, who have actually initiated the fight.
This is kind of dangerous for both of these teams. Clix, Iamzo, Higgs. If they go down here, you can almost guarantee they're not going to be able to get that first place spot, barring any miracles. But Reek, Cooper, and Curly on the other side, if they go down here, that means their global championship spot is on the line in their last and final game of the day. I believe it was only about a 45-point difference between Muzz and that third spot on the qualification spot. Only 64 points between Muzz and Reek, Cooper, and Curly.
Oh, Cooper stepping up right now. Clicks, Ianzo, and Higgs backing off after the ambush was unsuccessful. And I wonder if Cooper, Reek, and Curly are gonna kind of pick up the fact that this is Clix's trio. Remember, they've gotten into a lot of fights here, right? Against teams not as notable. So their confidence could be misreading the situation since Curly did end up surviving. But it seems like they're not going to take it personal. They're going to be content with the back and forth and kind of call it off for now. But a very close call as they rotate into another team. Wait a second. That could be bad for Clix's trio now.
Yeah, especially since they took damage on the way out as well. So they're already weak, just like you said, rotating into another team. As we jump on board Braids, Visuals, and a Minished 4th place when it comes to the overall leaderboard, which means they would grab that 3rd spot for the global championship. But 2 games left. They still need to close it out. And already you see 4 eliminations. And I was watching the feed. There's one way to get that mythic drum gun. There's one team you have to go through, which leads me to believe that Bucky, Okus, and Cam are down in some way, shape, or form, if not already back in the lobby.
Yeah, tough position to be in. They've been kind of middling in the competition. They've had a few moments to break away, but nothing significant just yet. Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs, though. Here's the full update. Back to Lone Wolf Lair they go. Team hot on their heels here. As Dozier and his trio were the one that kind of caught them off guard there for a moment. But this is a full-on reset angle for this team right now. Don't blame them at all. Thinking about Visuals, Braids, and Diminish, though, those 4 elims puts them neck and neck with Reek, Cooper, and Curly now. So already they've kind of sealed the gap there just a tad bit, breaking themselves ever so slightly away from Muzz, Jacko, and Rise, or fighting for that position as well. Global Championship is on the line here. Do keep in mind this major is going to be the largest as far as the qualification spots to globals are concerned. There are 3 spots in the air here for NA Central.
And this team is just outside of that bubble. I believe 57 points down from entering into that top 4, which Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual would mean a spot would roll down. And that's the thing. They were playing so well yesterday, so consistent. Talk about out of all the games that they've had yesterday, it was just kind of in and out. They were able to get some big eliminations. They closed the day off with something special. And then today is where they find themselves a little bit of trouble. 5th place, 6th place. And then it was that 16th place with no eliminations 2 games ago. They were only able to net 2 points for that placement. And that's what really stopped their trajectory from keeping themselves inside of that bubble.
Gotta stay in the conversation. Cooper, Reek, and Curly. See from their kind of loadout situation. Not too much ammunition here on Cooper's side. A lot to be desired. Curly on the other side. Definitely a lot better, so should be more than ample for this mid-game to come. Look, they're looking around. They're trying to see if there's any stragglers, any last-minute teams here, but not a player in sight. So much different kind of dynamic happening here.
Yeah, we were talking about throughout the day, you know, a team pushing over to another team or even changing their drop spot, what that does the course of the game. Now, what does that do with Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs pushing on over, not allowing them to get the surge for the teams that did have to rotate by from that northwest corner of the map? So that's a lost opportunity there for them. Let's see how they're going to be able to pick up the pace with the zone moving over in this direction. Aegis, Acorn, Pollo, uncontested throughout the day. And they did pull off a victory royale, Monster. They did show that they have the potential to pop off, but even leading up to this major in the group stages, you saw a couple of struggles, and I thought things would have been figured out by then. But with 2 games left, they can still has a good chance to make a good amount of money. And I wouldn't say it's like life-changing for a team that's already won a major, but it's definitely going to allow them to take a good vacation.
Yep, and again, always pad the stats, right? Like, gotta keep the history looking tight. Everyone will hold it against you either way. Looking at the zone here.
very reminiscent of the entire kind of weekend.
Just taking it one step further on the other side, not just a ramp up, curved it to the side. Making sure they get as many lines of sights as possible. We know no one's over there for now, but Pollo just waiting, making sure that nobody's going to pop off and get a position behind them in zone as they go to rotate in. Peterbot Cold Ritual still with those 2 eliminations from the early game, looting up what's left over from the black market. Just trying to grab some extra heals, some extra loot to take them farther. And with that gold, they're able to upgrade their shotgun loaded as well from purple to gold. It's definitely going to hit harder.
Makes a huge difference there. Every little bit of advantage. Higgsy, Amza, and Clicks, though, rotating into Yapko, Muzz, and Rise right now, who, by the way, have had extremely key positioning this entire Day 2 tournament. Not a single time we've seen them out of position. This is the first time they're kind of not at a super prime location, but they have a several amount of eliminations, so it seems like they've just gotten out of one.
Yeah, almost forced to slow pay things at the edge of that mountain. But they realize the team is up there, even with trading shots back and forth. They're just going to continue to move towards the north side, figure out a way in from there.
They find a solo? I think Clix' team might have just found a solo as they move to the north there. Someone kind of lurking about here.
Oh, he's in the bush.
Chaos Gaming in the bush. Okay, it makes sense as to why they were kind of looking around.
They're all rotating through there too. Chaos is probably like nervous. No, don't see me. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. He's not even moving to make sure that they ran past him far enough. He's just going to wait until his audio visuals go away, cross his fingers. And it really kind of... How many heals does he have in his inventory? Because you know he has almost no choice but to go back into zone, maybe towards Lone Wolf Lair to try to get those reboots if he even has the cards.
Clix a jeho tým. Ale Clix jako takhle solový hráč je nejlepší hráč, co vůbec kdy existoval.
Just trying to rotate right now.
Tady máme Peterbota, výherce toho World Cupu prvního.
Resistance here on the outer edge of zone. Where's the white heels though?
No, teď co byl, on vyhrál to NFCS pro AM. Bugha vlastně vyhrál úplně první World Cup světový, Peterbot NFCS pro AM a Clix to je celosvětový nejlepší hráč.
Elimination and some extra material to go the distance here for the mid game.
And that Sentinel Pup upgrade for Higgs. He was walking around with an Infiltrator, which, yeah, can do some damage from far away. But you know, way a team like this fights, you want to go ahead and get the Sentinel Pump. Any variation at this point, what's really going to be in their minds. Water Sprite going down, the last of the heals. And this is where they got to be careful. With that elimination, they now have the option and flexibility to kind of bypass the black market altogether. It is just outside of zone, and you see 2 teams nearby as well. So they really have just a few options thanks to that early game aggression and being able to pick up that one elimination. But Peterbot on the other side, from fight to fight, they got that first elimination, and now they almost have Josh boxed up. Either way, he's going to get knocked down. And that's going to be a full-on cleanup. And you see in the distance, just on one of those mountains just outside Foxy Floodgates, it was the solo player. He has to watch his teammate go down and figure out how is he going to get him back into the game safely.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, it was looking super dicey for a moment there, but they just had enough time to bounce back and then live off the siphons. Way to keep it close. Well, as Japco and Rise had 2 elims right now, but how did they pick them up? You might be wondering. There it is.
Really just catching some solos, separated from each other, already weak, already hurt, with really nothing left to heal up. It's those little points. Now it's going to help them a little bit with their damage from Surge. Not much, because you know those players were weak. But you already see the split up right now. Rise is on the north side of Brutal Boxcars, trying to look, find some players on the whole north side of the map. Down below on the south side is going to be Muzz and Yapko. They have that Mountain Rage to look after, so it's not going to be easy damage for them.
Magic Moss is looking a little messy right now. Taki, Isho, and Vert, that trio right there. The scanner comes out. Who else do we have here? Vive and Chimp. Chimp.
Jo, tak oni si udělali high ground.
by, I think it was
Jestli nevím,
Vert's
všichni
trio on the
jsou
low
u
ground. It wasn't even
v
Yamzo,
zóně.
Clix or Higgs. If it was, they would have surely jumped on that.
Emzo.
They're sizing
Ale
up the
tady máme.
competition. They're, I guess, noticing that this team's being a little
Yeah,
passive.
yeah.
So out comes the splash. Up they go. The piece. Yamzo with the failed miss, but no biggie there.
Tak.
Chimp and Aviv are just trying to heal here. The information is through. They know this is a two-man team. This is perfect for Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs, who need these points right now. No team around to chop them down either. I was a little concerned that Verstro might take advantage of it, but no, they're already gone for the rotate here.
Emzo.
Yeah, they went east and just really haven't looked back. They know how far some of these zones have been pulling, so they're trying to take advantage of that. As Chip tries to break his way in, he immediately gets taken out. Vive doing some damage, but it's really not going to be enough. Odds were truly stacked against him. Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs pick up their 4th elimination of the game, almost 900 damage above the threshold, and another pile of loot to claim as their own.
Now this just sets them up even once again with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, for anyone keeping count of the elims there. Reed Cooper and Curly, after that close call, have now officially moved into kind of the pump power territory, but look at the zone popping once again down to the mountains. Man, yesterday was all Magic Mosses. Today, these mountains are just getting all types of love right now.
I just feel for Tati and Schumbert. They were rotating to the east, thinking it was going to pull in that direction. You see them in pump power now, really unable to safely get out because they're contested. Reed Cooper, Curly being proactive. They're trying to rotate quick because we saw where they went, staying extra long in flooded frogs, rotating towards the east. And as soon as the zone pulled, I feel like they were one of the first teams to move.
Gotta be quick to move here. Looks like Reed's, Curly, and Cooper's timing here was perfect, though. They get right into the mountain here. Not too much pressure from up top. Decay and Cynics is the trio set up there. Braids, Diminish, and Visuals. 4 elims still riding the momentum of that huge early game that they had. And, you know, looking at Cynics, Polar, and Decay, the last couple of games have just fallen out of their favor, but they've had a couple of moments of greatness after yesterday's kickoff tournament. And coming into today, it just seems like their strategy is not quite connecting, but they are in the higher ground, so do keep that in mind. Clix, Yamzo, Higgs in another fight, though. What is happening here? Why did this one break out? Well, it seems like it was Chaos Gaming trying to play for some kind of cheeky storm rotate, but caught out here. Yamzo, Higgs, and Clix nearly sent back to the lobby, forced to use one of those very prestigious med mists. Now think about it. They use these up early, then they can't use them to play frontside zone the way they enjoy doing. So this is going to be an important
Ne,
moment.
to už fakt není.
No surprise. This is exactly where they last left Chaos Gaming, by the way. In this riverbed around these bushes. So he must have just been moving. And look who's in the distance there, Jacob. It's Peterbot's trio on the edge. He's just now starting to rotate.
I just heard the pain of the entire lobby right now as the zone pulls over towards Brutal Boxcars. Luckily this time around, like I believe one of our zones yesterday, there's a lot of open space down the edge on the north side of the mountain overall where teams are going to be able to pick and choose, kind of cross their fingers. Hopefully it pulls north, east, or west and not south. Called Peterbot and Ritual. They got themselves a little bit of an edge on the western side. No real elevation, but they're a team that, you know, whether if it's the 7th zone, 8th zone, 9th zone, if they want high ground, they're going to take it, regardless of their material count. Especially, that's what last game proved us. And with everybody kind of stacking this western side of the zone and the south side of the zone, they do have a little bit of priority and comfort knowing that there's not too many teams that can challenge them on this edge.
But here's the thing, it's zones like this that if it pulls the wrong way, starts costing you all of your material. Sets you up for a bad end game. Peterbot, the only one that's still capped on this trio, so they're not too far behind here. Look at how Peterbot hunting for those weakened fresh builds. We had just saw Clix's trio make a move around here too. You can see their position right in between Muzz's trio here. Everyone now desperately waiting for the zone to pop.
Yeah, 30 seconds. If you're above surge, especially by like 359 like they are, you really don't want to peek. Reset those walls, end up getting 3-2-1, focused by a full team. It's those little things, and that's why you're seeing them just try to gather as much information down below and not really a lot of opportunities going around the entirety of the lobby, or at least not safe ones, forcing some teams probably to go box to box and try to fight their way in. But time has run out for this zone. Let's see where this next one is going to pull towards the south. Again, yeah, not too bad. There is some of the mountain range in there, but most of the lobby just got blessed.
Yeah, Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo recognize they got to fight their way through Muzz's trio, so these shots are almost warning shots, trying to send them off to rotate, but Muzz, Rise, and Japco kind of sticking around right now. Meanwhile, what is happening over here? Reed, Curly, and Cooper have picked up 5 eliminations from when we last left off. A full team wipe onto Hayes' trio here, setting themselves up for a great positioned end game now, as well as they're one of the few teams leading the front side here. They're sitting right above Peterbot's team. Take a look at this quick replay here, Jacob. So much going on here.
You gotta imagine I saw like the little strike of Storm Surge. They were just below the threshold, getting take 25 damage every 7 seconds. So really no choice but to fight the next team and just try to push into their box, but that's gonna do them in. Curly, Reed, and Cooper trying to heal up from that last battle, but you see a lot of shields missing. And that means they're going to be in a tough situation here, especially with so many teams nearby. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they're above the damage threshold as well. But again, missing shields, missing resources, but they're making sure to stay elevated away from everybody else because they know the chaos is what's ensuing down below. It's like quicksand. As soon as you step 1 foot in, you start to sink.
Think about it. They're one of the few teams that have played for high ground. Booga, Rapid, and Threat have also played consistently for high ground over the course of the weekend when the opportunity has presented itself. To no surprise here, Zone 8, Zone 9, early high ground take, but they're committed.
And it goes off the side of the mountain, so in theory, as those teams rotate under him, they can try to reconnect time and time again. It's being seen in the distance. Clix, Iamzo, Higgs trying to run up, keep control of the front side of the zone, but now they find themselves below the damage threshold, and it's active. You see them already taking a few ticks, 93 below, falling further, but great shots like that from the full trio. They quickly focus, get above the damage threshold, and then rotate right away. This is what they're doing, Monster, to maintain their position on the front side of the zone ahead of all these teams.
Super clean rotate, but damage is what they need right now. Jacko and Team. That's a dangerous mistake for them to be trailing behind. Higgs ends up getting caught off guard by the other team. They were put in between, and now the shots are starting to come on in. Jacko Muzz take advantage of a little bit of that distraction there. 73 above now. It's up to Clix and Iamzo. This is the first we've seen them as a duo now. But the pressure is on to perform. Placement points are starting to get given out. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual heating up now. 6 eliminations, aided. Balls to the hands of Peterbot here.
Clix still below the damage threshold. Reed's playing essentially second height, trying to wait for the perfect moment to go up. As Clix finds another elimination on the Yapko. That's their 7th one of the game, going toe-to-toe, Elim for Elim, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. The right strategy to try to stay alive, and the zone pulls far away yet again, and they're taking the slow side. They're going to where it opens up and immediately look back. A quick momentary target onto them, but they handle it with ease.
Peterbot's team playing for high ground, though. Look at how they're trying to poise up here. Focusing up, taking teams in the mid-ground for fights. They're really looking to try to position themselves, but the zone kind of goes up and over this mountain, playing off of the little bit of territory that they managed to claim here. Iamzo and Clixo in a world of trouble to find Sphinx there, and they are still going. Iamzo flexing here and now. Up and over the box, danger lurking everywhere right now. Still trying to just hold these little bits of maps that he has. And he's playing for himself. The full trio jumps in. Iamzo too soon, too early, caught out by Curve and his crew. It's all up to Clix now, top 8 here. Just holding on. How far can he take it? It's his moment. How badly does he want this championship? How badly does he want this title?
Only 20 on the Chug Jug. That's a giveaway. You saw them peeking through. He had to sacrifice 10 of that HP, but without builds, he's at the mercy of his opponents. He lands a good shot, but immediately goes down by Braids. And this is the chance for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual to start to pick up the lead. But he slides too far down the mountain. He goes down. I saw Tyler fall as well. Cold trying to put in work. He gets the elimination and falls before being able to pick up the Siphon. Now it's all up to Ritual. The points that they need to separate themselves going into the last game of the day. And Ritual falls on top of that. Best case scenario for Click, Sigs, and Yamzo going into game 12.
Jo, to se otočí fakt, každá hra je úplně jiná. Ty brdo, asi žijou do sebe. To není možný, kluky.
12 elims right now in the top 3.
Ale
They are
poslední 3
keeping
týmy.
it competitive. They are looking to fight their way to the global championship here and now. And this is a defining moment. Aegis comes down, puts one down. Rapid falls too. Bugha here to try and clutch it up. And it's all down to everything here.
Není
Aegis,
možný.
man behind the wall. Bats are coming out. Bugha's on the low.
Bugha
ground.
vedu.
Threats is here.
Nice.
Back them up, and they win
Pěkná
the
práce,
game, and
Bugha.
another victory royale. The
Nakonec se mu
first
to
to go
opuštění high groundu
for
vyplatilo.
Bugha in Threats there.
Tak tohle to byl hodně velký nářez.
Win coming into game 11, and it just doesn't get better than that for them.
Yeah, with how close
Tak
the race
největší klid
is for the
fakt
global
zachoval ten
spot,
Bugha.
that's exactly what they
Ale
needed. Not only
on
moving
i
up
v
the
tom World
leaderboard,
Cupu.
but starting to build that
Tak to je
confidence. You
frajer.
gotta give credit to Reed, Cooper, and Curly as well, hanging on to the very last moment. Even Agers, only solo in that
Tak
top
to
3,
bylo
and he
naozaj
still squeaked out a
úžasné.
second place.
Rapid, Bugha, and Threats, you got to think about it. They were in 6 coming into this tournament,
Tady,
and
no,
we're
to
talking
parádní.
neck and neck with Muzz, Jacko, and Rice. So with that victory right out, that is a
Tak
big
tohle
moment
to
for them
jsem
coming out
nečekal,
of
že
game
teď
11.
v
See, it's
11.
just
hře
getting more and
vyhraje
more
Bugha
competitive.
tým. Chronik Rapid, ty pič. Pěkně.
That's right. That's my goat. I can't believe from 9th zone they had height, and you know,
To
Kelly,
se
it got a
celý
little, it got a
úplně
little
otočilo.
scary for just like 1 second. Like they were like a little too high, but they kind of preemptively planned, right? They were like, hey, we're gonna build just a touch higher than normal. And if the zone pulls over this mountain, we're set. It doesn't. They immediately recognize, back off, and go, all right, let's start to close out this game. We want a little bit of victory out before game 12.
Teď
I
přesně
mean, you
Bugha
say you can't
ukázal
believe it,
to,
but we
co
saw them
ukázal
do
v
this
tom
in game
World
number
Cupu.
1 yesterday.
Sure.
The Bugha, when they do have height, they do such a good job kind of observing where the zone is pulling, how low ground is kind of holding everything, and they play so appropriately around the rest of the lobby. Big shout outs to Rapid, Bugha, and Threats. They really are the kings of high ground this last week. And I mean, when it's just, when you have someone like
Tady z
Bugha
toho
up
high
on
groundu
height,
se
and then you
skočí
have
dolů.
Rapid and Threats just
Teď,
laying
ano.
down the chaos below, it's only a recipe for success, Vivid.
I mean, this Shreya sneaking in or into the top of the leaderboard, right? Threats, obviously, you know, we got Peterbot and Cole. They're putting on quite a clinic, especially in terms of damage dealt. They're going to be first and second, but Threats has been staying close behind them in a close third. We knew Threats, he's like the Amber, he's always known for getting those surge tags, kind of making sure that they're comfortable in making it into the end game right there.
Tam bylo vidět, že
Bugha
zase
making the
začal
calls,
hrát taktiku
IGL, go
takovou.
for the high ground, always setting this trio up. They seem to always kind of be in that spot to actually build one of those towers up so that way they can go ahead and at least fight for the high ground. This game didn't have to fight for it as much, and they went ahead and ran away with that, got the victory royale.
Man, I love to see it. A single game left to go before Major 2 concludes.
Poslední hra
When we
bude,
return,
pojďme.
the standings, and we set ourselves up to see who will be crowned kings or back-to-back champions out of NA. We'll see you after this.
Takže si připravte popcorn, bramburky, toto je poslední hra, která bude hodně napínavá. Tebe, vy jste se úplně zbláznili, Míšo, ty brdo, za ten stream.
Co?
Teď se dívám na ty transakce odměny, vy jste se zbláznili s těma dárečkama. Že $33. Blázni, ježišmarja. To je úžasný, děkuju moc. Tak to uděláme pak velkou kastonku nějakou. A ne, my to necháme na ten sraz. To bude pecka. A Matez už trénuje. Matez už trénuje zapl buildy. Ježišmarja.
I took time. I did my breathing exercises. I tried to calm myself down. My tiny little hummingbird heart, and I'm fine for the moment. I'm zen right now. Things are okay. One game left to go in the FNCS Major number 2, Kelly. I'm not stressed at all.
Zeke, what are you doing? I am so stressed right now. Are you kidding me? Look at this standings that we have. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbutt, the team that everyone thought was going to walk away in first place for Major 1, trying to reclaim their former glory. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo in Major 1 finally break the 4th place curse, and now they're looking to win for the first time ever for all three of them. And then, of course, in third place, you got Reet, the global champion of Coop, and then Curly, the new guy, or I should say new guy, because he's doing such a good job right now. There's so much potential. How aren't you freaking out right now? Vivid, something's wrong with Zeke.
Yeah, I was fully expecting him to just go ahead and break out into a Zeke geek, even with all those breathing exercises. But Peterbot, cold, ritual. You guys will just not place outside of the top 10, will ya? 4th place, 10 eliminations. 35-point lead going into game number 12. Now listen, 35 points. I wouldn't say that it's a comfortable one. It's definitely not a comfortable lead, but I think they can work with that. I think they're definitely set up very, very nicely right here to go ahead and win this FNCS.
Tak toto bude fakt zajímavé. Já si myslím, že ten Peterbot to obhájí.
That's the team that's trailing them right now. The fact
zase vyfoukne
that this is
Clixovi tu
close
výhru.
right now. Photo finish going into game number 12. Might be the first time that a Vivid freak happens.
Ooh.
So what you're saying? What you're saying is we just have them land on each other. That's it. Let's just settle it right now. Let's just take it back to Invitational, Kelly. Let's just do that.
Yeah, I want to see, Peterbot go to Lone Wolf Lair, and then Clicks, they'll be going to Crime City, so they each get each other's POI. But no, I mean, Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo in that game where they had 5 eliminations, and they were still below Storm Surge. And we know that there's some, let's just say, funky things going on with their drops, and they're dealing with some players that have caused a little bit of issues. For them to have that fall into their lap, Vivid, and still be able to come out on top in the low ground, especially when you have Iamzo pulling out these crazy solo clutches. I mean, my goodness, what is this final game going to spell for them?
I keep watching these games from both perspectives of each one of the trios that are in first and second right now. And for example, right there, Higgs went down. There was like, that would have been like top 14 if the trio went down right there at the same exact time. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the game, right? This is the game where they falter, you're too big of a lead. And then they just don't. The duo 7th place, 8 eliminations. They make sure they keep it competitive. Neither one of these trios will go down. Neither one of them will make that giant mistake that goes ahead and defines the rest of the competition, which again is why we're going into game number 12 and it's even close at all, because of all of the clutches that have been happening.
I think it's fair to say Clicks has qualified to the Global Championships, right? I think it's it's a pretty safe bet. However, there is still a title that he's trying to earn. And it would just be unbelievable to see him win. Now, of course, there's other players as well, like Reed Cooper and Curly. The job's not done, right? We're at a comfortable 666 points but the job is not done. We still need to make sure we put a few on the board, because what we don't want to do is slip out of that top 4, because again, remember, Peterbot's already qualified, so we're looking at top 4. But still, we just need to put on a little bit more of a performance, and we very well could be securing ourselves a spot, going to globals, and seeing Reed Cooper and Carly there.
This is now the major that you want to make it in. You don't want to have to go through major 3. There's only 2 spots open, and this is just the best performance we have seen out of Reed and Cooper and Curly in quite some time. Cooper just kind of surprised everyone when he got the global championship, and I've actually got to have an interview with him in major 1 where he's like, I have the trophy, I don't need to prove myself anymore, but yet he comes back for major 2 and is proving himself once again. This is why I won with Miro. Do not sleep on me, because I'm not done yet.
Yeah, and my eyes are going to be tuned into that 4th place spot. Visual Braids and Diminish, are they going to be able to hold on? Rapid Bugha Threats, are they going to be able to steal that qualification spot? I think Muzz, Yapko, and Rise are also close enough to be in contention. Oh gosh, Zeke, game 12.
I was fine, and then you made it more stressful. This is it. One last game out of major number 2. Let's find out how this all concludes together. Casters, for the last time, take it away.
This major's been so entertaining, and Peterbot and Clix make it even more entertaining. Peterbot literally sending out a photo to his social media of Clix at the Globals from last year. This is going to be crazy, Jacob, as game 12 is cooking up right now, and we already know there's 1 finals on the line, and there are other global championship spots that are being fought for. 3rd and 4th place in particular, as Zeke just set the stage, is not safe at all. So here we have it, Jacob.
Yeah, and you got to think Clix, Higgs, and Iamzo have all come so close to winning an FNCS before. This is game 12. Will they achieve that dream? Let's find out. It wasn't too long ago, 2024 Major 3. Higgs, known as Batman Bugha back then, they got a 2nd place with Rapid. Iamzo been in this position with Rise. They end up bouncing out of that top position after day 1.
Klix zase letí do levisku baráku. Ano,
after
to je
day
jeho
1
místo.
as well. Every single one of these guys
teda
fell short.
Peterbot,
What happens is one setback makes for a greater comeback, and now uncontested. No funny business in this game.
Clix queuing up with the icon skin as well. Just one final time, letting everyone know who is in the lobby right here as he fights for his very first finals championship here at the FNCS stage, and it just doesn't get any better than that. And you know what? They are just letting go a sigh of relief as they are uncontested. It's all couple tweets coming out from the woodworks from Sandman the Lid as well. Just seeing, you know, hey, I'm gonna take train here from Peterbot, Rich One Cold, but seems like they were just messing around trying to keep us on our toes here. Peterbot, Rich One Cold seem to have their strategy going about as usual.
Yeah, kind of everything here the same as almost every other game out the gates. I think Visual Braids and Diminish have somebody set up towards Foxy to try to land some shots over in this direction. Early surge, allowing them flexibility for the early and mid portions of the game, so we don't have to certainly make it too much of a focal point. And that actually isn't diminished. He's going to go ahead and back up. Go ahead and loot that server room, something that they fought for and conditioned this team that if you're going to fight us for it, it is going to be a risk for both of us. And now on the north side of the map, Flooded Frogs, Reet, Cooper, and Curly. They just need to close out, Monster.
They have to stay consistent. They're 60 points ahead right now. However, they need to earn at least an end game. They got to touch those placement points. And we all know that just even last game, right? Teams can mix up their strategy. Clix and his trio decided to kind of ambush Reed, Cooper, and Curly, almost catching them off guard there for a brief moment, but they got away with it. This is a team that can't get comfortable by any means.
Kos
I don't
Delal.
think anybody can truly get
Ne,
comfortable
ono
with Puga.
díky tomu, že
Just
TikTok
quickly
je tak
looting one of those
dojebaný
buildings,
s
just chop it
pardonem,
down. It's going to be the
tak
easiest way to
on
get
mi
everything
normálně
that you
sem
need and more,
pošle
especially since most of
omezení
their
za
serve features are
vysílání.
outside of Seaport
A když
overall.
vlastně jsem
Just
nějakou
gotta go
dobu
ahead and loot up here
jakože prej
in
mě
the
to
early
bere
game. You talk about
nečinýho,
like the placements, how
tak
they're being
mě to normálně
separated.
stopne.
Fifth place, 575
Proto nadávám na
points,
ten
just
TikTok,
under
YouTube
Visuals,
mi to
Raids,
nedělá.
and a Minish, who are inside of that bubble in terms of qualifying for the Global Championship at 619 points. Everybody, I think, from third place down, one mistake will ruin
Teď
your
nic dělat
entire
nebudu,
FNCS.
Si ho chytí dost do ovladače, ne?
or sorry, Puga and Threats are the only other team to pick up an extra victory out here on the day. Clicks, Higgs, and Yamza being the first to go ahead and do so. That's impressive overall, and even more so impressive is that they're fighting for the global championship spot right now. They're on the bubble conversation. And you got to give credit to any team that is willing to be a high ground team, which is what Rapid, Bugha, and Threats have managed to do here on the day.
Okay, learned something new. Didn't get him very far, but it's little tricks as Rapid starts his Surge Tower to the sky. Looking on over towards the south side of the zone. Koyo, Acorn, Agers, uncontested. Mass Meadows. Koyo's the one that's going to be having a lot of that gold in his inventory. So if he goes down early before being able to access the black market, those are some things you got to be looking at, but they're really going to be relying on him to position himself over on that side of the map, buy a lot of those extra heals, bring him up top of his base, and begin to start accumulating those numbers.
Got to start adding them up. Noisy and Tony, though, sitting outside, possibly in a bush watching the black market here at the Magic Mosses. Clicks just getting his kind of loadout together, interior, the entire team. Oh, they are waiting.
Because it is, it is them though, Tony, Nosy, and Creon, that they land at Pump Power. And with the changes over there, there's gold, there's dill bits, and they were the ones coming over to this black market more times than Clicks, Yamto, and Higgs have even had the opportunity to look in this direction. And they've been the ones taking the loot. Now they hear the noise, another team is in there. It does look like they're just going to let him disengage, though. They probably don't want this early game fight because they, too, want to try to access the black market. But at the last second, they do land some good damage onto Clicks. But instead of following up, trying to chase him down, they just go take what is left over.
Another trio on the outskirts as well, kind of looking in, noticing that Clicks' team just boxes up here in the center. And now they have an opportunity to either farm for tags in the distance or jump in and take advantage of the weakened team in the middle. It's Taki, Ishu, and Vert. Managed to clash multiple times here today. Muzz, Japco, Rise on the move right now. No strangers to playing early center, but Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs getting into a full-on fight right now. Clicks tagged up once again here. Backed off to heal. Using those prestigious splashes. A fight breaking off on the other side. And their opportunity here now to find a bunch of elims is definitely starting to open up. They already have one here. But no, they want to move. This is the pressure starting to set in here. The pressure of winning this major finals. The reality is kicking in here. And instead of sticking around to fight it, they decide that they want to back out. Jacob, what's your thoughts on that?
I think it just in general, a lot of our top teams on that leaderboard are moving around this map and this game a lot quicker than the 11 games we've seen before. Reet getting an elimination. Peterbot thinking where they're contested, they're quickly moving around. Clicks making a beeline to the black market to get the loot that they practiced all season leading up into this major, and then just elimination sprinkled around the map. I think this one might move at a little bit quicker pace up until a certain point where Storm Surge starts to appear, but I even think that Storm Surge might appear just a zone later than some of these previous games.
I
wouldn't doubt it. 4 teams already eliminated. Reet, Cooper find themselves 2 elims here on the outskirts of the Whiffy. Not bad at all, given that this is a team that just has to inch their way up to the next threshold. They're so close, yet so far. Reet easily one of the community's favorites. We've seen him kind of grow up. We've seen him mature and really find his footing. We've seen Cooper rise up from the ashes. Take a look at the highlights here. Finding Natmos there on the outskirts.
It's crazy.
Rise and Japco with the early rotate here, Jacob.
what I was about to say is Reed was one of those players along with Epic Whale when West got announced. He was like, yo, I'm going to play with a few players, Enact, Coughs, just try to take a West championship. But there's only one spot that actually qualifies in Major 1. That was Baka Pars and Pump. He goes back on over to Central, doesn't make Major 1. And then now look at him, Monster. He's in a position to go to the global championships as Muzz, Rise, Yapko also getting aggressive. And just one thing I know for certain in this game, with how close the leaderboard is, it might come down to points. Monster, what is this?
I was gonna say, forget the points, Jacob. We got the clash that we've been looking for. Clicks
Má
his
svůj
team,
skin, dal si
pushing
svůj
through
skin
the
štěstí,
Crime
tak
City.
uvidíme, třeba mu to
We
pomůže.
knew
Ale má
this was gonna be
42
a
bodů dohnat.
potential option. We called it at the start of the show.
31.
Could it be that Clixiamzo and Higgs
mohl
are gonna
zvládnout.
wait to the last game to bring it to Peterbot and have them on the run? And they're doing
Ale
just that right
Peterbot
now.
má
But
velký
Cold is so
náskok nad
smart.
ním.
He's going for that natural high ground right now, playing towards the market. They understand that they have the advantage on this side. That positioning is gonna be key here. Yamzo, Higgs, and Clix nearly catch them off guard there, but you know they're not gonna let this one slide.
It's a dangerous game they're playing here, boys. The top two teams going at it, and rightfully so. If Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo were to go down right now at this point in the game with 0 eliminations, which they have 1, they're still going to lock in their second place, so they have almost nothing to lose and everything to gain in this situation by trying to hunt down Peterbot. And it's just kind of crazy how the tables turned because the hunted have now become the hunted. Said that wrong,
don't
but
count it
Lidi
out.
doufám, že
Peterbot
ložení
knows
po
what's
nich.
going on. He knows he's got nothing to lose. He knows that if he takes him
Přesně
down,
takhle to udělal
this
i
is
předtím.
where it all is
A Clix v
coming
nervech
down to.
udělal
So
největší
Peterbot,
chybu a
Ritual
umřel
Cold
hned.
looking to kick this off. Peterbot going for the side
A
angle.
sleduju, a jdou
Cold
po ní.
going for the
Chce být
right.
první.
And this is where they play best, being
Jenže
aggressive.
ten
But
Peterbot
they
má
sniff him
výhodu
out
v
for a
tom, že
second
on
there.
i
They
tady
have
v
a
tom
little bit of
zachová
high ground.
ten
Here comes
klid.
the Cold splash set up. Pay attention.
On
Clix
už
is
je
moving
teď
to the
první.
outskirts as
On
well.
kdyby hrál jenom
They have
takticky
to play for
sezónou
angles. This
a
is
vyhrál to
extremely
na
high
body,
level
tak
Fortnite
Já vím.
at the works here. Cold finds Yamzo. Kind
já
of
když jsem
doubles back.
sledoval ten
Review
NXT
now.
Pro M,
onto
tak
Clix.
on
And
byl
this is where the
až
tables might turn around just a little bit because they have a little bit of
bych to řekl,
elevation. They have the team
nepříjemně
carrying
klidnej při tom
underneath,
zápasu,
playing
ten
defensively.
Peterbot.
And you talked about how
On to
advantageous
vyhrál a
that
on
actually
prostě
is, but
normálně,
these
on byl ledově
third-party shots
klidnej.
coming in is going to
Úplně
force
ledově
Peterbot and
klidnej.
Cold and Ritual to disengage only momentarily though, because this is something that we saw to end the day yesterday, and it was zone after zone after zone.
Zavináč
Just
Čavo
down
1
not
Junes
once,
Just
but
Reach
multiple
Level
times eliminating
31.
Díky za super
Here's the
GG.
problem. If you allow Peterbot and their team to kind of
Co už
gather
dorazil
their bearings, get their material counts back
Bez
up
tak
to
už
a strong
dávno.
position, it's just going to be disastrous for Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs. So they have to make
Tak
a move
můžeš tady
here.
s náma
They
vydržet,
can't
ty
sit
brďo, a
idle for
fandit.
too much longer.
Clix nebo
And like we
Peterbot.
said, Peterbot plays best when he is the one pushing. Notice how when they're getting pushed, right,
Jenže
and they're
Peterbot
playing
má
on the
strašně
heels, they're
velký
playing on the
náskok a
back foot,
výhodu.
he doesn't look as good. They don't look as good getting pushed back.
It's one of the first times we've really seen them on the back foot. It was only for a quick moment there in that situation, but it almost even seems like Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, they're not necessarily just running as you saw them go back onto the mountain of Crime City and then charge back as the aggressors. They're just making sure that they are in the position that they want if they are going to take the fight. They're not taking it under anybody else's standards, under anybody else's say. And I think that's why they're making the smart decision, because while all this is going down, different strategies for both of these teams, no surge bases, which means in theory they could be below the surge threshold or more further down than they would hope to be.
Oh, for sure. But look at the player count, right? This game, we knew undoubtedly was going to move a little faster, so they do get to have a little bit of a moment, right, to kind of situate themselves. However, once we start getting into that mid-game and the next thresholds begin to appear, it's going to become more and more apparent, right, that this is a team that will have to work for it. Puts Higgs and Yamzo double back to the market here, though. A little bit of leftover goods from teams prior for Peterbot, Cooper, Ree, and Curly, though. Just getting active, another elimination, stepping themselves one more giant leap towards the global championship stage here. Very impressive overall. You got to give tons of respect and credit to this team that just, again, formulated out of nowhere, picking up Curly here. A great addition. Oh, but look at this. Peterbot got his eyes on him.
I'm almost getting that feeling of deja vu because it was in Group 1. We were watching them kind of dismantle the lobbies, particularly in games 4 and 5, and I was thinking to myself, oh man, how many FNCSs did they just ruin by bulldozing these teams? And that was a possible another one of those chances if they were to take down Reek, Cooper, and Curly. They can only sit by and wait and hope that their points stand. This Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs pick up their second elimination of the game, something that's needed because they're staggering farther back, which means they haven't been able to get the damage. And then the heals on top of that they need to make sure that they're healthy when they exit the zone, and that's how they picked it up. 3v1, all angles secured.
Game 12, FNCS Finals Major 2 has been nothing short of exceptional. And it doesn't matter who you're rooting for, it doesn't matter who you are a fan of. The way that these trails have managed to play today, the willingness to push one another and kind of test the skills, test the boundaries of each other is what has made this an absolutely incredible FNCS, and it is still ongoing here. Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo do have 2 eliminations. Keep in mind, Peterbot's trio doesn't have any, so that point gap is starting to close. Mudjack on Rise, end up losing 1. This is not looking good right now. It's a full-on fight here. Pressure coming in from Broken and Liam here on the low ground. But the edit from Muzz is nice. Not a big enough tag to give him a huge advantage here. Liam now pushing a wall. But super quick with the layer changes here, Jacob.
Ne, už nemám s čím, tohle byl zbytek.
While still attacking from different angles, but finally backtrack, reunites with Yapko.
Ale děkuju, strašně moc si to vážím, děkuju moc.
Já myslela, že už tam nic
Both
nemám.
of these trios are going to have to start thinking, is it going to be worth it? Do we disengage out? Especially the one that is going to be on the high ground. They have the overall say, and down goes the Thermite. And even though it's not big damage, they at least kind of get a feel of where Yapko's positioned at along with Muzz as they continue to fire and keep pushing pressure down as Yapko's shields go out the window. Muzz is feeling the pressure, forced to converge onto the low ground, build some extra space. And there's isolated right now. Oh,
Curly's down. 3rd place might be on a lifeline right now. Muzz, Japco, and Rise just have to kind of hold in. There might be 2 spots opening up for the Global Championship here. Japco's hurt. Muzz has to hold it down now, but they've been on the retreat this entire time. The pressure from Broken is starting to build up here. Muzz looking for an escape plan. Down they go, out to the side. No mats to really work with, though. This is all but dangerous. A very risky play to fully disengage here, but they do it. They get inside of the facility here and now, and the team up top kind of eases off. What is going on here? Game 12 really is kind of tossed in the air right now.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me wonder because while all this was going down, well, this is how it started. Rise was the one caught off guard, not even hit a bush, just on the side of a mountain. But while all that was going down, you said Reet had went down. I noticed in the feed Cooper had went down as well. So just like the game that they won, it's really going to be in Curly's hands to try to get the team back up, so that way they can hold on to their spot. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual 16 below. We talked about the changes to start the game, them getting pushed by Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs. Now look what is done to them. No elimination, 16 below the damage threshold, and forced to make their way to fight another team.
And we got that official update there. 3rd place is down and out. Reed's team fully eliminated at 682. That's going to be the cutoff. Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs, though, in a box fight right now below the surge here at the Seaport City. And guess who is showing up right now? Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot, who are also on that line, showing up to the scene here. They're going to be one of the few teams that have to jump into a box fight as well. So don't be surprised if all of these teams reinitiate as the shots are breaking out. The attention is starting to build here. 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 120 below. Clix, Higgs, Yamzo. Clock is ticking, son. You gotta make a move here. In they go. It's all or nothing. The bats are out. Clix hits 1. He's not. Down Veer. Yamzo's in the box, but no. Dash has a better angle. It's all up to Higgs now.
Tournament on the line for them. Shot still breaking through, but he's able to get the elimination. No Siphon. Wasn't his down. Splashes onto Clix. He's trying to save the day. Get them back into the game, but Dash, he heard a lot of the noise. He knows some knocks are there. On the other side, one wall is separated, but Higgs is going to hold on to that one. Gets the revive, finishes it, but Clix just gets trapped on the other side, but he gets the elimination. That was absolutely big for Yamzo to get the Siphon there, but Clix goes down, and they heard it. The Hunted are now on the prowl.
Look at them looking around. They're thinking about it. They said, wait, there was a fight breaking on in here. I see the boxes, but I don't see the team just yet. They're going to cap off on heals here. Someone's knocked, someone's down. It has to be the players we are likely looking for. And you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to find the right skins. They're 22 below now. They end up swinging around. They end up going more passively instead of aggressive here. And this is unlike Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. They might be feeling the pressure of the major being on the line here.
We haven't seen this in this situation out of them since the group stages where they went down to Storm Surge and zone overall. Now the shots are coming out from behind. That's Higgs. That's Yamzo. They're ready to take it by force right now because the fight. Peterbot has to backtrack. He needs the surge. He needs it here, and this is the nearest team to them. Ritual turning around, trying to backtrack, but down goes Peterbot. That is their elimination. That is their Storm Surge, and that is their chance to win it all. But Cold, he has something to say about it. On the other side, he hit a massive shot onto Yamzo to backtrack him because of the fall of Peterbot, though. Look at the heals. Look at the loot that Higgs now has in his inventory.
And the Siphon just kicked in, so it ends up keeping him alive for a little bit longer. Cole's falling to the surge here. The Storm takes him down. First place is starting to be dismantled. Ritual tries, but he is sent back to the lobby. It's not over yet, though. Higgs and Yamzo still have to earn some points. 3 eliminations separate them. They've already earned 6. There's a team on their heels. There's a player on the outskirts. There's knock body everywhere, Jacob.
Oh no, it's a 5-2!
Ty vole!
Oh no,
To
they were
snad
just
ne.
11 points away from the
Takže
FNCS
ten je
champion.
kapu.
First and second place are down.
Není možný,
Monster.
Clix nebude mít
I don't think we
možnost.
could have witnessed anything greater than this.
It was extremely
Bughatý.
close. In the end, everyone took
Ty
damage. They
kráso,
had to
takovou
fight it
chybu
out.
udělali.
They missed the elimination credit because you need to do
Na
damage in
zónu.
order to get rewarded. And I think there might have been some points left on the table, but only time will tell. Only the standings will tell.
I didn't actually catch when they went down because now
Tak
I
to
see
byla
placement
obří
points are
chyba.
starting to kick in. If they got 17th, 16th, 15th place somehow, that could be the miracle to really change the course of this game. But now we are on a different course. It's no longer about that first place spot. It's about global
Bugha zase útočí na
championship
Hydra
battle bus spot
zpětně.
secured. And right now, it might
Ty
be
vole,
early
tento
steps,
to
but
chce zase
Bugha,
vyhrát.
Rapid, and Threads are willing to take it
Zkouší
under
zase
their
tu
own
samou
hands and
taktiku.
go for high ground early.
Only 37
Jasné.
players remaining. Bugha puts it all on the line, goes for
Bugha
high
jede
here.
zase,
He's going to
piče,
need a
Bugha jede
victory
na
royale
svojí
in
místo.
order to jump his way up into a global championship spot with his team. Curve, Shadow, and Tyler have to do the same. There's still teams in the running here for the global championship. Braids and Minish are alive. Kanata Bolts down to the low ground. This is a tournament we have on our hands.
I just remembered right now, 3rd place, also down and out of the game. That's Reed, Cooper, and Curly. There's only one team alive in terms of inside of the qualification bubble. That's Visuals, Braids, and Minish. They're just trying to hold on to that spot secured because you got Rapid, Bugha, Threats. You got Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. That spot will roll down. You got Curve, Shadow, and Tyler still in the hunt, starting this game at 8th place. And we saw Muzz, Yapko, and Rise above them on the leaderboard already get eliminated out of this lobby.
That is true. 3rd place, Reed, Cooper, and Curly, remember, fell at 682. This means that any of the teams in the top 10 can pick up a monstrous victory royale and propel yourself to a 3rd or 4th place seat. Given how close the standings are right now, there are still global championship spots on the line. Visuals and Minish and Braids are watching it all play out. From their perspective, every ounce counts. We may not get another surge warning, but we are still gonna get a race to the finish here.
You know, when I said to start this game off, it's going to be kind of a speed run through the lobby. Everybody's getting eliminations. There are 35 players alive in the 8 zone. Only 12 teams remaining. And a lot of those teams are in the hunt for the spot. Some just trying to hold on to it. And that's what makes that elimination from Visuals that much more important. It wasn't the damage for Surge because he had just a sliver of HP, but it's the points for the leaderboard. It's Agers and Acorn, no Poyo in sight. And they're already looking at the high ground right now, seeing where it pulls. They are at the edge of the zone, but it is pulling in their favor as well.
Agers eyeing it up. Acorn looking up to the top. Aviv is there set up. They're going to go for the chop down, looking to break this metal structure here. Curve, Tyler, catch wind of what's going on. They seem to jump into the action here. And they're thinking about capitalizing here as well. Sphinx, Bolts, and Kanata see that there's something kind of taking form up top here too. Acorn goes for it. Here they come. Skittles couldn't quite hit the edit there. Out of material, out of gas. Sent back to low ground. Agers, Acorn, Poyo now have control of high ground here. Just a single elimination, but high ground is theirs. Plenty of material to work with here. They get to the front side of zone now. And this is perfectly executed here for our Major 1 champions.
Down below though, even without threats, Rapid Bugha 499 damage above the threshold. Quickly moving to the front side of the zone, taking space. We've seen expending a lot of materials with 3 more zones to bounce in and out of. And this is where they might need an elimination here. And you see Rapid looking through the builds, trying to find Bugha as well, trying to assess the situation, figure out where everybody's positioned at. And they see a team open up the doors, and Rapid takes that first shot. Not a big one, but now they know they can put down the pressure, knowing that team has to come to them or around into zone, sacrificing HP.
Trading shot for shot here, blow for blow. Almost pieces him up there. Rapid looking for the catch, but couldn't quite find it. Meanwhile, Bugha kind of trying to figure this one out. Bugha's getting tagged here. Stuck on the mid-ground. Braids, Visuals, and Diminish still have their footing under them. Still have mats. Gold splashes coming out. Front side rotate from them.
se to úplně celý fakt otočilo. To není možný, ty vole.
Still have the high ground who are looking down right now with full control of the lobby, trying to get the last minute rotate here so they don't burn material count, waiting for the zone to force them off the height. Down they come. Visual, Braids, Diminish.
Nevím, viděla jsem klik spadnout.
Klik spadnul. Peterbot tam taky není. Takže teď je to jenom o nich a o Bugovi, jestli to dá. Akorát teď nevím, jestli se vyhrává na body nebo na vítězný kolo. Tak oni to mají jasný. Peterbot tady není. A Bugha
They can taste it. Top 7 now. Rapid has to stay in the game in order to send his team to globals, but he's gonna need Elims as well.
Ty brďo. To se úplně celý otočilo, no není to možný, ty brďo. Tak kdo bude teda tady to hrový herce? Ty vole, největší 3 rivalové udělají takový obrovský chyby. To je nátlak jak svině.
Waiting for the siphon now to kind of kick in here. His teammates down. There it is. He is fully healthy.
To je kurva nátlak.
Top 3 now here, Jacob.
Now he's ready to play the thorn in the side. The extra placement points are just the cherry on top because I think he's done enough to secure his spot. But he goes down just at the last second. Zone, nobody gets the points for eliminations. And a good old 3v3. Acorn, Agers, and Poyo versus Kanata, Sphinx, and Bolts down below. Former teammates through different aspects as Poyo lands the first shot down below. Flank on the Sphinx. He gets a good shot yet again, but no knocks. Poyo cannot get the siphon. Turns the corner and goes down.
Nečekaný, úplně nečekaný obrat celý hry. To není možný. Ty vole, fakt jsem to přál tomu tyhle Kliksovi a nebo Péťovi, ale tak tohle to jsem nečekal normálně. Že 3 největší rivalové padnou hned v půlce hry nebo ze začátku. To není možný. Ano, já jsem viděl taky Klik spadnul a zbytek jeho týmu padnul na zónu.
Potentially there, you know, just to push teams out, really shake things up for
Ty
everyone here.
brďo.
Game 12 absolutely insane at one point there. I mean, I started to go lightheaded with the clash between the Titans. Kanata Sphinx, Bolts, congratulations on a Game 12 victory out. Jacob,
A i za mě
it's
velká
been an
gratulace,
honor
velký
calling
obrat.
the NA Central Finals.
To
What a
byl
tournament that
naložený
was.
zápas.
Bro, if you would have told me today when we woke up that we would have a
Hodně
tournament
naložený
where
zápas,
first
lidi.
and second place are hunting
první
each
hry,
other
co to
down to
sleduju,
win
fakt.
the Major 2 FNCS and qualify for the Global Championship monster, I would have called you crazy.
It was the whole day too. It wasn't just like, you know, one little moment. It was the entire tournament. Well, we hope you were entertained. For myself and of course Jacob, we're done here. You're gonna send on over to Zeke to give us the final results.
Jacob PR, Monster Base,
Ty
thank you so much
brďo.
for 2 fantastic games,
Tak
and
to
we
byla
can now
fantastická práce,
call
to je
your
jako
winners
fantastická hra, to je
from the
opravdu,
Major 2
souhlasím.
finals. It is Peterbot, it is Cold, it
Ty
is
brďo.
Ritual. By a difference of 11
Ty
points,
kráso,
Peterbot
nice,
reclaims his
Péťo.
title, reclaims the first
Gratulace.
place when he narrowly missed
Jo,
out
a já
on
jsem mu
in
fandil od
Major
toho
number
War.
1.
I'm pro.
Guys, I cannot believe the game we
Míšáku,
just
moc
witnessed.
dík za
Every
možnost
single
koukat na
time it
stream.
happened twice. First we got
Já
the
ti
initial
děkuji
moment
za
where
to, že ses
Clix
vůbec
is
tady
pushing
se
into
mnou
Crime
na to
City.
dívala,
We're
že
all
se
thinking, oh
spojila
my
za
gosh, is it gonna happen?
dárečky.
They kinda
Moc
both
děkuji,
sides
bylo to fakt
postured
suprový.
and they back out and then suddenly Peter
Moc
Bot's
si
running
toho
in them
vážím,
and
tvý
they kinda
společnosti,
box
tvý
up
podpory,
and then
všeho.
they kind of separate each other again and now suddenly both squads are below on surge and then it is
Děkuji moc
just
za
all
úžasný
basically
zážitky
downhill
při
from there, kind
streamování
of creating this
FNCS.
moment where we don't know
To byly
which
fakt
way he's
momenty,
gonna go.
který
How
se
are they gonna
zapíšou,
solve
protože
these problems? But at the end of the day,
nikdo nečekal, že tenhle
after
ten
2
tým
days
dá poslední
of
kolo
unbelievable
výhru.
play,
Sice vyhrál to
Ritual,
celkově
Cold, and
Péťa.
Peterbot will hold the
Trošku
blade
jsem doufal,
of
že to dotáhne ten
champions
Clix,
high.
protože to je legenda.
I feel like Levin and even Quanti, when I interviewed him, put it best
Ale
that
bylo
the
to
best thing
velice
for
zajímavé.
Peterbot's
Jako,
trio
je
to
fakt,
win
že od
Major 2
nějaký
was
8. hry to
losing
bylo
Major 1.
skoro
Peterbot
jasný,
has had such an
protože
incredible
Clix
run
pak
from the
padnul
start
na
of
to
this
druhé
season,
místo,
whether that
takže
was
Péťa
season
ten
1,
to
season 2,
vytáhl
all
nahoru.
the div cups they won, all
Pak
the
to teda
records they broke.
překvapil
But getting that
Budha
second
s
place
vítězstvím,
was what
ale
Peterbot needed to lock
pěkná
in
práce,
and
hoši.
prove to
Velice
himself
pěkná.
and to prove
A
to
děkuji
everyone
všem,
else
kteří
that
se
I am
zúčastnili,
still
kteří
the
přišli
best
se podívat na
player,
stream a
not just in
podpořili.
NA, but the
I kdyby
best player
nepodpořili,
in the
jenom že
world.
přijdete se
And Cold and
podívat.
Ritual
Péťo,
stepped up this weekend.
pěkná
They
práce.
proved that when Peterbot does go
A vidíte
down,
to,
that
viděla
they
jsem
are
to
there
teď
to
ten jeho
have his
výraz.
back. They are there
A
to
on
make
takovej
sure
ledovej,
that they
klidnej výraz
reclaim
má
their
prostě
former
furt.
glory, and they are your Major 2 champions.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Give
The
for all
question
teams.
was poised back to back
Přesně,
or
GG
back
všichni
to
týmy
Pete, and
jako
looky here. Right
už
back
jenom
in the
dostat se
hands
tam je
of
veliký,
Peterbot.
veliká
The
věc.
trophy did not leave for long, but the
Jo,
fact
on je
that
let,
it did,
ano.
like Kelly mentioned, a little bit of motivation there
On má takovej
for the
úplně
trio
jak
to
kdyby
go ahead and say,
přešitej
listen, we
úsměv
gotta go
jemnej
ahead
a
and
jinak
take this
furt je
one back.
ledovej.
We gotta go ahead and get an FNCS win. Peterbot now
brjo, pěkná
five-time
práce.
FNCS champion. Amazing feat for him. He's had such an
To je
incredible
druhá
time
jeho
rising
výhra
up the
po
ranks,
sobě.
proving that he is currently the
První
best
byla
player in the world.
FNCS Pro Aim
Cold with
a
one
teď
heck of a performance, maybe one that was
FNCS
even more
Major
valuable
2.
than Peterbot's in some circumstances for sure. And then Ritual, I mean, the improvement
Jsou
out of
zvědavý, jak
him for
dopadne
Major
celá
1
sezóna,
was
nebo celá
without a doubt
sezóna
noticeable
tady to
here
ještě
in
5
Major
máme,
number
5
2.
zápasů.
And
Tak ještě
definitely
jednou
made the
díky,
difference.
už musím jít.
Taky děkuji, loučím se, když tak večer, když budeš mít čas nebo nějak
Zatím
napít.
ahoj večer.
Jasné, děkuji, ahojky, užívejte.
We just got, you know, an amazing show, right? This could have just
Tak
been
to
the
byla
Peterbot show.
amazing
He could
show,
have
s
been
tím
500 points
souhlasím,
ahead of everybody
chlapi.
else. We could like, okay, Peterbot, you know, you're good,
Velice
awesome.
napínavý.
But it
Už
was
jenom
so close. All the way
tyhle
up to
poslední
game
4
number
zápasy
12.
byly velice
Obviously, my heart
zajímavý.
breaks for Clix.
Střídali se tam ty
Coming so
výhry jedna za
close.
druhou, fakt
And, you know, we kind of
luxus.
pulled up his stream there for just a moment. And, you know,
Ty momenty,
what's
kdy
difficult is in the moment when he goes down.
Péťa solo pushoval
comes flying around
Clixův
the corner.
tým,
And rather than
nečekaný,
splashing his body,
nebo
he kind
spíš
of
od něj
pops
očekávaný,
the
ale
half pot. Obviously, we as
Clix
viewers,
se to dostalo do
like,
takových
to us,
nervů,
it's clear,
který
right? Just
ho
splash the body, make sure
dokázali
everything's
prostě
cool, but,
chybovat.
like, in those chaotic moments, we're not those players, right? We're not them in
Teď
those
udělal
heated
největší chybu
moments.
taky, no, že
Was that the
on
right
padl
call? Who
vlastně a
knows?
zbytek
Who
týmu
knows
měl
if
v
they actually
zóně a
splash Clix,
umřeli
get him
na
up? Would
zónu.
they have made it? Like, we really
Což
don't know.
bylo
But at the end of the
docela
day, this
fakt tak
was
smutný.
the outcome. I'm happy that Clix broke the 4th place streak, got a 3rd place Major 1, got a 2nd place Major 2. So now we go on to win Major 3.
I mean, after
That's my
what
dream.
we saw this weekend, Vivid, I think that Clix's trio could easily win Major 3. They have proven time and time again that they are easily the top competitors against Peterbot's trio, and it came down to those final moments. So although I know 11 points difference between 1st and 2nd, that's gotta hurt. They should be so proud of themselves for what they did against the likes of the Big 7 in NAC.
Yeah, and we got to think about how pretty much the difference here. Game 6, the end of day number 1, where Peterbot was able to kind of pick apart the strategy. They were a little bit too lackadaisical, maybe over at
já
the
s váma taky
POS,
loučím, lidičky, děkuji za vaši
kind of a
přítomnost.
push to happen, right? That was kind of their only bad game when we compare them. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Bylo to
Obviously, game
úžasný,
12 right here,
úžasný
probably a
momenty,
bad game
budou
for
z
both
toho
the trios,
ještě
but it kind of
edity,
went
budou z
down
toho
side
highlighty.
by side, 20th place,
Ještě.
19th place. I can't believe that's how Game 12 ended. I can't believe that's how Major 2 ended towards the top of the leaderboard. Fortnite fam, are we happy with that ending? I don't know. You guys let me know.
Děkuji,
I'm
děkuji
happy
a loučím se
because
tady
guess
s
what?
váma
We
u
actually have
dalšího
Kolik
an
chybělo?
interview with
Kolik
none other
chybělo?
than Ritual, who just
Klix.
went ahead, claimed themselves the Blade of Champions,
Ty
looking
brďo,
crispy.
Klixovi.
You know, Ritual, I would expect you to be like going crazy, but you're just calm, cool,
Ještě
and
tabulku
collected ice
neukázali.
in the veins.
Tady bude za
So
chvíli
how's it feel,
tabulka.
man? How's it feel knowing you just gone on to win Major 2?
Yeah, you know,
To bude,
it actually
no.
feels really good, especially coming on.
To by mě taky zajímalo, kolik
after the
Klixovi
last
chybělo,
major,
protože naposled
you know, I
tam
didn't
měl
play too
32
good,
bodů, myslím, mu chybělo,
and
ne?
we
Než
were
umřel.
supposed to win that one, so I had to bounce back for this one, and I'm glad I could lock in and
Nebo když jsem ho
you know,
viděl
get the win.
naposled.
It feels awesome.
I love that you say you were supposed to win Major 1, and honestly, I think a lot of people could agree, but luckily we see you guys claiming back that spot, winning Major 2, but I love that you say that for you personally, you wanted to lock in between Majors 1 and 2, so tell me a little bit about what that means for you. What was locking in, what was practicing like for you to make sure that you won Major 2?
Yeah, so, you know, after Major 1, I didn't really like how I performed. I wasn't really listening to what, you know, other people were telling me, you know, their opinions. I just knew personally that I didn't like how I played. So I took some time off to like get my head in the right space. And then I just kept grinding because that's how you get better, you know, you push through it, you push through the pain, and it paid off for me. I played good this Grands. I like it.
Yeah, he definitely played well. I mean, I was talking up your clutches early today. First and foremost,
Nice.
first of all, congratulations on an FNCS win. That's awesome stuff. Obviously, the defining moment there was game number 12, and you guys were kind of going head-to-head with Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs throughout that entirety of the game, right over towards Crime City on the rotates over there. Talk us through what the comms were like, what was going through your head. Like, did you guys know it was their trio? You guys went down to them, you're like, oh my gosh, it's over. Tell us about, you know,
Já
what
si
kind of
myslím, že
happened
těch
in the
30,
comms there.
25 bodů mohlo
Yeah,
chybět.
so we were still in Crime City when they chug splashed and tried to fight Peter. And we kind of assumed it was them because, you know, the other 11 games, nobody tried to fight us at all. And then they ended up running away from us, and we were like, I mean, we could just end this tournament here if we fought back and we, you know, eliminated them. So that's what we did. And then we ended up rotating to zone. And as we were in Seaport, looking for Storm Surge, we heard them fighting in the vault. So we kind of lurked on them and played our whites. I had a Med Mist and I think Cora like a Chug Jug. And we waited for them and we saw Clix get knocked. And so we calmed that, like, if we take them out with us right here, like, they can't pass us. So that was our whole goal, like, just waiting. Oh, no.
That is awesome, man. I just want to ask, you're still here with us, just to make sure. I don't know if you can you still hear me?
Co se stalo?
We might
I think
have
Ritual
lost
wants to party. He's ready to celebrate his
That's
win.
okay. That's okay. Ritual, just thank you for your time, brother. Really, truly, like, anybody coming on to do interviews is just unbelievable. It's so helpful, and the community absolutely loves it. So just thank you. Congratulations once again, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, your champions for Major 2. I was just going to end there and ask, you know, how does it feel to know that after, you know, what he went through after Major 1, it's so clear that he kind of carried that so heavily. You know, he carried that on himself.
Yeah.
And for him to come back so strong in major number 2. And I mean, there was so many moments where he himself had to clutch as a solo. Like, I'm just so proud of him as a player, you know, so many, like, bro, I'll be real, if that was me in that situation and I took that burden on and said, this is all my fault, like, I don't know that I could come back as strong as he did, and he did. Just an amazing performance from the trio. Why don't we take a look, though, because we still have to remind ourselves, this trio's already qualified. They're already going to the Global Championships. They won Major 2.
Right.
But we still have 3 spots. I know. We still have 3 spots going to the Global Championships. Second through 4th place is where you're looking at. Of course, Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo. We knew they were going through, right? Fighting to the very bitter end, and we will be seeing them at the Global Championship. But look at this, Kelly, Reed, Coop, and Curly. We're going to be seeing them at Globals.
Let's go! King Reed is back, Cooper is back, and Curly is back. I love that these 3 proved themselves time and time again. Whether that was controlling the low ground, going for high ground, every part of their play was just so impressive to me. A lot of people didn't even have them in their top 5 lists. So I love that we got Coop, Curly, and Reed to prove to everyone that they deserve their spot in the Global Championships.
Did they have to stress us out, though? I mean, they didn't have a bad game at all. Right in the game 10, they go down early. Game 12, they go down early again. But that's just how well they played throughout every single one of the other games. They created such a nice, comfy, cozy blanket for themselves all the way up there in 3rd place. So much so that even with those 2 bad games towards the end of the day, they still ended up in 3rd place. Love to see it out of, you know, Cooper, obviously storyline there, amazing. Curly joining up with this trio, you know, even forming in the first place. Reed kind of going through it with peripherals, like, oh man, this controller stuff, it stinks. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm going to keyboard and mouse. No, never mind. Keyboard and mouse stinks. I'm going back to controller, back on the controller, instantly qualifying to the globals. Love to see that. Shout out to Reed, Cooper, and Curly. Congratulations, guys.
Can't forget Visual Braids and Aminish as well. And what I think is, in some ways, poetic. We get bookended, right? Between Peterbot and Poyo. Your 3 trios moving on to the Global Championships. Having to look on either side and think, yeah, we're going to have to go against you at Globals if we want to secure a Global Championship title. But for Visual Braids and Aminish, I'm just excited to see these guys perform. They've just been so impressive all weekend long, all season long, right? And I'm starting to just kind of think through, like, what do we have to improve? I mean, guys, they only had a single game outside of the top 10. They have consistency on lock. I think if I just have to be really nitpicky and hypercritical, I feel like we're lacking on elims, right? That's kind of the one little thing we just want to make sure we're picking up, but at the end of the day, they're still going to land.
Oh, and speaking about going to LAN, here we have our qualified spots. So many trios already making their way through Majors 1 and 2, which just leaves one more Major 3 to find out the remaining trios that are going to be going to the Global Championships in France. Vivid. There is so money incredible names already here, and we still have more to go in just a few months.
Oh yeah, I mean, crazy stuff how all of this kind of panned out. Yeah, congratulations to all of our teams that have kind of qualified global so far this major. We still got one more region to kind of make sure we go ahead and close that one up.
Díky moc a ahoj.
Ahojky, děkuji taky, díky moc.
But I mean,
moc jsem si to užil,
I was,
děkuji.
you know, on socials, talking amongst everybody here, and the entire time everybody just kept saying this is like one of the most entertaining finals ever. And I gotta say, I agree. 12 games full of action, high ground, low ground, popping off first and second place, photo finish to the very end. Shout out to everybody for participating, competing. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we cannot do this without pros. We cannot do this without the community. We cannot do this without everybody celebrating, the watch parties, Legends Landing. Everybody involved has made this just an amazing weekend of Fortnite. As Kelly pointed out, we still have major number 3. The difference will be we only have 2 spots on the line, and now 5 trios have spots. What will that mean for us in the future? What will that new season look like, bro? I have no idea. What I do know, though, is Pro-Am is coming. May 10th. We'll be there in Los Angeles. We hope to see you all there. It's going to be a fantastic time. Reload on Slurp Rush? Wild. Tickets are still available, but for now, we must say goodbye. Before we do, Kelly, Vivid, any final thoughts?
You guys have already said the thank yous to the community, to all the players.